Chapter 1 Two Swords Repel Radits. Chapter 1 Two Swords Repel Radits. 4 years passed without knowing it. For the past 4 years, Xie Feng's life was fairly peaceful, and he spent most of his time in retreat. Because of his vitality to refine his body, coupled with the strength of fishing toad to wash his marrow, Xie Feng's whole body underwent a major blood change. Now Xie Feng's blood was like lead and mercury, containing very powerful energy. The strength of the bones and muscles is 1,000 times stronger than that of the martial arts master in the previous life. Xie Feng's internal martial arts cultivation has reached an unfathomable level. As for the swordsmanship, it is also incomparable to the profound, and it is stronger than the swordsmanship attainments in the previous life. Xie Feng seemed to have touched the level of sword intent, but he still had no idea how to use it. Xie Feng found it inconceivable that the marrow washing secret method of the inner family is miraculous. Practicing fishing toad strength, coupled with body training of vitality, Xie Feng felt that his body was gradually evolving towards perfection. Yes, its evolution. As for what a perfect body looks like, Xie Feng still doesn't know. In the past 4 years, Xie Feng has not relaxed at all, and his efforts have paid off. His physical fitness has reached dash, and his combat power is over dash. Although he is not as good as Vegeta, he has surpassed Monkey King by a lot. Although Sun Wukong has been practicing in the past few years, because he is married and has no pressure, he naturally does not practice so hard. It is already very good to be able to maintain his fighting power without regressing. So after 4 years, Sun Wukong's fighting power has just broken through 1000, and he can't compare with Xie Feng at all. Facing the sunrise, Xie Feng came to practice sword on the cliff. Xie Feng swung the long sword very slowly, but left after images in the air, as if he wanted to pierce the entire space. Xie Feng. A woman's crisp voice came from the air. It was Bulma who came in the flying machine. Xie Feng put away his long sword and sighed. Why is Boomer here again? Bulletin Ma has been competing with Xie Feng for the past few years, and she insists that Xie Feng be his boyfriend. As for her previous boyfriend, she has already dumped her. Xie Feng also had a headache when he met a girl like Buma. The point is, he's not ready to fall in love yet. Bulma got off the aircraft, came to Xie Feng, and said, Xie Feng, tomorrow we plan to go to Gaixianren's house for a party. Wukong and Klin will both go. Xie Feng said, Bulma, I'm practicing now, how can I have time to attend the party? Why don't you go by yourself? Bulma shook her head and said, No, you are my boyfriend, so you have to go. Xie Feng smiled wryly, I didn't admit that it was your boyfriend, but Bulma's watery eyes made him unable to refuse, so he nodded and said, Okay, I'm your boyfriend, I'll go with you. Seeing that Xie Feng agreed, Bulma jumped up for joy, took Xie Feng's arm, and kissed him hard on the face. Xie Feng's heart fluttered, and he thought to himself, although Bulma is bold and unrestrained, sometimes she is very out of tune, but she is a genius girl after all, and falling in love with her may not be a bad thing. Bulma said loudly, Xie Feng. Just now you admitted that you are my boyfriend, don't go back on your word. Xie Feng nodded and said, Okay. Bulma said, This party will be very lively, why don't you let Xiaoxuan's sister go too? Xie Feng shook his head and said, No, Xiaoxuan is now in a critical period of cultivation, it is best not to distract her. Xie Feng finally became a martial artist. Xie Xiaoxuan started practicing Diao Chanjin 3 years ago, and now his combat strength has almost broken through. Buma has often come to the house in recent years, and she has a very good relationship with Xie Xiaoxuan. Buma said, I will stay at your house today, and tomorrow we will go to Gaixian's house together. Xie Feng said, Okay. My family is small, maybe you are not used to it. Bulma thought to herself, Are you not used to it? It's only for one night, even if you really can't get used to it, don't you still have a universal capsule, just release a villa. The next morning, after breakfast, Bulma was about to take out the universal capsule and fly the aircraft to the small island of Gaixianren. Xia Mingfeng said, "No need, your flying machine is too slow, let me take you there." Xia Mingfeng's air dance has been practiced to the point of perfection, and the limit speed can exceed 3 times the speed of sound. In other words, Xia Mingfeng can reach 1000 meters per second. The aura shield protected Bulma, and Xia Mingfeng led her soaring into the sky, heading towards the east coast. Bulma was shocked and said, "It's so fast. It's several times faster than Wukong's somersaulting cloud." "Xia Mingfeng, is your flying skill also a dance technique?" "Wukong's dance technique is not as fast as yours." Xia Mingfeng said, "It's Wukong. Their speed is not as fast as mine, that's because their strength is not as good as mine, and their control over qi is even rougher. Breaking through the limit of speed is not so easy. Only a master of internal boxing like Xia Mingfeng can control the qi in a subtle way, and the Wukong technique is even more superb. Flying in the air is as easy as running on the ground. In order to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, Xia Mingfeng laid an extremely solid foundation. It's here." Xia Mingfeng looked at the small island below. Among them are the breaths of Monkey King and Monkey King. Xia Mingfeng said, "I didn't expect Wukong and the others to arrive before us." Xia Mingfeng and Bulma landed lightly on the island. They didn't move the air and raise a lot of dust like Sun Wukong and the others when they flew. From these details, we can see how finely Xia Mingfeng controls his strength. "Xia Mingfeng, I didn't expect you to come too, haha." Sun Wukong hugged his son Sun Wufan and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for more than a year. I heard from Bulma that you have been practicing, it seems that you are right martial arts hobby, stronger than me. Now Kikai basically doesn't let me practice, I just take Gohan out for a walk every day, and teach Gohan to read." Sun Wukong walked up to Xia Mingfeng, and said in a low voice, "To be honest, what level of martial arts have you reached now? Find a time, let's fight once." Xia Mingfeng smiled and said, "Okay. Wukong, you have been staying in Ruanxiang since you got married. Now you are no longer my opponent. If I want to kill you, one move is enough." Sun Wukong obviously didn't believe it. Xia Mingfeng's control over qi is meticulous. Suppressing his combat strength to 5, without any flaws, even Monkey King can't see it. Combat strength 5, that is a very ordinary person, not at all eye-catching. Before everyone started talking about the old days, there was a weak vibration on the island. Sun Wukong and others thought it was an earthquake, but Xia Mingfeng knew that it was not an earthquake, but the vibration erupted when the spaceship hit the ground. "Radis is here." Xia Mingfeng looked at the sky and thought to himself, "Wukong, you will be in trouble later, take care of Wufan." Xia Mingfeng suddenly said to Monkey King, "Trouble?" Sun Wukong's eyes were full of doubts. In less than 10 minutes, a strong breath came from the air, and a burly scion with long hair descended from the sky. "Cockroach." Raditz stared at Monkey King with cruelty in his eyes, "You look exactly like your father. I sent you to Earth to kill all the people on Earth, but I didn't expect that not only did you fail to perform the mission, but you were on Earth. Getting married and having children is really a disgrace to us Scions. The Scions are a fighting nation, but Sun Wukong married the Earthlings. In Raditz's view, it is simply self-sacrifice and unforgivable. Although the Earth is on the edge of the Milky Way, the location is remote, but the environment is not bad, and it should be able to sell for a good price. Raditz came to Earth to play the first stop, and Vegeta and Nappa will be there soon." There was a cold snort on Sun Wukong's forehead. Raditz's fighting power was much stronger than him, and he had no hope of winning at all. Monkey King asked, "Who are you guys? I don't know you at all. Also, my name is Monkey King, not Cockroach." Raditz sneered and said, "You even cut off your tail. It seems that you really forgot your identity. If that's the case, I'll wake you up." Raditz punched Monkey King, the speed was extremely fast, Monkey King wanted to protect Monkey King. There was no time to dodge, so he had to raise his hand to block. But how can his strength compare with Raditz? Bang! Sun Wukong was punched and fell to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Raditz was going to catch Sun Wuhan, but he didn't expect Sun Wuhan to disappear suddenly. What's going on? Raditz's heart trembled, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Turning his head, Raditz saw that Sun Wuhan was already in Xia Mingfeng's arms. This guy, when did you take Cockroach's son away? Raditz thought to himself. Xia Mingfeng looked at Raditz, and said calmly, adults should resolve matters between adults in an adult way, and don't involve children. Gohan is only 4 years old, so you don't have to be afraid to scare him. Raditz pressed the detector next to his ear, and saw that Xia Mingfeng's combat power was only 5, and he immediately despised him. I was shocked. So you, the guy with the sword, is just a scumbag with only 5 combat power. How dare you take care of my uncle's affairs? Boy, go to hell. Xia Mingfeng sneered, I don't know how to live or die. Raditz, your combat power is only dash. Among the scions, you are a real low-level fighter. Who gave you the courage to be arrogant? Raditz believed in the detector too much. He didn't know that the more sophisticated the machine, the more deceitful it is sometimes. Clang! The long sword turned into a streak of light and hit Raditz's throat. If Raditz dared to take a step forward, he would die. Xia Mingfeng's long sword slashed across Raditz's waist, cutting off the tail wrapped around his waist from the root. Raditz felt a pain in his spine and his tail dropped to the ground. Ah! Raditz grabbed his tail and let out an angry roar. The tail was broken. What's so great about it? Tails are so important to scions. Without them they cannot transform into giant apes. Xia Mingfeng's 2-stroke swordsmanship was extremely fast, and Raditz fell for it before he could react. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Xia Mingfeng was not a simple person. Xia Mingfeng really has the strength to kill himself, although he doesn't know how much Xia Mingfeng's fighting power is. Raditz flew into the air and looked at Xia Mingfeng with a trace of fear in his eyes. Sun Wukong took Sun Wufan and said happily, Xia Mingfeng, so you are so powerful, but why didn't you kill that nasty guy with one sword? Xia Mingfeng said lightly, Wukong, he is your own brother after all, the matter between you should be resolved by yourself. If I kill him, I'm afraid you will regret it in the future and blame me. Seeing Monkey King's face, Xia Mingfeng only there is no killer. If it is not Raditz, but Nappa and Vegeta, Xia Mingfeng will definitely not show mercy. Sun Wukong asked, do you know my life experience? Is what that guy said true? My name is Cockroach. Xia Mingfeng said, if you have any doubts in your mind, you can ask that guy flying in the air. I think he will definitely tell you. Raditz turned into an afterimage and flew into the distance. It is not a wise choice to be an enemy of Xia Mingfeng and the others now. It is better to wait until Vegeta and Nappa arrive before making trouble for these people. Raditz is full of confidence in Vegeta. Vegeta is not only the prince of the scions, but also a senior warrior. Maybe Vegeta will become the legendary Super Saiyan in the future. As soon as Vegeta arrives, everyone on Earth will die. Raditz was filled with resentment. Sun Wukong yelled, don't go. Then he used Wukong to chase Raditz. The update is complete today. New books are uploaded, ask for tickets, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 The Law of the Universe. Chapter 2 The Law of the Universe. While flying quickly, Raditz sent a message to Vegeta and Nappa, Nappa, there is a guy with a sword on Earth. He is very powerful. I doubt he can kill me with a single sword. On a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa had just disembarked from the spaceship and were about to hunt for prey and eat, but at this moment they received a message from Raditz. Vegeta said disdainfully, that trash Raditz messed things up. There are very powerful sword masters on Earth? Could it be Cockroach? Nappa touched his bald head, shook his head and said, it should be impossible. The two brothers Raditz and Kakarot are low-level fighters, how could they be so powerful? Maybe there are really such powerful people on Earth. Vegeta sneered and said, Earth, a barren planet in the remote part of the Milky Way, can give birth to any super warriors? Nappa, eat something, let's hurry up and try to reach Earth within 2 months. This prince wants to see what is so great about Earthlings. The spherical spaceships of Vegeta and Nappa are not very advanced products in the Frisia Legion. They are not equipped with space-penetrating power devices, but they can increase the speed to the extreme, which is also very fast, almost reaching 7 times the speed of light. Increase the speed of the spacecraft to the extreme, and it can reach the Earth within 2 months. Nappa nodded and said, Okay. I also want to see what is so magical about the Earth that it can produce powerful swordsmen. Warriors in the universe rarely use swords, and now that they have encountered one, Nappa is naturally very curious. Raditz's tail was cut off by Xia Feng, and his balance was affected. In less than half an hour, he was overtaken by Monkey King. Raditz licked his lips with his tongue, and said cruelly, Kakarot, you really don't know how to live or die, do you think you can defeat me? I don't pay attention to your fighting power at all. Didn't you just now the guy with the sword? Raditz breathed a sigh of relief when Xia Feng didn't come after him. It seems that there is no need to die today. Raditz sneered in his heart and said, the guy with the sword, let him live for a while, and when Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth, it will be his death. Monkey King took a deep breath, and threw away all the weight-bearing wrists, vests and other things on his body. Without the burden, Monkey King felt his body was light, and even his breathing became much smoother. Hey! Raditz was taken aback, and pressed the detector, which showed Monkey King's combat power. Kakarot, your combat power has actually increased a lot, but you are still no match for me. Sun Wukong said, you have to fight to know. Perhaps because of the science, Monkey King is not afraid, but has a faint excitement in his heart. Fighting against someone who is stronger than himself, Monkey King feels that there is nothing more satisfying than this. Piccolo appeared at this time. Monkey King glanced at Piccolo, his eyes full of vigilance. Bic, I don't want to trouble you today, and you better not mess with me. I already have an opponent. Piccolo said coldly, Monkey King, you don't be sentimental, I didn't come here to trouble you. The Earth is my territory, and whoever wants to make trouble on the Earth, I, the big devil, will not let him go. Raditz looked at Piccolo and said with a sneer. You green-skinned guy is as reckless as Kakarot. Since you want to die so much, I will help you. The combat effectiveness of Piccolo and Monkey King is just about equal, and Raditz is not afraid of their teaming up at all. Monkey King charged at Raditz, and the battle ensues. Although Sun Wukong is a fighting genius, he has never been through the most brutal fights, let alone ventured into the universe. Naturally, his combat experience is not as rich as that of Raditz. Raditz grew up fighting in the universe. His moves are simple and deadly. As long as he is hit, he will either die or be injured. After fighting for more than 10 moves, Monkey King was a little overwhelmed. He stared at Piccolo and shouted, Pico, help! He's too powerful, and I'm no match by myself. Piccolo hesitated for a while, but decided to join forces with Monkey King. If Sun Wukong is defeated, then it will be the death of Piccolo. It's a pity that the two teamed up and were still at a disadvantage. Raditz's toughness made Monkey King and Piccolo feel desperate. The speed and strength are not as good as the opponent, so they can only be beaten passively. Sun Wukong finally discovered a flaw in Raditz. This guy's tail was cut off by Xia Feng, and when he changes direction, he will suddenly pause. As long as he hugs him when he changes direction, Piccolo will definitely be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Kill him! While moving at high speed, Raditz changed direction and paused. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and hugged him. Kill him! Quick! Sun Wukong hugged Raditz and shouted. Piccolo is also an extremely ruthless person, he doesn't care about Monkey King's life or death at all. A streamer of light appears on his fingertips. Oh! The air at the fingertips condensed into a ray of light, which shot through the hearts of Raditz and Monkey King. The vitality of the scion is strong, even if the heart is pierced. Raditz and Monkey King did not die immediately. Sun Wukong stared at Raditz and asked loudly, "Who the hell am I? Tell me, why did I suddenly become cockroach?" Although Sun Wukong does not admit that he is a scion, he has already believed Raditz's words in his heart, because he had the same tail as Raditz when he was a child. If it was said that he and Raditz were not of the same clan, no one would believe it. With blood on the corner of Raditz's mouth, he sneered and said, "Cockroach, you who betrayed the scions is a disgrace to the scions. Prince Vegeta and Nappa will come to Earth within 2 months, all of you are going to die, including the guy with the sword. Prince Vegeta is the strongest fighter of our scions, and none of you can match him." Haha. Raditz's eyes quickly faded. "Unfortunately, if my tail hadn't been cut off by the guy with the sword, you would definitely be the ones who died today." Without the tail to control the balance, there was a flaw in Raditz's martial arts, and he died in the hands of Monkey King and Piccolo. After Raditz died, Sun Wukong also swallowed his last breath and returned to the underworld. Old grandson. Piccolo died along with Sun Wukong, feeling a little melancholy in his heart. Monkey King is his enemy and the only obstacle to his dominance of the earth, but now that Monkey King is dead, he is not happy. Piccolo planned to bury Monkey King, but Xiaming Feng suddenly appeared with a long sword on his back. "No need to bury Monkey King's body, I will take it away. Find the 7 Dragon Balls, he still has hope of resurrection." Piccolo shrank his pupils, his heart was full of shock. Xiaming Feng's speed was too fast, and he appeared without any warning. If Xiaming Feng made a sneak attack, Piccolo might have already been killed. "Who are you?" Piccolo asked with great vigilance. As long as Xiaming Feng made a slight movement, Piccolo would launch an attack. Even if he was not the opponent, he would risk his life. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, "Bic, you don't have to be so nervous, we are not enemies. In the future, maybe we will become friends and protect the earth together." Piccolo said coldly, "You guys, you are mysterious, who is your friend?" Xiaming Feng shook his head, held up Monkey King's body, and said, "I'm leaving." Xiaming Feng seemed to lose weight, and flew away like a feather. Piccolo watched Xiaming Feng leave with shock on his face. Who the hell is this guy? Apart from himself and Monkey King, how could there be such a powerful guy on Earth? 2 months later, there will be even more powerful scions descending on the Earth? It seems that the Earth is really dangerous. Piccolo was full of pressure. Sitting in the spaceship, Vegeta received the last message from Raditz, and said with a sneer, "Raditz is really a waste. I didn't expect to die on Earth." Vegeta is a scion prince, full of pride in his heart, and will not feel sad because Raditz died. In his eyes, scions who are worthless deserve to die. However, Vegeta will never let the Earth go. Not only Kakarot will die, but the rest of the Earth people will also die. Xiaming Feng returned to the island, and Bulma and Kellen had already taken the radar to find the Dragon Ball. When Sun Wuhan saw Sun Wukong, he immediately cried, "Father!" Xiaming Feng patted Sun Wuhan on the head, and comforted him, "Don't worry, your father will be fine. As long as you find all the Dragon Balls, you can bring him back to life." In the afternoon, Bulma and Kellen found all 7 Dragon Balls. "Shenlong, come out and fulfill our wishes!" Bulma shouted loudly. The sky became extremely dark, and a green dragon appeared. Bulma made a wish to Shenlong, "Shenlong, please bring Monkey King back to life." The red light in Shenlong's eyes flashed, and then he shook his head and said, "I can't make this wish. Sun Wukong is not in the underworld, but is practicing with the king of the realm. He is not willing to be resurrected for the time being. You should change your wish." Xiaming Feng thought to himself, that guy Monkey King went to the king of the realm so soon, it seems that he won't come back until he has practiced Yuan Kai Dan and Jawankan. Others are eager to try and want to express their wishes. Xiaming Feng took a step forward and asked, Shenlong, if a person is resurrected with dragon balls after death, will it affect future cultivation? It is against the laws of nature for a person to be resurrected after death. Xiaming Feng absolutely does not believe that there will be no impact. Shenlong looked at Xiaming Feng, the red light in his eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before answering, the resurrection of the dead has an impact on martial arts cultivation. After resurrection, the soul of the resurrected person will change, and it will be difficult to feel the laws of the universe in the future. Xiaming Feng thought to himself, sure enough, it has an impact. No wonder Monkey King and Vegeta are very powerful in the later stage, but they are still vulnerable to the gods of destruction Beerus and Weiss. Beerus, the god of destruction, has mastered the law of destruction, and Weiss has mastered the most mysterious law of time. Both of them are at the pinnacle of the universe. If you want to experience the laws of the universe, you must maintain the integrity of your soul. Once you are resurrected after death and your soul changes, you will no longer have the opportunity to control the laws of the universe. Xiaming Feng decided that in the future, he must not rely on the magical ability of Dragon Ball, let alone die, not even once. Thank you Shenlong. Xiaming Feng clasped his fists at Shenlong. Shenlong said, your wish has been fulfilled, so goodbye. The dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls and disappeared into the sky. Xiaming Feng said to Bulma, Klin and the others, inform Kiki about Monkey King. 2 months later, 2 powerful scions will descend on Earth, everyone prepare to fight. Upload new books, ask for votes, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Vegeta's Shock. Chapter 3 Vegeta's Shock. Xiaming Feng's current combat strength is dash, which is still some distance away from Vegeta. It is useless to hold Buddha's feet temporarily, no matter how much you practice, 2 months will not increase your combat power much. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. Xiaming Feng closed his eyes and meditated these few days, nourishing his spirit. He wanted to adjust his body and spirit to the best state. Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi and other earth martial arts masters are all concentrating on their cultivation, and even the 4-year-old Sun Wuhan is doing hard training under Piccolo's supervision. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, a spherical spaceship appeared and rushed into the Earth's atmosphere at an extremely fast speed. Xiaming Feng, who was adjusting his breath in the mountain, opened his eyes, and the long sword beside him danced slightly, making a crisp sword sound. Xiaming Feng sneered, Vegeta, Nappa, they're finally here. Xiaming Feng notified his younger sister and parents, and then performed the Wukong technique, soaring into the sky, and flew towards the place where the spaceship landed. Xiaming Feng also sensed several auras coming towards this side, it was Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others. Vegeta and Nappa got out of the spaceship, suspended in the air. Nappa sneered, is this the Earth? It is indeed a barren planet. Even if it is captured, it will not be sold for a good price. The Frisia Legion controls thousands of such planets. Compared with planet Vegeta, the Earth is indeed much worse. Its volume, gravity, air quality, etc. are not as good as planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, planet Vegeta was destroyed more than 10 years ago. Vegeta said with a smile, in this case, then destroy the Earth. But before destroying the Earth, we need to find 7 Dragon Balls. Raditz said that there are very magical Dragon Balls on the Earth, which can satisfy anyone's needs. Wish. When we find the Dragon Ball, we can enjoy the spectacular scene when the Earth explodes. Haha. Vegeta has destroyed many planets, and every planetary explosion is very shocking, and it can be said that he will never tire of watching it. Vegeta's behavior is completely imitating Frisia. Nappa nodded and said, yes, it would not be a pity to destroy a planet like the Earth. Then, let me say hello to the people on Earth first. Nappa threw a Qigong bomb, and the violent explosion produced a mushroom cloud, as if a magnitude-earthquake had occurred on the entire ground. Xia Feng suddenly appeared behind the two, with a long sword on his back, and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Science, if you dare to destroy the earth again, I will make your souls fly away, and you will have no chance of entering hell. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Nappa's expression suddenly changed. "Who is it? How dare you talk to me like that?" Vegeta was not intimidated, he still said calmly, "Don't be nervous, Nappa. He's right behind us." The two turned around and looked at Xia Feng. Vegeta pressed the detector, and Xia Feng's combat strength was only 5. He was slightly surprised, but not surprised. Vegeta smiled and said, "Are you the sword-wielding Earthman that Raditz said? Hehe, there is indeed a way. Compared with that trash Raditz, you are much stronger. If the prince guessed correctly, your combat power should be above dash. The amazing Earthlings can hide their combat power, which is a good skill. In the universe, there are all kinds of strange civilizations, and many cosmic people also have strange abilities." When Vegeta saw that Xia Feng's combat power was only 5, he was only slightly surprised, that's all. Piccolo, Kellen, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Sun Wufan and others all arrived. They came to Xia Feng's side and watched Vegeta and Nappa warily. Kellen asked, "The two of them are scions?" "Sure enough, they are very similar to Goku." Piccolo's eyes were full of dignity, and he said, "These two guys are very powerful, everyone should be careful." After 2 months of devil-style training, Piccolo's combat effectiveness reached 2000. But Nappa's fighting strength is more than Dash, and Piccolo is definitely not an opponent. As for Vegeta, the pressure on Piccolo is like a mountain. Being swept by Vegeta's eyes is like being stared at by a giant beast. Xia Feng drew out his long sword and pointed at Vegeta, "I'll deal with Vegeta, you guys, block Nappa and don't let him wreak havoc everywhere." Piccolo, Kellen and Tianjin Fan looked at each other, nodded and said, "Okay." With a hint of cruelty at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, he sneered and said, "Nappa, this earthling with a sword is interesting, so I'll let this prince meet him. I'll leave the other trash to you." Nappa said contemptuously, "Dar, don't worry. Although my combat power is not as good as yours, it is much stronger than those trash. We also brought vegetable men. Maybe I don't need to do it myself. Kill them all." Vegeta warned in a cold voice, "Nappa, if you mess things up like Raditz, the prince will kill you." Nappa immediately said respectfully, "I will definitely not mess things up." Vegeta flew to more than 30 meters in front of Xia Feng, and sneered, "You earthlings with swords, don't you want to fight me? Let me see, what is your fighting power like?" Xia Feng said with a smile, "You will see it. Accept it." Xia Feng increased his speed to the extreme, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Vegeta. The sharp breath on the tip of the sword gave Vegeta goosebumps all over his body. The long sword directly attacked Vegeta's throat. If he was stabbed by a sword, even if Vegeta's fighting power was 10 times higher, he would still be stabbed to death. Vegeta's pupils shrank, and he avoided the sword as fast as he could. Even so, Vegeta was frightened into a cold sweat. Xia Feng's stunning sword not only shocked Vegeta, but Nappa was even more frightened. If the sword just stabbed at him, he would definitely die. Nappa thought to himself, how can there be such a powerful earthling? Vegeta's detector showed Xia Feng's real battle value, 9100. People on Earth, your speed is really fast. Vegeta had murderous intent in his eyes. You gave me a big jump just now, and I was almost killed by you. You are one of the enemies that this prince encountered. The strength can definitely rank among the top 3, but this prince believes that you will still die in my hands. Xia Feng said with a smile, "Doll, your speed is not slow, I never thought that you could avoid the blow of my sword. You are a Scion Prince, it is said that you can become a Super Scion, and your reputation is well deserved. Also, remember my name, I am Xia Feng from Earth. Kill!" Vegeta roared and rushed towards Xia Feng. A qigong bomb the size of a basketball suddenly appeared in Vegeta's hands. Xiaming Feng, you also attack me. The long sword in Xiaming Feng's hand was like a peacock opening its screen, protecting his body so watertight. Before Vegeta's qigong bullet got close to him, he was cut into pieces by the sharp sword energy, and finally turned into energy and dissipated in the air. Qigong bomb attack! Vegeta yelled and sent out qigong waves to Xiaming Feng continuously, and didn't stop until 1 minute later. After the qigong bomb dissipated, Xiaming Feng was still unscathed, floating in the air with a long sword in his hand. Vegeta's eyes were full of shock, and he thought to himself, why is this guy's swordsmanship so strong? There are absolutely not many fighters with such superb swordsmanship in the universe. My qigong bombs won't work on him. It's not that the qigong wave doesn't work, but that Vegeta's qigong wave is not lethal enough. Xiaming Feng's arm was also numb from the shock, and he almost couldn't hold the long sword several times. After all, Vegeta's fighting power was higher than his. If Frieza sent out a qigong wave, even if Xiaming Feng's sword skills were 10 times better, he would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Xiaming Feng looked at Vegeta and sneered, "Doll, is that all you have in combat power? But if that's the case, you will die by my sword today." As a Saiyan Prince, Vegeta will become a Super Saiyan in the future. How proud he is! How can he be underestimated by Xiaming Feng? Damn it! You damn guy, you dare to underestimate me! It's unforgivable! Today, this prince will tear you to pieces. Vegeta clenched his hands into fists, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the aura shield on his body continued expand, and the combat power soars. Call out! Vegeta's figure suddenly disappeared. Xiaming Feng felt the air behind him tremble slightly, and immediately stabbed back with his sword, behind. Vegeta is so fast. Vegeta's hands were protected by aura shields, becoming tougher than steel. Vegeta found that although Xiaming Feng's long sword was sharp, as long as he didn't touch the sharpest point of the sword, he could completely block Xiaming Feng's attack. Xiaming Feng's sword missed, and Vegeta punched Xiaming Feng's abdomen. If he was hit by this punch, even Xiaming Feng's strong body would not be able to bear it, and he would be seriously injured. Xiaming Feng is worthy of being a master of swordsmanship, and his use of space has reached the extreme. The long sword draws a perfect arc in the air, horizontally in front of him, and the blade blocks Vegeta's fist. Boom! A loud bang! Xiaming Feng was sent flying by the powerful force of tens of thousands of catties, and his body hit the mountainside in the distance like a cannonball. Pfft! Xiaming Feng's throat was sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fighting with a master like Vegeta is walking on the verge of death every moment, and if you are not careful, you will die. There was a violent vibration in the air, and Vegeta attacked Xiaming Feng again. A fighter like Vegeta is the best at seizing fleeting opportunities. Xiaming Feng was already injured, so he took the opportunity to chase and fight fiercely, not giving Xiaming Feng the slightest chance to breathe. Doll, today I will show you the swordsmanship of the people on earth. Xiaming Feng mobilized his blood and all his strength. And the long sword turned into a sword light to meet Vegeta. The two kept fighting and colliding in the air, making violent noises. Vegeta's strength is violent and fierce, and Xiaming Feng's swordsmanship is mysterious and weird, and both of them have scruples. After a long time, not only Xiaming Feng suffered internal injuries, but also more than a dozen sword marks appeared on Vegeta's back and chest, and blood continued to flow from the wound. Vegeta continued to improve his strength, and his combat power had almost reached twice as strong as Xiaming Feng. Fortunately, Vegeta's speed didn't increase significantly, otherwise, Xiaming Feng wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Xiaming Feng stood on the ground, constantly adjusted his breathing, and adjusted his body and mind to the best. Now he no longer flies into the air, but saves every bit of energy. Looking at Vegeta flying in the air, Xiaming Feng cursed secretly, Saiyans are really monsters, they become stronger as they fight. I almost stabbed Vegeta to death several times, but at the last moment he broke through the limit. It seems like it's not easy to beat him. Vegeta licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and said with a sneer, "Xia Mingfeng, how much strength do you have left? The physique of the Earthlings is simply impossible to compare with our fighting nation. Your swordsmanship is so powerful that you almost killed me several times. I will die, but when your strength is exhausted, it will be your death. Haha. Upload new books, ask for votes, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Scions are a very miraculous race of humans, and they are called a fighting nation for a reason. As long as the potential of Scions is not exhausted, they will become stronger as they fight. Vegeta's combat strength at the beginning was only more than dash, but at this time it was about to reach dash. With Xia Mingfeng's profound swordsmanship, it is difficult to defeat him. After all, Xia Mingfeng will not constantly break through in battle. However, Xia Mingfeng's swordsmanship can leapfrog to fight. Vegeta paid a huge price, but he still couldn't kill him, which made Vegeta feel very unhappy. Vegeta has encountered many powerful enemies in the universe, and Xia Mingfeng is definitely the most terrifying opponent. Vegeta thought to himself, this Earthling with a sword is really scary. Fortunately, his combat power is only over 9,000. If his combat power reaches more than dash, Vegeta, will definitely die today. Such a guy, in the future when he grows up, he might not be weaker than Captain Jinyu. He must be killed. In Frisia's army, there is a special team directly under Frisia, the Jinyu team. Frisia became the emperor of the universe and occupied a vast star field. The Jinyu team made great contributions to Frisia's dominance. Among them, Captain Jinyu is the most powerful, with a combat power of 12. As a Scion prince, Vegeta was extremely proud, and he had to bow his head when facing the Jinyu team. Xia Mingfeng took a deep breath, stared at Vegeta, and said coldly, "Doll, no matter how amazing the physique of a Scion is, I don't believe that you can increase your combat power without limit. At this time, the potential accumulated in your body has been exhausted. Jin, your strength should be at the limit now. Doll, compete in physical strength and endurance. I am indeed no match for you now, but don't forget that I, Xia Mingfeng, am not an ordinary warrior, but a swordsman. You don't understand yet what is a swordsman? A swordsman is to preserve strength, find the right opportunity, and kill with one blow." Vegeta and Xia Mingfeng fought very hard, but Nappa's battle seemed calm. Nappa took out the Vegetable Man, which can easily resist Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others. Tianjin Fan was seriously injured, and Dumpling died with the Vegetable Man and blew himself up. Piccolo broke one of his arms, Krillin also suffered serious internal injuries, Son Gohan broke out in anger, and his combat power suddenly increased to dash, which was a little surprising. It's a pity that it is of no use to the battle situation, and still can't even touch Nappa's clothes. Xia Mingfeng secretly said, Nappa's battle has reached dash, and they are much stronger than Piccolo. If this continues, Piccolo and Gohan will be in danger. We can't let Nappa continue to be arrogant, find a chance, kill Nappa pa. Xia Mingfeng only needs one breath to kill Nappa. To kill Nappa, one sword is enough. But he and Vegeta are in a stalemate, and no one can do anything to the other for the time being. It is not easy to fight for a breathing time. There was a flickering sword light in Xia Mingfeng's eyes, and the aura on his body became more fierce. Vegeta sneered, Xia Mingfeng, you can't help but want to attack. Xia Mingfeng's figure flashed, and killed Vegeta. Vegeta stared at Xia Mingfeng's sword intently, avoiding the sharp sword aura. Originally, he thought that Xia Mingfeng was going to fight to the death. But he didn't expect that Xia Mingfeng just swayed his sword, and then his body turned into a stream of light in the air and rushed towards Nappa. With Xia Mingfeng's flying speed beyond Mach Dash, it only takes a short time to reach Nappa's side. Vegeta's eyes froze, and it was too late to catch up with Xia Mingfeng. Damn guy, he's going to kill Nappa. Nappa grabbed Sun Wuhan, and it was useless to let Sun Wuhan struggle. He stared at Sun Wuhan and smiled cruelly, Little guy, you are the son of that trash cockroach? I will send you to meet your father. Haha. Nappa, be careful. Vegeta shouted loudly, reminding Nappa. Xiaming Feng's speed was faster than his voice. Nappa saw a bright sword light flashing, his neck was cold, and the sword was so fast that even after Nappa's neck was cut, it was still connected, and even blood did not flow out. When Nappa heard Vegeta's voice, he was already hit. After a few breaths, Nappa felt a pain in his neck. Everyone saw a red line appearing on Nappa's neck, and then blood sprayed out. Nappa's body was separated, his head fell to the ground, and he died of exhaustion. Piccolo and the others were shocked. A scion who was as powerful as Nappa was actually killed by Xiaming Feng with a single sword. Vegeta roared, Xiaming Feng, die! Xiaming Feng said coldly, doll, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Kill! The two fought together again. Vegeta doesn't care if Nappa lives or dies. Although Nappa's fighting power has reached Dash, which is much stronger than Raditz, he is still a waste in Vegeta's eyes. Nappa died as he died, and there was nothing to regret. But what Vegeta couldn't accept was that Xiaming Feng killed Nappa under his nose, which made Vegeta feel humiliated. Vegeta felt that Nappa was a scion, and he could die by his own hands, but definitely not by Xiaming Feng's sword. But things backfired, and Nappa did die under Xiaming Feng's sword. When Vegeta and Xiaming Feng were fighting, he secretly activated the artificial moon in the spaceship. He wanted to use the artificial moon to transform into a giant ape, and his strength would increase by 10 times. Killing Xiaming Feng would be easy. Xiaming Feng's speed is too fast, his sword skills are mysterious, and his fighting skills are superb. It is too difficult for Vegeta to defeat him, or even kill him, without transforming. Transform into a giant ape, and you can fight to determine the universe and wipe out Xiaming Feng and all the people on Earth. Kellen looked up at the artificial moon suspended in the sky, and suddenly said, Look, what is that? When Xiaming Feng saw the artificial moon, his expression changed drastically. He shouted at Piccolo and the others, That's an artificial moon. Piccolo, Klin, destroy it, quickly. Vegeta looked up at the artificial moon, his eyes accepted the bolt's light, and began to transform. Haha, it's too late. I have already started to transform, even if you destroy the artificial moon, it will be useless. Xiaming Feng, my prince, I admit that you are the most powerful earthling, and the strongest sword master among the enemies I have encountered, but you are done with it. As long as I transform into a giant ape, you will die. A streamer of light appeared on Piccolo's fingertips, and a wave of Qigong shot out, destroying the artificial moon. But Vegeta's transformation continues. Vegeta is right, once you start transforming, even if you destroy the artificial moon, it will be useless. The momentum on Vegeta's body became stronger and stronger, and the strong evil spirit shocked Xiaming Feng, Piccolo, and others. How many people would have to be killed to condense such a strong evil spirit? Piccolo is also a cruel and ruthless devil, but compared with Vegeta, he is like a kind lamb. Vegeta killed countless people and destroyed hundreds of life planets. It is conceivable that his killing karma is heavy. The aura on Vegeta's body caused a hurricane, which blew Klin and the others' cheeks sorely. Piccolo, Klin, and the others all looked at Xiaming Feng. They hope that Xiaming Feng can find a way to stop Vegeta. Xiaming Feng said, the weakness of scions is the tail. As long as Doll's tail is cut off, his transformation will be terminated. You attack Doll to distract him, and I will use all my strength to issue a fatal sword. Successfully severed Doll's tail. Scion's tail is the weakness, but also the key, and Vegeta naturally focuses on protecting it. It is not easy to cut off his tail with a sword. After all, after fighting for so long, Xiaming Feng did not find a chance to cut off his tail. Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Sun Gohan, and others launched a Qigong bomb attack on Vegeta. But their attack power couldn't shake Vegeta's aura shield at all. Xiaming Feng gathered all his energy to the tip of the sword, kicked his foot on the ground, and his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Vegeta's tail. A huge Qigong bullet also appeared in Vegeta's hand, trying to block Xie Mingfeng's attack. Ask for tickets, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Kicking Vegeta Off Earth. Chapter 5 Kicking Vegeta Off Earth. You have to fight to the death. Xie Mingfeng roared. Click. There was a faint sound in Xie Mingfeng's sea of consciousness, and a powerful spiritual force filled the entire sea of consciousness. Xie Mingfeng said happily, "Great, my willpower has broken through." In martial arts practice, a strong body is important, but spiritual cultivation is more important than the body. Two warriors with the same cultivation base fight each other, and the warrior with strong willpower will definitely win. Xie Mingfeng felt that the long sword in his hand seemed to have life and became very sharp. The long sword was connected to himself, and the sword was a part of his body. Of course, it's not that the long sword has life, but that Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship is even more superb. Xie Mingfeng's body was like a flexible fish swimming in the air, changing direction instantly, narrowly dodging Vegeta's Qigong wave attack. What? An incredible look appeared in Vegeta's blood-red eyes. How could he be so fast? Xie Mingfeng's speed suddenly increased, catching Vegeta by surprise. Damn it, Xie Mingfeng's target is my tail. Vegeta said angrily, we must not let him succeed. The tail is more important than anything else at this time. Once the tail is cut off, the transformation will be terminated, and it will be a waste of time. Vegeta roared and turned around, trying to block Xie Mingfeng, but unfortunately his tall body was a little clumsy compared to Xie Mingfeng's agility. Xie Mingfeng walked around behind Vegeta, and the long sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter, cutting off Vegeta's tail instantly. Vegeta roared angrily, and slapped Xie Mingfeng on the chest. Boom! A loud bang. Xie Mingfeng's body flew thousands of meters like a cannonball and hit the ground. Xie Mingfeng made a breakthrough in willpower at the critical moment, and his sword skills increased, but his physical strength did not increase. That is to say, Xie Mingfeng's body and mind are not in harmony, so it's not surprising that Vegeta caught the flaw and hit him with a palm. Vegeta's transformation stopped, his body kept shrinking, and the powerful power in his body was also constantly being lost. Failed. Vegeta's blood-red eyes became black and white, and his brutal thoughts began to return to reason. Transforming into a giant ape has sequelae, and the body will be weak for a period of time after the transformation is released. Vegeta's transformation isn't completely successful and will also be weak. Xie Mingfeng was seriously injured, and his life was in danger, so there was nothing to fear. But with Vegeta's current situation, Piccolo and Son Gohan are powerful enough to kill him. Vegeta secretly said, "No, I want to leave the Earth. As long as I leave the Earth, I will be safe. Return to the Frisia Legion and recover from my injuries before returning. At that time, it will be the death of Xie Mingfeng and other Earthlings." Vegeta boarded the spherical spaceship at an extremely fast speed, and Piccolo's face changed, and he said loudly, "No, he wants to escape." Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others wanted to stop it, but Vegeta's spaceship, the speed was too fast, it rushed out of the atmosphere in an instant, and flew into the depths of the universe. "Uncle Xie Mingfeng!" Sun Wuhan suddenly shouted and flew towards Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng had fallen into a deep coma at this time. Piccolo inspected Xie Mingfeng's injuries and said, Xie Mingfeng was seriously injured. His muscles and bones were all broken, and his internal organs were also ruptured. It's very dangerous. Only Xiandu can save him. I'll take him to the temple right now. Sun Wufan, Tianjin Fan, and others also said, we will go too. Piccolo nodded and said, okay, let's go together. After eating the fairy beans, Xie Mingfeng's injuries finally healed. However, only the body has healed, but the spirit is still very tired, and it needs to be recuperated to restore the energy to the peak. Pick, Gohan, Kellen, and Tianjin Fan, thank you. Xiaming Feng looked at them and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I'm really doomed this time." Piccolo said coldly, "You're welcome. If you hadn't killed Nappa with a single sword, we would have been killed like dumplings. If you want to say thank you, we should thank you. Even if you really died, I will also use Dragon Balls to revive you." Xiaming Feng shook his head secretly. Resurrected after death, his soul changed, no longer complete. In the future he will never be able to comprehend the laws of the universe, and he will never be able to surpass the two terrifying existences of God of Destruction and Weiss. The Earth God and the immortal Kalin came over. The God and Piccolo were very similar, but older. The God looked calm, with shock still in his eyes, and he said to Xiaming Feng, "As the God of the Earth, I originally thought that Gui Xianren was the strongest Earthling, but I didn't expect that there would be a strong man like you among the Earthlings. This time the Scions came to the Earth, I thought the Earth was over, you stepped forward and saved the Earth, thank you, young man." Immortal Karin also said, "Xiaming Feng, your swordsmanship is really powerful. Meow, when you leave, I will give you 1,000 fairy beans. If you fight against the strong in the future, you don't have to worry about serious injuries. Xiandu is a good thing. It can only restore the body to its original state, but it cannot nourish the spirit, but it is also a very remarkable treasure. A life-saving thing like fairy bean is exactly what Xiaming Feng needs. One more fairy bean is equivalent to one more life." Xiaming Feng said, "Thank you, Immortal Karin." When Jiaozi died, Tianjin Fan was the saddest. He and Jiaozi studied together with a teacher since they were young, but he never thought that Jiaozi would die like this. Tian Shen glanced at Tianjin Fan and said, "Tianjin Fan, I know you want to resurrect Jiaozi, but I want to tell you that Jiaozi has been resurrected once before. Even if you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, it is impossible to revive him again. The Dragon Ball was made by the gods, and he knows the function of the Dragon Ball best." Tianjin Fan's complexion changed, and he said angrily, "How is it possible? Isn't Dragon Ball able to satisfy any wish?" The god said, "Although the Dragon Ball is magical, it is not omnipotent. For example, this time the Scions came to the earth, and the Dragon Balls can be used to summon the dragon, but the Scions cannot be stopped." Xiaming Feng nodded secretly, "That's indeed the case, things like Dragon Balls must not be relied on, otherwise there will be trouble. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. Only when you are strong is the root." Tianjin Fan was on the verge of going berserk, and the god said, "It's not impossible. The Dragon Balls on the earth, the dragons summoned, are not powerful. My hometown Namek also has Dragon Balls, and the Dragon Balanga is more powerful than the Earth Dragons. 10 times stronger, there is no limit to the number of times to revive the dead." After talking about the god, he gave Piccolo a meaningful look. Tianjin Fan excitedly said, "Where is Namek? How can we reach Namek?" "The god of heaven is from the Namek planet. He came to the earth in the spaceship of the Namek planet, and the spaceship is still on the earth now. The spaceship has the interstellar coordinates of Namek. As long as you find the spaceship, you will reach Namek." Before the god had finished speaking, Tianjin Fan left the temple and flew to the ground. "I must find that spaceship." Tian Shen shook his head secretly. Tianjin Fan is really too impatient. Xiaming Feng got 1,000 fairy beans, and said to the gods and Immortal Karin, "God, Immortal Karin, I will take my leave." Xiaming Feng turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. Piccolo, Sun Wufan and others also left the temple together. After returning home, Xiaming Feng rushed to Zidu to find Buma's father, who needed a gravity room to practice martial arts. As soon as he arrived at Bulma's house, Bulma rushed out and threw himself into Xiaming Feng's arms. "Xiaming Feng, did you get injured in the fight with the Scions?" Bulma asked worriedly. Xiaming Feng said, "I'm fine. The Scions have been kicked out of the earth by me, everyone is safe." "Bulma, will your father build a gravity chamber?" Bulma said, "It's not difficult to build a gravity chamber. In fact, I can build it. As long as the structure of the space is changed, the gravity can be increased. How much gravity do you need? Bulma is a genius girl with great technological talent, and she created Dragon Ball radar by herself. Bulma's father invented the universal capsule and has a high level of attainment in space technology. Bulma was by his father's side since he was a child, so he naturally knows space very well. Xie Feng said, "How much gravity?" "The minimum is 1 gravity, and the maximum is 500 times the gravity. 500 times the gravity is enough for the time being." Bulma said, "Okay. I will build it for you now. But it will take 3 months." Xie Feng said with a smile, "Bulma, don't worry, 3 months is not a long time, I can wait. By the way, where I fought the Scions, there is a spaceship with advanced technology, you can take it back and study it. The technology of Frisia Legion is very powerful. Even if Nappa's spaceship is not the most advanced, its technological content should not be underestimated." Bulma thoroughly researched the spherical spaceship, and he should have gained a lot. Bulma's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Great! I haven't seen an alien spaceship yet. I really want to see how advanced their technology is." 3 months later, with the help of his father, Bulma finally built the gravity chamber that Xie Feng needed. "Xie Feng, come and see if the gravity chamber meets your requirements." "It was built according to your requirements." Bulma looked at the tall gravity chamber, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Xie Feng nodded and said, "I'll go in and give it a try." After entering the gravity room, Xie Feng turned on the double gravity, and suddenly felt the pressure in the air. Every cell is bearing the gravity, which is tens of millions of times stronger than weight training. Xie Feng moved qi and blood to control the qi in his body. Gravity allows the cells of the body to absorb energy quickly, making the body and strength constantly stronger. Xie Feng said excitedly, "The gravity chamber is really a good thing. After adapting to times the gravity, my skill will increase to a terrifying height. Even if I am not Frisia's opponent, escaping under his hands will definitely not be a problem. Time is always passing by unknowingly." Xie Feng practiced in the gravity room for 10 months, his strength increased tenfold, and his combat power has exceeded his cultivation has fallen into a bottleneck, and he needs to break through the bottleneck if he wants to make his martial arts advance by leaps and bounds again. At this time, Tianjin Fan also found the universe left by the gods as he wished, and obtained the interstellar coordinates of Namek. 1 year is up, Sun Wuhan and Bulma gathered 7 Dragon Balls and resurrected Sun Wukong. On this day, Xie Feng and Bulma had breakfast and were about to practice their swords when Sun Wukong came over suddenly and said, "Xie Feng, I plan to go to Namek with Tianjin Fan. You can go with us. Upload new books, ask for votes, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Sun Wukong practiced with King Ji for a year, and his combat power increased to more than He also learned the king of the world boxing and Yuankai bomb. Xie Feng estimated that Sun Wukong's sudden eruption might have a combat power of more than Go to Namek. Xie Feng hesitated for a while, but didn't agree right away. The Dragon Balls on Namek are powerful enough to grant 3 wishes. For those ambitious guys, Dragon Ball is a good thing to satisfy their selfish desires. But Xie Feng's wish cannot be fulfilled by Namek's Dragon Balonga. Xie Feng wants to comprehend the laws of space and time, and his combat power surpasses that of the god of destruction and Weiss, so it is impossible for Balonga to help him realize his wish. Xie Feng was still hesitating whether to go or not, but Bulma immediately said, "Wukong, are you going to Namek? I want to go too. This lady has grown up and has never left the earth. Namek must be very fun." Sun Wukong touched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Bulma, we went to Namek this time not to play, but to find the Dragon Ball of Namek and revive the dumplings." Xie Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Monkey King and the others go to Namek and meet Frisia. Facing Frisia now, Xiaming Feng was still a little afraid. After all, Frisia's fighting power was too terrifying. But Xiaming Feng's mind was like a knife, extremely firm. The moment a trace of fear appeared in his thoughts, it was cut off immediately. Having fear in your heart is not a good thing for your practice. Especially for swordsmen, with fear, swordsmanship is not pure. Cultivation is going against the sky. It is to constantly overcome the fear in the heart, let the will and body break through again and again, and finally evolve into a perfect life. My practice has reached a bottleneck, and it is not so easy to break through. Even if the gravity chamber does not help me a lot. Xiaming Feng smiled slightly. Going to Namek may make my martial arts and swordsmanship improve by leaps and bounds. Sun Wukong said happily, haha, Xiaming Feng, I knew you would agree. We all don't know what's going on Namek. The martial arts masters on earth are only you and me who are more powerful. Let's go together Namek, there is also a guide on the way. Xiaming Feng said, Wukong, you go and inform Tianjin Fan and the others that I can go together, but we need to build a spaceship. If Tianjin Fan can't wait, they can go first. It's the Namek round. Xiaming Feng intends to install the gravity chamber into the spacecraft. Bulma and his father have no experience in building spaceships, but Bulma and his father have already thoroughly understood the technology of the spherical spaceship left by Nappa. As long as there are enough materials, it is still easy to build a large spaceship of. Bulma smiled and said, don't worry, Xiaming Feng, we'll be able to finish building the spaceship in less than half a month. We'll be able to travel in space then. Xiaming Feng stayed with Sun Wukong to eat a sumptuous meal, and Sun Wukong got up to leave at night. 3 days later, Sun Wukong came to Zidu again and found Xiaming Feng. Xiaming Feng, Tianjin Fan, and Biclan have already left the earth, and they are on the spaceship left by the gods. Xiaming Feng asked, Wukong, why didn't you leave with Tianjin Fan and the others? Sun Wukong laughed and said, of course I want to leave the earth with you. Xiaming Feng shook his head and said, forget it. Wukong, you won't lie at all. If you don't go with Tianjin Fan and the others, have you taken a fancy to the gravity room? Alright, let me lend you my gravity room, enter it by yourself. Ever since Sun Wukong knew that Xiaming Feng was using the gravity chamber to practice martial arts, he immediately became interested. After entering the gravity room to practice once, Monkey King fell in love with the feeling of continuous breakthrough in combat power. It's really great to have great power and keep surpassing yourself. Sun Wukong laughed and said, if so, then thank you. Sure enough, as Boomer expected, the spaceship was built in half a month. Bulma took out a universal capsule and said to Xiaming Feng, this is our spaceship. My father and I installed the spaceship in the universal capsule, which is very convenient to carry. The technological content contained in this spaceship is far beyond the technology of today's Earth. Xiaming Feng said, prepare supplies, we will set off tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Xiaming Feng, Bulma, Sun Wukong, and even Kikai came with Sun Wufan. Xiaming Feng hadn't planned to take Sun Wuhan with him. Although Sun Wuhan was a fighting genius, he was too young to fight against an overlord like Frisia. His little fighting power would be useless at all. Will Gohan go with you too? Xiaming Feng asked. Sun Wukong said a little embarrassedly, Gohan himself asked to go. Kikai also agreed, saying that Gohan will become a great scholar in the future. This time, he will leave the Earth and travel to the universe. This may be the only time in his life. Opportunity. It is very beneficial for Gohan to increase his knowledge. Xiaming Feng sighed, we are not going this time for travel, maybe there is a huge crisis on Namek. Sun Wukong shook his hand, it doesn't matter. Aren't you and I still on this journey? With the fighting power of the two of us, we can definitely protect Bulma and Gohan. Kikai handed Sun Wuhan to Wukong, and said, Wukong, in the universe, he is no different than the Earth. No matter what happens, you must take good care of Wuhan, understand? Harry, after you come back, I will never forgive you. Sun Wuhan said awkwardly, Kikai, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Wuhan. Buma's parents are also asking Xia Mingfeng to take good care of Buma. After all, Xia Mingfeng is Bulma's boyfriend now, and when he arrives on Namek, Xia Mingfeng is Bulma's only reliance. Xia Mingfeng assured Bulma's parents, don't worry, you two elders, I will definitely guarantee Bulma's safety. Boom! The huge spacecraft rushed out of the atmosphere, left the Earth, and flew towards the Namek planet. The speed is not bad. Xia Mingfeng sat on the sofa of the spaceship, looked at the dark space outside the tempered glass, and said lightly, it has almost reached % of the speed of light. At our speed, it will take less than 2 months to reach Namek. Our speed is faster than Tianjin Rice and the others, maybe we will reach Namek before them. Sitting beside Xia Mingfeng, Bulma said confidently, of course, this spaceship was jointly built by Miss Ben and my father. If it wasn't for the lack of energy collected, we could definitely increase the speed to above the speed of light. Buma doesn't understand martial arts. But when it comes to science and technology, Buma beats Xia Mingfeng by 100 blocks. Gaku! A strange voice sounded in the spaceship, and Monkey King stood up excitedly, Master Realm King. The King of the Realm sent a voice transmission to Sun Wukong, Xia Mingfeng, and others, Wukong, Xia Mingfeng, you should not go to Namek anymore. The spaceship of the Universe Emperor Frisia is rushing to Namek. If you go, you will meet Frisia and the others. Universe Emperor Frisia. Sun Wukong said, what an arrogant name. So, this Frisia is very powerful? Haha, my martial arts are stronger now than before, and I want to fight this Frisia. Let's compete. The King of the Realm said via voice transmission, Wukong, don't mess around. Frisia's horror is beyond your comprehension. If you meet him, you will definitely die. Xia Mingfeng said, Lord Realm King, stop talking. We must go to Namek. I don't know the purpose of Sun Wukong going to Namek, but the purpose of my going is to meet Frisia for a while. I am very aware of Frisia's horror, and it is precisely because he scares me that I have to face him. Otherwise, my sword practice will stop, and maybe even go backwards. In the face of fear, in addition to shrinking, there is only one way to overcome fear. Xia Mingfeng obviously wanted to choose the latter, he didn't want to be a coward. Sun Wukong said loudly, Xia Mingfeng, you are very good. Since Frisia is so powerful, we must go to see him, otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity? The King of the Realm roared, Frisia is a crazy guy who fights and destroys everywhere. He is lawless and disregards the balance of the universe. I didn't expect that you two are also crazy. We tell you that you will die if you go to Namek deal. On a tiny planet, the North Realm King's chunky body was constantly shaking with excitement. He was really pissed off by these two ignorant guys, Monkey King and Xia Mingfeng. In the spaceship, Monkey King said, Xia Mingfeng, do you want to go to the gravity room now? Xia Mingfeng shook his head, you go first. After you come out, I will enter the gravity room. Sun Wukong said, then I will not be polite. I never thought that I would meet a guy like Frisia when I went to Namek. The Emperor of the Universe, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Xia Mingfeng and Sun Wukong used the gravity chamber alternately. Every few days, Xia Mingfeng would discuss martial arts with Sun Wukong. One of them is a swordsmanship genius, and the other is a martial arts wizard. The exchanges between the two have gained a lot. However, Sun Wukong prefers to crush his opponents with powerful skills and strength, while Xia Mingfeng's swordsmanship involves the spiritual level, the unity of man and sword, the unity of heaven and man, and sword intent, etc., which Sun Wukong doesn't understand very well. With the gravity chamber and the pressure brought by Frisia, Sun Wukong's strength has increased rapidly, and his combat power has exceeded 20. Xia Mingfeng's fighting power has only reached 16, but Xia Mingfeng used swordsmanship to fight Monkey King, and his killing power is still higher than Monkey King. Scions are really an enviable nation. Sun Wukong's combat power has improved so quickly. Xie Mingfeng was very envious of Scion's physique. My willpower can only control the combat power of 16, even if I enter the gravity room, cultivation is useless. If you want to improve your strength by leaps and bounds, you can only let your willpower break through again, and maybe you can break through the limits of your body by comprehending the sword intent. Essence, energy, and spirit are one, and if the spiritual level cannot be broken through, the physical strength naturally cannot be broken through. Because Xie Mingfeng and Monkey King are not following the same path, Monkey King doesn't need to comprehend the law, but only needs to continuously increase his strength and make his body stronger. However, if Xie Mingfeng wants to comprehend the laws of the universe, he must pay attention to both mentally and physically. Bulma checked the interstellar coordinates of Namek, and said to Xie Mingfeng, "Xie Mingfeng, in 3 days, we will arrive at Namek." Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I will let Wukong come out of the gravity chamber now. In 3 days, we can no longer practice crazily, but have to rest well and nourish our spirits. Only in this way can we exert our fighting power to the extreme. Ask for tickets, ask for collection." End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Xie Mingfeng's Potential. Chapter 7 Xie Mingfeng's Potential. Frisia's spaceship is docked in the outer space of Namek. Frisia sits on his unique throne, his tail wagging constantly. "Have you not found any news about Dar?" Frisia asked lightly. The cosmic people around were trembling, for fear that King Frisia would suddenly kill them. It is well known that Frisia likes to kill his subordinates for no reason. Except for Champal, Dodoria, and the Jinnu team, the other cosmonauts are not afraid to see Frisia. A cosmic person in charge of scouting the news said respectfully, "Go back to King Frisia. Prince Dar has been seriously injured and returned to the Legion to heal his wounds. After leaving again, we have never found any news about him." Frisia licked his lips with a bright red tongue, and said with a sneer, "It seems that Dal has discovered the monitor in the spaceship and pulled it out. However, even if Dal's whereabouts cannot be found, my lord can guess it. Where has he been? Last time Dal, Nappa, and Raditz went to a planet called Earth. They said that there are dragon balls on the Earth, and they can summon dragons that can satisfy anyone's wishes. Hehe, I checked the database. According to the information, in the entire universe, only the Namek race can make dragon balls. My Majesty concludes that there must be dragon balls on Namek. As for Dal, he must have gone to Namek to look for dragon balls." Snapped. Frisia's tail exerted a little force, splitting the ground. "Dragon balls belong to my great king." Frisia had great desire in his eyes. "I, Frisia, want to live forever. Only in this way can I surpass my brother Gula and father King Kurd." All the people in the universe immediately said respectfully, "King Frisia will definitely become the strongest in the universe." Frisia laughed loudly and said, "Haha, come to planet Namek right away." After the spaceship landed on the Namek planet, Shangbo and Dodolia took the cosmic people to look for the dragon balls, and killed every village they encountered after getting the dragon balls. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Sun Wufan felt a strong aura as soon as they arrived on Namek. This aura was very evil. Both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong were shocked. "Wukong, can you feel it? It's such a powerful and evil aura." Xie Mingfeng's eyes were solemn. "That powerful and evil aura is definitely Frisia." Both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong's perception and control of qi have reached a state of perfection. Of course, the two of them can easily feel Frisia's powerful breath. The enemy they valued was only Frisia, the emperor of the universe. As for Shangbo, Dodoria, and the Jinnu team, they didn't pay attention at all. Sun Wukong frowned. A lot of auras on Namek suddenly disappeared. It seems that Frisia's men are killing people continuously. "Xie Mingfeng, let's split up and we must stop them from killing again. If everyone on Namek is dead, it's useless for us to find dragon balls. After the creator of the Dragon Balls dies, the Dragon Balls turn into stone. Xia Feng nodded and said, "Okay. I'll take Bulma with you, and you take Gohan. When you encounter a strong enemy, you will explode your anger. After I sense it, I will rush over to join you." Xia Feng put the spaceship into the universal capsule, put it in his pocket, and then left with Bulma turned into a sword light. Xia Feng and Bulma came to a village full of killed Nameeks. Neither children nor the elderly were spared. Bulma said angrily, "Frieza is such a mad guy, he even killed people indiscriminately, even children." Xia Feng said, "Bulma, you underestimate Frieza. To him, killing people is as simple as drinking water. If he hadn't found all the Dragon Balls, Frieza might have already destroyed Namek. Gone." When they came to the next village, Xia Feng and Bulma finally stopped the cosmic beings who were attacking. These guys are all under Frieza's subordinates, and they can be said to be full of evil. "You two guys, you shouldn't be from the Namek." A cosmic man said loudly to Xia Feng and Bulma, "We are just causing trouble for the Namek, get out of here, otherwise, it will be your death." It's not that the cosmic man realized his conscience and didn't attack Xia Feng and Bulma, but that Frieza had already issued a death order, and if they couldn't find the 7 Dragon Balls, they didn't want to live. Finding Dragon Balls is now the top priority, and I really don't want to make extra troubles. The Namekian village chief held a basketball-sized Dragon Ball, looked at the cosmic people cautiously, his eyes were full of despair. "I can die, but I must not let the Dragon Ball fall into the hands of those demons." Xia Feng smiled slightly, "You little fellows, I'm not interested in killing you, get out of here, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The cosmic man pressed the detector next to his ear, and Bulma's fighting strength was 18, while Xia Feng, as a man, had only 5 fighting strength. The cosmic man sneered, "Bastard, you startled me. I thought you were some kind of powerful person. I didn't expect you to be a scum with only 5 combat powers. Go to hell." Universe fired a Qigong bomb, trying to kill Xia Feng with one move. A cold light flashed in Xia Feng's eyes, the long sword in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath, his body seemed to turn into a breeze, several sword lights appeared, and those cosmic beings were all cut in half. The few surviving Namek children were stunned and looked at Xia Feng with admiration. "That's amazing. Those cosmic beings are demon-like characters, killing the Namekians is like killing chickens," but they were all killed by Xia Feng with a few swords. Xia Feng's strength was completely engraved in the depths of their souls. Holding the Dragon Ball, the village chief thanked Xia Feng and Bulma, "You two saved our lives and killed these demons. We have nothing to repay, so I will give you the Dragon Ball from our village. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ball needs 7. Only one can summon the dragon, and I don't know if you can still collect 7 Dragon Balls." Xia Feng took the Dragon Balls with a smile and said, "Don't worry, village chief, we will definitely collect all 7 Dragon Balls." Xia Feng said to Bulma, "Bulma, put the Dragon Balls in the universal capsule, don't lose it." "Where do we go next?" Boomer asked. Xia Feng smiled slightly, "Let's go to the Great Elder first, and then wait until Frieza comes to the door. Since he was injured and had a Dragon Ball, Frieza will definitely find him. Instead of going to Frieza, it would be better if Frieza delivered it himself." Sensing the aura of the Great Elder, Xia Feng took Bulma and flew towards him at a very fast speed. As soon as they arrived at the Great Elder's residence, a combat-type Namek stopped Xia Feng and Bulma. "Stop! This is where the Great Elder lives. You are not allowed to come here, so leave quickly." The voice of the Great Elder came from the room, "Niru, let the 2 friends from the earth come in, they will not hurt me." Niru stepped out of the way. Xia Feng and Bulma entered the house, saw the Great Elder, and said, "Great Elder, it is said that you can develop human potential. I wonder if you can help me see if there is any potential in my body that can be developed." The Great Elder glanced at Xia Feng, and said gently, "Mysterious Earthlings, I can't even see your future. This is the first time I have encountered a situation in my life. The Great Elder has several strange abilities, and predicting the future is one of them. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, the Great Elder is joking, I am just an ordinary earthling. The Great Elder shook his head, you are not ordinary. Well, let me see how your potential is. Xiaming Feng walked over, and the Elder's hand pressed Xiaming Feng's head, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead, what a sharp breath. Earthlings, your sword skills are amazing, and your potential is so huge that it shocked me. Xiaming Feng felt that his willpower was being pulled by a strange energy, and he broke through instantly. My willpower has actually broken through. Xiaming Feng was shocked, my physical strength can be strengthened again. His willpower broke through the limit, and Xiaming Feng was able to control a combat power of 50. A combat power of 50 is an extremely terrifying value. Frisia has such strength without transforming himself. Xiaming Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and calmed down his mood. Thank you, Great Elder. The Great Elder shook his head and said, people on earth, the stronger your strength, the greater the benefit to Namek. I hope it can block the demons that descend on Namek. The demon the Great Elder mentioned refers to Frisia. Xiaming Feng improved his combat effectiveness with the Great Elder, but Monkey King fought against the Jinud team. Sun Wukong doesn't use Jiwangkan, but he still has a combat power of 20. Such a powerful strength will definitely crush the Jinud team. You 5 are not my opponents, leave Namek, I won't kill you. Sun Wukong stared at Captain Jinyu and said coldly. Sun Wukong's benevolent mistake has committed again. He could have killed 5 of them, but because he couldn't bear it, he let them go. Captain Jinyu used the detector to check the combat power of Sun Wukong when he broke out, and fear rose in his heart. 20 combat power? In the universe, apart from King Frisia, I should be the strongest. King Frisia is only 53. How could this guy have a fighting power of 20? Captain Jinyu is short-sighted and thinks he is the second most powerful person in the universe. Although Captain Jinyu refused to admit it, he was sure in his heart that it was true. Monkey King did have a combat power of 20. Just now, Monkey King's burst of powerful energy made him breathless. That feeling could not be an illusion. If I can get his body, wouldn't I be able to have 20 fighting strength? Captain Jinyu looked at Monkey King, thinking about it, and wanted to use the trick of soul transformation to take Monkey King's body back. Finally, Captain Jinyu activated the soul transformation at the moment Sun Wukong relaxed. It's a pity that he underestimated Monkey King's soul strength. Sun Wukong and Xiaming Feng exchanged martial arts. Although they didn't understand sword intent and the unity of man and nature, it also strengthened his spirit a lot. Without Xiaming Feng's mind cultivation experience, Sun Wukong would definitely fall for the trick, but now, Captain Jinyu's soul transformation on Sun Wukong is simply courting death. Captain Jinyu's soul was shocked by Sun Wukong's spirit, and he let out a scream. Ask for tickets, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Frisia wants to do it himself. Chapter 8 Frisia wants to do it himself. Kindness. Xiaming Feng felt that Sun Wukong's anger exploded suddenly. He was startled, and said to Bulma, Bulma, Wukong is using his full strength, he is in trouble. Let's go over. Without waiting for Bulma to speak, Xiaming Feng took her to perform Wukong technique, and disappeared into the residence of the Great Elder in the form of a sword light. The Great Elder knew that Xiaming Feng was not easy, but seeing his speed, his eyes were still filled with shock. What a fast speed, what a powerful earthling. In the future, as long as Xiaming Feng does not die early, there will definitely be him among the strongest in the universe. A location. What is the strongest in the universe? It is a superpower who has comprehended a complete law, such as God of Destruction and Weiss. The two of them are the strongest in the universe. Neilu was still a little proud in his heart. He is a rare fighting talent among the Namekians, but after seeing Xiaming Feng's strength, the arrogance in his heart disappeared without a trace. Compared with Xiaming Feng, Neil knew that his little combat power was really nothing. Arrive! Xiaming Feng hugged Bulma and descended to Monkey King's side. Seeing the two, Gohan said happily, "Bulma, Uncle Xiaming Feng." Xiaming Feng nodded to Wuhan and said with a smile, "Gohan, are you all right?" Sun Wuhan shook his head and said, "My father and I are fine. Those 5 guys actually wanted to kill me and my father, but they were defeated by my father." Jinyu lay on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. The other 4 Jinyu members looked at Monkey King with fear in his eyes. They knew that Sun Wukong blocked Jinyu's soul conversion and seriously injured Jinyu. "Wukong, what's going on?" Xiaming Feng asked. Sun Wukong recounted what happened, and finally said, "They are not my opponents at all, I plan to let them go." Xiaming Feng sneered, "Wukong, you are really a kind woman. The Jinyu team is the ace unit under Frisia's command. They helped Frisia expand his territory. Many civilizations on the planet were destroyed by them. You plan to let them go without such a person who commits all kinds of evil? Do you really think Frisia is a living bodhisattva? Since you don't want to do anything, let me do it. Today, no matter what, I won't let them leave alive." Xiaming Feng drew out his long sword, his body turned into a stream of light, and killed the Jinyu team members. The Jinyu team was only afraid of Monkey King, and Xiaming Feng's combat power was only 5. Even if Xiaming Feng's speed surprised them, they didn't think Xiaming Feng was very powerful. When Xiaming Feng erupted, the sword energy streaked across the space, making them feel the pain of being cut. Only then did they realize that Xiaming Feng was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Xiaming Feng was even more terrifying than Monkey King. "This guy with a sword is too powerful, we are not opponents. Run away. Escape separately. Escape one by one." Xiaming Feng sneered and ran away separately. Useless. Bart and Gudu are 2 of the more peculiar members of Jinyu's team. Known for his speed, Bart claims to be the fastest man in the universe. Gudu held his breath, allowing a small area of time to pause. The 2 were still vulnerable to Xiaming Feng's swordsmanship. Xiaming Feng has not yet comprehended any laws of the universe, but he has reached a very high level of attainment in utilizing the surrounding space environment. The long sword drew a beautiful sword aura in the air, and the 4 Jinyu team members were instantly pierced by the sharp sword aura and died unexpectedly. Xiaming Feng. Sun Wukong sighed, and said, "In fact, there is no need to kill them, as long as their martial arts are abolished. Without martial arts cultivation, they can't do evil." Xiaming Feng sneered secretly, without speaking, but walked slowly towards Kainyu. Clang! Xiaming Feng struck out with a sword, and a translucent sword energy slashed towards Jinyu. Sun Wukong wants to block Xiaming Feng's attack and save Jinyu. Xiaming Feng's current willpower is no longer what it used to be, the fierce sword energy, and Monkey King's Qigong wave can't stop it at all. The sword energy pierced Wukong's Qigong wave and cut Jinyu in half. Sun Wukong frowned, he did not expect Xiaming Feng to be so murderous. "Xiaming Feng, there is no need to kill him. He is already seriously injured." Xiaming Feng said lightly, "Sun Wukong, your kindness as a woman will suffer greatly sooner or later." Great Elder's residence. As soon as Xiaming Feng and Bulma left, Vegeta came here, and he got the Dragon Ball from the Elder. Frisia found 5 Dragon Balls. Looking at the 5 orange-red Dragon Balls on the ground, Frisia's eyes were burning with strong desire. Collect the last 2 Dragon Balls, and this king will be able to summon the dragon. Then I, Frisia, will get the eternal immortality. Life, become the real king of the universe. Frisia claims to be the emperor of the universe, but he also knows in his heart that the universe is vast and boundless, and there are many more powerful people than himself. As long as he has eternal life, Frisia has the opportunity to surpass all powerhouses, the most true universe powerhouse. Damn it! Jinyu and Bart's chi completely disappeared. On the detector next to Frisia's ear, the battle value of the Jinyu team suddenly disappeared, and their names also became grey in the database. This shows that the Janut team has been wiped out. There was a cruel smile on the corner of Frisia's mouth. It seems that Namek is not as simple as the king imagined. Jinyu's combat power has exceeded 12, and there are still strong people on Namek who can kill him. Interesting, really interesting. King Frisia. Shambo and Dodoria are back. Where are the last 2 Dragon Balls? Frisia asked. Champo respectfully said, back to King Frisia, a Dragon Ball was taken away by Doll. Dodoria and I couldn't sense Doll's aura, so there was no way to find him. There is also a Dragon Ball, which the name Kian said was taken away by Doll. Taken away by an earthling with a sword. He couldn't be found either. Frisia laughed loudly. Doll, people on earth with swords, what are they? Dare to compete with the king for the Dragon Balls? Shangbo, Dodoria, take all of us and find them. Dragon Balls can only be my majesty, no one can stop me from gaining eternal life. A gleam of light appeared on Frisia's fingertips, which vaporized into a finger force. The strong finger force destroyed the distant mountains into powder. There was a loud noise between heaven and earth. Vegeta learned the technique of earth martial artists to control chi and hide chi. After he got a Dragon Ball, he hid it. Vegeta's ambition is no less than Frisia's. He also wants to obtain eternal life. Because only in this way can he surpass Frisia and kill Frisia. Frisia destroyed the Vegeta planet and destroyed the Scions. Vegeta knew the truth a long time ago, but he didn't dare to show the hatred in his heart. Now that he has a chance to surpass Frisia, he certainly won't let it go. Frisia, you already have 5 Dragon Balls, but as long as you don't collect all 7 Dragon Balls in one day, I have a chance to make a wish to the Dragon Balls. Vegeta clenched his fists, with madness in his eyes. As long as I Vegeta gained immortality, Frisia, your time of death is coming. The cosmonauts under Frisia launched a blanket search on Namek. As long as they found Vegeta and Xia Feng, they would send a letter to Frisia. No matter how Xia Feng and Vegeta hide, they will always be found. What's more, Xia Feng didn't even think about hiding. He came to Namek just to fight Frisia and get rid of the fear in his heart. Several cosmic beings found the traces of Xia Feng and Monkey King, and immediately notified Frisia. Xia Feng said to Sun Wukong, take Wufan and go to the Great Elder right away. The Great Elder can stimulate the potential in the human body. I believe he will definitely make your combat power improve by leaps and bounds. You will soon face Frisia. As a cosmic emperor, if we improve our combat power, we will have a better chance of winning. Sun Wukong's martial arts foundation is as solid as Xia Feng's, and coupled with the physique of a scion, Xia Feng is very curious about what level Sun Wukong's combat power can be improved after being stimulated by the Great Elder. Sun Wukong nodded and said, okay. Xia Feng's willpower broke through the limit, and after a period of time absorbing cosmic energy, his combat power has reached 50, which Monkey King is very envious of. Now that he knows that the Great Elder can stimulate people's potential, of course he will take Gohan to the Great Elder. Xia Feng was worried about Bulma and the others, but he was not worried about the safety of the Grand Elder. The Dragon Balls can only work if the Grand Elder is alive. Neither Frisian nor Vegeta will kill the Grand Elder immediately after getting the Dragon Balls. Unless they give up the desire in their hearts and no longer use Dragon Ball. Frisia looked calm, but now everyone knows that he is very anxious. Dragon Ball is related to his eternal life. Even if Frisia is the emperor of the universe, he can't keep calm, and he has even reached the verge of eruption deep in his heart. The Earthlings with swords have been found. Dal has been found. The 2 messages were sent almost simultaneously. Frisia's eyes burst into light, and he disappeared from the throne of the spaceship in an instant, turning into a stream of light and flying towards Vegeta's coordinates. Dal, today is the day when all Scions will be exterminated. Frisia sneered, as long as you kill the Scion Prince, there will be no more Scions in the entire universe. Frisia hates traitors the most. As long as he catches traitors, he will definitely kill them with the cruelest means. Vegeta's betrayal made Frisia furious. As for the sword-wielding earthman Xie Mingfeng, Frisia planned to get rid of Vegeta before going to him. Frisia's thin body flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed and landed in front of Vegeta. Vegeta just killed Champo and Dodoria at this time. Champo and Dodoria didn't take Vegeta seriously, but they didn't expect that after Vegeta went to Earth, his combat power would far surpass them. They died at the hands of Vegeta, careless and wronged. Seeing Frisia, Vegeta was shocked, and quickly took a few steps back. Frisia came so fast that Vegeta didn't have time to escape. Frisia glanced at the corpses of Shambo and Dodoria, and smiled cruelly at Vegeta. Brother Dal, I haven't seen you for a few months. I didn't expect that you have become so much stronger. You left without saying goodbye, which will make the king a while. It's easy to find. Shambo and Dodoria are also useless. If you die, you will die. As long as you hand over the Dragon Balls, the king will not only spare your life, but also let you succeed Shambo and Dodoria in Frisia. Position in the Legion. What do you think? Vegeta took a deep breath and said with a sneer, Frisia, I'm not that stupid. If you hand over the Dragon Ball, you will definitely let me go. As long as the Dragon Ball is still in my hands, you, Frisia, will be considered a great man. Don't dare to kill me if you can. I'm dead, Frisia, don't even try to collect 7 Dragon Balls. Ask for tickets, ask for collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 The Only Chance to Counterattack. Chapter 9 The Only Chance to Counterattack. Frisia's aura shield was easily cut by the sword light, and Xie Mingfeng smiled, thinking that he could prevent Frisia from transforming. As the saying goes, people are not as good as heaven. Things often change at the most critical moment. The tip of the sword was getting closer and closer to Frisia's throat, but when the tip reached an inch in front of Frisia's neck, it couldn't penetrate anymore. Xie Mingfeng's face changed, and he stabbed with all his strength, but was blocked. How could Frisia's aura have such a strong defensive ability? Xie Mingfeng was shocked. Frisia looked at Xie Mingfeng with a sneer in his eyes, and suddenly shouted. The aura on his body became stronger again. Under the action of the aura, the boulders on the ground slowly floated up, as if they had lost gravity. Boom! Xie Mingfeng was bounced off by Frisia's powerful aura, and flew back far away. Frisia, the transformation was successful. Xie Mingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a look of unwillingness. There was no way, Xie Mingfeng couldn't break Frisia's body shield at all. Frisia's body became even smaller, which seemed cute. If one doesn't know his background, who would know that such a cute guy is actually the demon Frisia in the universe? Click! Frisia clenched his fist slightly, and there was a crisp sound between the bones. Xie Mingfeng, the way I am now is my ultimate state. Frisia looked at Xie Mingfeng and smiled. How about it, are you scared? Your strength is considered very strong in the universe, and you can actually force this king to change. Your body is in the ultimate state, otherwise, you really can't stop your swordsmanship. You can die in the hands of me, Frisia, and it's a worthy death. Xie Mingfeng adjusted his breathing to remove all the tension and fear in his heart, making his body and mind calm. Nothing can stop Frisia from transforming, and the only thing he can do now is fight to the death. Nervousness, fear, these negative emotions will affect the display of strength. The final state of battle is that the heart is like still water. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship and speed are very fast. If he doesn't confront Frisia head-on, he may not have a chance of survival. Xie Mingfeng thought to himself, using the aura shield to the extreme will consume a lot of energy. I don't believe Frisia will open the aura shield every moment. Xie Mingfeng can also use the aura shield, but there is no need for that. The defensive ability of the aura shield may not be as strong as that of swordsmanship. More importantly, using the aura shield consumes too much energy, which is not conducive to protracted warfare. As long as Frisia has a flaw, Xie Mingfeng will definitely unleash another crazy blow. Sun Wukong is still stimulating his potential with the Great Elder. If Sun Wukong comes, Xia Feng will be much more relaxed. Call out. Frisia disappeared. Xia Feng's physical and mental state seemed loose but not loose. As soon as Frisia moved, Xia Feng immediately avoided. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. Bang! Frisia's fist hit empty, and did not touch Xia Feng's body. Xia Feng's speed is actually faster than mine? How is this possible? Frisia's pupil shrank. His expression in disbelief. You must know that you are now in the ultimate form, and both your strength and your speed have been doubled. Although the punch just now did not use all his strength, it was not something Xia Feng could dodge. However, after several consecutive punches, all of them were empty. Xia Feng adjusted his body and spirit to the best state, and closed his eyes slightly. Ah! Frisia looked at Xia Feng, who was not far away, and yelled frantically, "There is such a thing? I don't believe it. Xia Feng, your speed is not as fast as mine, but you can avoid my fist. Why?" Xia Feng's speed is indeed not as fast as Frisia's, but Xia Feng's mental state is higher than Frisia's. Xia Feng has not yet achieved the true unity of man and nature, but he has also mastered the agility at the level of artistic conception. Xia Feng knows the environment within 3 feet around his body like the palm of his hand. Even if a mosquito entered the range, Xia Feng's spirit could sense it. Frisia's attack was fierce and domineering, and his punches could cause the air to explode violently. Before Frisia got close, Xia Feng had already avoided it. This already has a bit of a prophetic meaning. Xia Feng calmly said, "Frisia, I admit that you are powerful. You transformed into the ultimate form. I am absolutely no match. Even if you hit me once, I will die. But the fact is, you want to. It may not be possible to kill me, unless my physical strength is exhausted and I can no longer move." "Impossible! Impossible!" Frisia roared angrily, "Your combat power is only 50, and now I have tens of millions of combat power with a single blow. How could you escape?" Xia Feng smiled slightly, "That's because, Frisia, you believe in power too much. You are just a reckless man with brute force. No matter how much I tell you, you won't understand." Xia Feng attaches great importance to strength, but he values the spiritual realm even more. Because he wants to comprehend the laws of the universe. The strength of any practitioner is vulnerable to the laws of the universe. Only by mastering the laws of the universe can one obtain the source of power. Swish! Frisia shot out red energy from his fingertips, attacking Xia Feng. Xia Feng turned into afterimages in the air, moving around in a small range, avoiding all the energy. Rumble! The vigor bombarded the mountains, the ground, and the water in the distance, and mushroom clouds exploded. The powerful destructive force blasted Namek beyond recognition. Xia Feng said, "Frisia, your attack power is really strong. You can kill a strong man with a combat power of over 1,000,000 with a random blow, but unfortunately, you can't hit me. It's just doing some useless work. Keep talking and running on, Frisia. As long as Frisia is furious to the extreme, things are bound to go wrong. When Frisia made a mistake, it was Xia Feng's chance. There is only one chance. Once missed, Frisia can no longer be seriously injured." "You bastard!" The veins on Frisia's forehead bulged. "How dare you insult me like this? Today, I will definitely blow you to pieces." Kill! Frisia increased his speed to the extreme, and charged towards Xia Feng again. In Frisia's frenzied tsunami-like attack, Xia Feng was like a boat heaving with the huge waves, avoiding punches one after another. Xia Feng seemed to be calm and relaxed. But in fact he concentrated his spirit to the extreme. The body, eyesight, and spirit all paid attention to every movement of Frisia, calculating the angle, speed, and strength of each attack of Frisia in his mind. "Don't make a mistake, otherwise, Xia Feng will really die without a place to bury him. Between life and death, there is great terror." Fighting Frisia is like walking between life and death. Every muscle, bone, and even every cell in the body are closely coordinated, and Xie Mingfeng's willpower is also slowly breaking through. Xie Mingfeng's physical strength and mental strength were exhausted very quickly, and in another quarter of an hour, his physical strength would be exhausted. If Frisia doesn't attack at that time, he will fall down by himself. Frisia finally concentrated all his strength on his fist. His body's defense is full of flaws. The moment he stops attacking is the beginning of my counterattack. Xie Mingfeng made up his mind that as long as Frisia stops attacking, I thrust out a sword with all my strength. In any case, it must be seriously injured. Xie Mingfeng calculated well, but there is one condition, that is, Frisia stops within a quarter of an hour, otherwise, Xie Mingfeng's physical strength and energy will be exhausted, and there will be no chance to fight back. After a few minutes, Frisia finally stopped attacking. Xie Mingfeng still looked calm and composed, but dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, which shows that the dodging just now was not easy. Xie Mingfeng, my lord can feel that you are almost unable to suppress the chaotic breath in your body. It seems that your combat power has been consumed too much. Poor strength, after all, is poor strength, and you are about to die in the king's hands. Frisia said loudly with a cruel smile on his lips. Frisia saw it very accurately. Xie Mingfeng's breathing was about to become chaotic. If the breath is confused, the breath of the body will be confused. As long as a person is out of breath, the rhythm of the body will be disordered. Kindness? Xie Mingfeng's eyes lit up, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally appeared. Kill. Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath, bursting out with all the vigor and energy in his body, and stabbed out the sword of the unity of man and nature. Xie Mingfeng had waited too long for this sword. Frisia's pupils shrank, Xie Mingfeng seemed to turn into a bright sword light, and then disappeared all of a sudden. So fast! Xie Mingfeng's sword posed a great threat to Frisia. Open the aura shield? Dodge the attack? It's too late. Frisia and Xie Mingfeng were less than 50 meters apart. With Xie Mingfeng's speed, the distance of 50 meters is really too short, and he arrived in an instant. Even with Frisia's strength, he couldn't avoid that fatal blow. Frisia felt a chill on his tail, and a sharp pain passed through his mind. I was hit by the sword. Frisia said with shock in his eyes. Xie Mingfeng cut off Frisia's tail with a sword, but he didn't feel the slightest joy in his heart. Originally, Xie Mingfeng attacked Frisia's waist. As long as he stabs the waist, Frisia's internal organs will be injured. Even if he does not die, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. But at the last moment, Frisia avoided the waist, only the tail was cut off. With a stab of the sword, Xie Mingfeng's energy was exhausted, his body could no longer maintain suspension in the air, and fell freely to the ground. What? Frisia clenched his fists, raised his head to the sky and let out a mournful roar. Xie Mingfeng, you actually cut off my king's tail. It's unforgivable. Frisia stared at Xie Mingfeng, with a venomous gleam in his eyes. His resentment towards Xie Mingfeng had reached the limit that his heart could bear. Xie Mingfeng smiled wryly in his heart. Unfortunately, he just cut off Frisia's tail. If he stabbed him in the waist and injured Frisia's internal organs, he might have won. Not to mention stabbing the waist and seriously injuring the internal organs, even cutting off Frisia's hands and feet would be fine, as Frisia's combat effectiveness would drop sharply. Unfortunately, there is no chance to come again. Die! Frisia's palm condensed into a huge qigong bomb, and frantically attacked Xie Mingfeng. If this blow is done for real, not only will Xie Mingfeng's body be blown into powder, but even the Namek planet will be greatly damaged. A milky white streamer flashed, someone rescued Xie Mingfeng. Sun Wukong was wearing a red martial arts uniform, standing on the ground, holding Xie Mingfeng in one hand, but staring at Frisia, his face full of dignity. Xie Mingfeng, that short guy is Frisia? Sun Wukong asked. He doesn't look too scary, I didn't expect that powerful aura to be so evil. When Monkey King appeared, Xia Mingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, his fate was saved. Wukong, put me on the ground. I'll eat a fairy bean first to restore my strength. Xia Mingfeng said weakly. Sun Wukong nodded and said, okay. You rest first, that guy Frisia, leave it to me. Sun Wukong was inspired by the Great Elder's potential. At this moment, his combat power has reached more than 80. He is now full of confidence. Facing the big devil Frisia, he has no fear at all, and there is only a touch of excitement. Xia Mingfeng ate a fairy bean, and his physical strength recovered immediately, but he needed to adjust his breath due to mental fatigue. Wukong, don't be careless. Frisia is more terrifying than we imagined. You go against him for a while, and I will join hands with you to deal with him after I finish adjusting my breath. Xia Mingfeng sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Comprehending Sword Intent. Chapter 10 Comprehending Sword Intent. Frisia thought that Xia Mingfeng was exhausted and could kill him with one blow, but he didn't expect Xia Mingfeng to be given away at the most critical moment. Being able to save people from Frisia is not something ordinary people can do. In the universe, when did masters become so worthless? Frisia stared at Monkey King, feeling incredible. In the entire galaxy, there are only a handful of powerhouses with a combat power exceeding 1 million, and Frisia knows all of them. With Xia Mingfeng's swordsmanship cultivation, it is absolutely possible to kill a strong man with a combat power of 1 million. Now there is another guy wearing a red martial arts uniform. Frisia asked, "Who are you?" Frisia thought Sun Wukong looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he saw it. Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback, and replied, "I grew up on the earth, so I can be said to be a person from the earth. But recently, some people called me cockroach and said that I am a scion. Actually, I am also very puzzled. Who is it? Scion?" A figure flashed in Frisia's mind, and his eyes widened suddenly. "It's you. You are the scion who fought with Frisia's army to the last moment on planet Vegeta." No, you are younger than him too much, although you look exactly the same. You should be his son." "Yes, it must be." Sun Wukong frowned and said, "Frisia, do you still want to fight?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Frisia laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I never thought that besides Doll, there are scions in the universe. You scions are really hard-fated. No matter how hard I kill you, I won't be able to kill them cleanly. If that's the case, then I will send you there. Meet your father." A small Qigong bomb appeared in Frisia's palm, and then it swelled instantly, like a huge meteorite, charging towards Monkey King with the momentum of thunder. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and shouted, "Came Pai Qigong." A half-meter thick milky white beam of energy shot up into the sky, blocking Frisia's Qigong bomb. Sun Wukong's current Kampai Qigong is stronger than when he was on the ground. Xia Mingfeng sensed the energy in that beam of light, and was a little terrified. Sun Wukong is indeed a fighting genius. I hope he can successfully break through and become a super scion in the battle with Frisia. Xia Mingfeng glanced at Sun Wukong, closed his eyes again, and continued to adjust his breath and nourish his spirit. Xia Mingfeng is envious of Scion's physique, but not jealous. Negative emotions are the easiest to expand the hatred in the heart. Hatred makes people hideous. If you want to achieve something in martial arts, or even realize the laws of the universe, you can only be calm. Righteousness, close to the Tao. With a righteous heart, you will naturally be close to the way of heaven. The fighting in the air continued. "Damn guy!" Frisia roared in the air, "You, a scion monkey, how could you be so fast?" Compared with Xia Mingfeng, Sun Wukong's speed was not slow at all. Sharing martial arts experience with Xia Mingfeng, Sun Wukong didn't understand Xia Mingfeng's martial arts path, but he also benefited a lot. "Ui." This was said by Xia Mingfeng, and Sun Wukong thought it was very reasonable. Sun Wukong is stronger than Xie Mingfeng at this time, and his speed is not weaker than Xie Mingfeng. And he is a fighting genius in the first place. It is not so easy for Frisia to use his powerful strength to kill Monkey King. Sun Wukong sneered and said, "Why can't scions be so fast? Frisia, you are full of evil, maybe today is your death day." Frisia sneered and said, "It's up to you. You, a wild monkey, can kill me? You're the same as the guy with the sword just now. Your tone is really loud. I'm telling you, I only used half of my fighting power just now. That's all. Now, I want to use all my strength to kill you in one fell swoop, even if my strength exceeds the limit of my body." Monkey King's combat power and speed made Frisia feel uneasy, and he remembered the ancestral motto of the Frozen clan, "Be careful of super scions." Among the ancestral teachings of the Frozen clan, the super scion is invincible, the most powerful warrior in the universe. Sun Wukong's strength far exceeds the limit of ordinary scions. Could he be the legendary scions? Frisia decided to use % of his power, even if it caused huge damage to his body, he would kill Monkey King forever. In the distance, behind a hill, Vegeta is hiding here. He watched Sun Wukong and Frisia fight, and his heart was full of shock. Vegeta roared in his heart, "Kakarot!" It turns out that Kakarot's combat power has reached such a level that he can fight Frisia. "I am the Prince of the Scions, and I am the Prince of the Scions. It is the existence with the most hope of becoming a Super Scion, and the legendary Super Scion cannot be Kakarot at all." An earthling named Xie Mingfeng appeared, and Vegeta lost to him, so he accepted it. After all, Scions and Earthlings are not the same race. Every race will have a magical powerhouse. There are super scions among the scions, and there will also be super strong people in other races. Vegeta thinks this is not surprising. But what is Kakarot? He is just a low-level fighter. What qualifications does he have to surpass himself? The strength of Son Goku made Vegeta's mentality completely out of balance. What? Vegeta charged towards Frisia. He desperately wants to prove himself. Kakarot, a low-level fighter, can fight Frisia, and he, as a Scion Prince, can also. And it can do better than Kakarot. The powerful anger stimulated the potential in the body, and Vegeta's combat power rose steadily, and soon exceeded Dash. "Frisia, your opponent is me!" Vegeta yelled at Frisia. Frisia was taken aback for a moment. Vegeta ran out at this time, it was almost death. "Doll!" Frisia laughed loudly, "You idiot, if you keep hiding, you can live a little longer." Vegeta roared, "Kakarot is just a low-level fighter, and he can fight you inseparably. I am the Prince of the Scions. My fighting power will definitely surpass him, and even surpass you, Frisia. I'm going to kill you, Frisia, you destroyed planet Vegeta, I'm going to kill you." Frisia's eyes froze, and a Qigong wave erupted from his palm, immediately blasting Vegeta into the air. "Weak combat power! How dare you attack me? Who gave you the guts?" Frisia sneered, "I'll kill this scion named Kakarot and the guy with the sword later, and get the Dragon Ball after that, it will be the time of your death. This king will make the entire universe, there will be no more scions." "Ah!" Frisia clenched his fists with both hands, and the strength of his body exploded. Gradually, Frisia's body began to swell, and the powerful force made his body far overloaded. Veins appeared on Frisia's forehead. "Scions, and the earthling Xie Mingfeng who uses swords, my lord will show you what real power is." Frisia roared loudly, "As long as I use all my power, no matter how fast your speed is, it's useless. I'm going to kill you all and send you to hell." Frisia's formidable power aroused electric charges in the air, and a light blue electric light appeared around him, and the space was distorted because of the too strong power. Frisia's combat power at this time has exceeded 9,000 million, and has begun to climb towards the value of -million. "Sun Wukong!" Xie Mingfeng opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Attack!" Don't let Frisia increase his strength, otherwise we will die without a place to die. Frisia was right. When he used % strength, Sun Wukong and Xiaming Feng were twice as fast, and there was no way to escape. Break through all methods. When the power is strong to a certain extent, it is also very terrifying. Unless you have mastered the complete laws of the universe, you will not be afraid of any attack from any force. Sun Wukong said, "No, I must see Frisia's 100% power. Although I know it's terrible, and even we will die, but at this moment, I just hope to fight. Other things, if we can leave Namek alive, talk later." Xiaming Feng cursed secretly, "This guy, Monkey King, is really brainless. It is not Monkey King's style to take advantage of others' dangers. If Sun Wukong starts to attack now, maybe he will not continue to surpass himself in the future. It is stupid to face the enemy head-on, but it is also the best way to improve combat effectiveness." Xiaming Feng's eyes seemed to have a flash of sword light. Sun Wukong hasn't turned into a Super Saiyan yet, and Frisia has already started to exert % of his power. No, I can't pin all my hopes on Monkey King. Once he doesn't have time to become a Super Saiyan, I might really will be killed by Frisia. Xiaming Feng thought to himself. I must break through again. Xiaming Feng's spiritual will gradually strengthened, and he would break through at any time to comprehend the legendary sword intent. King of the North. The King of the North Realm was watching the battle on Namek, and Frisia's fighting power really scared him. Sun Wukong and Xiaming Feng are wizards, and Frisia is the real big devil. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he cannot be the opponent of the great demon king. Wukong, Xiaming Feng, you two, before Frisia has finished raising his power, hurry up and escape from planet Namek in a spaceship. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave. The voice of the King of the Northern Realm rang in the minds of Monkey King and Xiaming Feng. Sun Wukong said, "My lord, the stronger Frisia is, the more excited I am. I have a feeling that if I fight Frisia, as long as I don't die, my martial arts will reach a new level. This is an opportunity. I will not give up." Xiaming Feng also said, "Master Realm King, it is impossible for me to back down. Otherwise, I am not a qualified swordsman. If I fail in this battle, I will be benevolent. Either Frisia died, or he died." Xiaming Feng's thoughts were completely clear, his mind became extremely calm, and a sharp fluctuating aura began to appear on his body. Xiaming Feng, Sun Wukong, Frisia, and even Vegeta are all fighting against fate. Whoever surpasses himself first will win the final victory. Ha ha! Frisia laughed loudly and said, "My strength has been upgraded. Now I have % combat power. Scions, Earthlings, you two take it." At this time, Xiaming Feng's willpower made a breakthrough again, and the sword intent that he had never been able to comprehend before was suddenly comprehended. A dazzling sword light appeared on Xiaming Feng's body, like a sword lotus in full bloom, stunning, beautiful, perfect, and imposing like a rainbow. "Frisia, don't be too happy. Your death on Namek is an arrangement of fate. Even if you don't die by my sword, you will die by the hands of Monkey King." With a thought, Xiaming Feng flew up. Now he is not using Wukong technique, but sword intent. Using sword intent to fly, the speed is far higher than Wukong technique. After comprehending the sword intent, Xiaming Feng has the confidence to fight Frisia. As for the outcome, we will only know after the fight. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 The First Sword. Chapter 11 The First Sword. Back on Earth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the universe is vast and shocking, but only when we return to the Earth will our hearts be at peace. The moment Xiaming Feng returned to Earth, he found that his spiritual will had grown a lot. Sun Wuhan was caught by Kikai and went back to study, Krillin went back to Gaixianren, and Piccolo went to nowhere. Xiaming Feng went back home, and then followed Buma to the Universal Capsule Company, where he began to study space technology. Space technology is really not that easy to learn, many formulas and theorems Xie Mingfeng can't understand. Fortunately, he is Bulma's boyfriend. Bulma is very patient with him and can explain it to him repeatedly. Seeing Xie Mingfeng's appearance, Bulma's father shook his head secretly. Although Xie Mingfeng is a good kid, he is not born to be a scientist. As for martial arts and swordsmanship, Xie Mingfeng can understand it as soon as he learns it, and he can comprehend the essence after performing it a few times. However, Xie Mingfeng is extremely slow to respond to scientific knowledge. Facing Xie Mingfeng, Bulma lost confidence a little. In a large classroom, Bulma was wearing a black teacher's uniform, standing on the podium and explaining carefully to Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng was confused. Bulma, forget it. It seems that I am really not suitable for learning scientific knowledge. Xie Mingfeng said to Bulma suddenly, although space technology and space law lead to the same goal by different routes, they are different after all. I am too impatient. Maybe I am now. The strength of his spiritual will has not yet reached the level of comprehending the laws of the universe. Bulma looked at Xie Mingfeng and asked, really don't study anymore? Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, I really don't want to learn anymore. For the two of us, you are struggling to teach, and I am also suffering from learning. Instead of doing this, I might as well practice martial arts and swordsmanship, maybe I will gain more. Bulma sighed, and said, okay. Xie Mingfeng, you will be like Wukong from now on. You can practice with peace of mind. Don't meddle in the technical problems. My father and I will solve them. At this moment, Xie Mingfeng really understands what is meant by the one that suits you is the best. If the road of science and technology is not suitable for you, if you insist on learning, it will be half the result with twice the effort, or even useless work. Xie Mingfeng returned to the life of practicing martial arts and swordsmanship. My swordsmanship has reached an extreme, and it is not so easy to break through again. Xie Mingfeng knew that the higher the martial arts and swordsmanship, the more difficult it is to break through. Sword intent, in Xie Mingfeng's understanding, is a very advanced level of swordsmanship. In the previous life, although Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was good, he didn't develop sword intent. After all, sword intent was a legendary existence. Xie Mingfeng had no idea if he wanted swordsmanship to surpass sword intent, and he didn't even know what level was beyond sword intent. In the entire universe, there are only a handful of strong people who practice swordsmanship, and there is not a single strong man who can give Xie Mingfeng advice. Xie Mingfeng wants to step into the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the god of swords. He can only comprehend it by himself. Therefore, Xie Mingfeng's path is very difficult, even more difficult than Monkey King's path of martial arts. Maybe, I can express my understanding of the sword with swordsmanship, just like the Dugu 9 swords. A flash of light flashed in Xie Mingfeng's heart. Xie Mingfeng's current swordsmanship is still basic swordsmanship and Wudang swordsmanship. But now Wudang swordsmanship can no longer keep up with Xie Mingfeng's strength, and it has reached the point of being eliminated. Creating swordsmanship is not that simple. 2 years passed, and the earth was peaceful. Bulma and his father have been researching space jumping technology, and they finally had a breakthrough a few days ago. As long as this technology is installed on the spaceship, it will naturally be able to perform space jumps. When performing space jumps, it needs to consume a huge amount of energy. Perhaps this is the only shortcoming. Bulma, you and Xie Mingfeng have been in love for several years. When do you and him plan to get married? Bulma's mother asked. Bulma blushed slightly, and said, Xie Mingfeng has reached a critical stage of practicing swordsmanship in the past 2 years. When he creates the first sword, we will get married. Oh. Boomer's mother laughed. Boomer, you have always been careless. You never thought you would be shy. It's so strange. It seems that you really fell in love with that kid Xie Mingfeng. A red figure descended from the sky. It was Monkey King wearing a red martial arts uniform. Wukong, are you looking for Xie Mingfeng again? Bulma asked. Sun Wukong looked depressed. Of course. When Xie Mingfeng was on Namek, he promised me that he would fight me when he returned to Earth, but 2 years have passed, and he has never fought me once. Earlier, he said I want to learn space technology with you, so I went to practice with Lord Kai. When I come back this time, he won't be learning the way of sword again, right? Buma smiled and said, Wukong, you are really right. In the past 2 years, Xie Mingfeng and I haven't had many days together. Well, I'll take you to him. If he doesn't see you, then I will. There is no way. Bulma brought Sun Wukong to the backyard. When he saw Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with shock. Are you kidding? Xie Mingfeng is right next to him, and I didn't feel his anger? Could it be that my perception has declined? Sun Wukong's perception is much stronger than the previous 2 years. Not only can he transform into a Super Saiyan at will, but he also has a very precise control over the power of his body. Monkey King is at least 10 times stronger than he was 2 years ago. Of course, this is not the improvement of combat power, but the utilization and control of power. A little force can produce a very good effect, and that is the real power. Xie Mingfeng had a smile on his face, and he smiled happily. An hour ago, he finally created his own sword technique, the first sword technique. Although there is only one sword, its power is astonishing. If Xie Mingfeng had comprehended this first sword on Namek, killing Frisia would be effortless. This first sword, Xie Mingfeng felt very perfect, very beautiful. According to Xie Mingfeng's estimate, it might be able to threaten Monkey King of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Wukong, I haven't seen you for 2 years. I didn't expect that your strength has improved so much. It seems that your control over the body and the control of Qi have reached the point of perfection. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile, it seems that not only I am making progress, and your progress is not small. Sun Wukong laughed loudly, of course. Xie Mingfeng, let me tell you, I went to the planet Yadrit and learned teleportation there. This is a very powerful move. I promise, you will definitely haven't seen it before. Xie Mingfeng frowned, and asked, how did you go to planet Yadrit? Sun Wukong returned to the earth with himself, and he had no chance to go to the planet Yadrit at all. Why is the inertia of history so strong? Still let Monkey King learn teleportation. Haha. Sun Wukong was a little proud. I told Master Ji Wang that it is really inconvenient to go to him. Every time you have to go through the underworld and the Snake Road. Master Ji Wang said that there is a magical race in the universe. Although the combat power is low, it has all kinds of strange abilities. My teleportation is learned on the planet Yadrit. When going there, Sun Wukong took a spaceship, but when he came back, he moved by teleportation. No wonder Bulma told Xie Mingfeng that the spaceship at home was borrowed by Monkey King. Understood. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, sometimes fate must come to an end. The teleportation should belong to your Monkey King, so you can't escape it. Even if I change a lot of things, it's the same. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Xie Mingfeng, what are you talking about? You will fight me today no matter what. You promised me on Namek. Sun Wukong is upright and carefree, but once he gets serious, he is definitely very stubborn. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, okay. If you want to fight, I will accompany you once. But Monkey King, my swordsmanship is for killing people, not for fighting. I hope you can resist it, otherwise, I will die in my arms. Under the sword, even using the 7 Dragon Balls may not be able to revive you. Xie Mingfeng's sword intent became even more powerful. Once he was injured by the sword intent, his soul would be damaged, or even completely annihilated. Sun Wukong's eyes became serious, he nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely block it. Well, this is a city, let's go to a remote place, that's the place to fight. Xie Mingfeng drew out his long sword and said, no need. Monkey King, as long as you can catch my sword, I will lose. Fighting and killing, where would you choose a venue? one must be ready to fight anytime, anywhere. This is a qualified warrior, and this is a qualified swordsman. First sword! Xiaming Feng shouted loudly. The long sword in his hand suddenly disappeared into a beam of sword light, and the surrounding space seemed to have become the domain of the sword. Sun Wukong felt a trance for a while. When he reacted, the tip of Xiaming Feng's sword had already touched his forehead superior. Between the eyebrows is the Nuan Palace, which hides the spirit. If Xiaming Feng's sword stabs him, even if his fighting power increases 10 times, he will definitely die. Xiaming Feng's first sword fully expressed his understanding of martial arts and swordsmanship. Fierce, domineering, perfect. This was Xiaming Feng's first sword. Xiaming Feng's martial arts cultivation at this time cannot be measured by ordinary combat power. His strength already has a bit of meaning after Beerus and Weisshot. Xiaming Feng has not realized the laws of the universe, but he can achieve the unity of man and nature. This is why Sun Wukong couldn't perceive Xiaming Feng's aura. With one sword strike, the world surrenders. Xiaming Feng's sword surpassed technique, but evolved toward Tao. Sun Wukong looked at Xiaming Feng with complicated eyes, and asked, "I lost." Xiaming Feng, your strength hasn't increased much, but you can easily kill me. Is this what you mean by comprehending nature and comprehending the law? Xiaming Feng nodded and said, "That's right. No matter how strong a person's physical strength is, it is insignificant compared to the entire universe. The only way to become a godlike strongman is to borrow the original power of the universe, that is, to understand the power of the universe. Law." Fortunately, Xiaming Feng finally stopped his attack, otherwise Sun Wukong would really be killed. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, and said, "The way of martial arts you mentioned is so true, but why can't I understand the laws of the universe you mentioned?" End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Resurrection. Chapter 12 Resurrection. Sun Wukong came back to life by relying on the Dragon Ball. His soul has changed, so of course he can't realize the existence of the laws of the universe. Although the Dragon Ball is miraculous, it is still too simple compared to the entire universe. The natural life bred in the universe has the most perfect soul, and only then can it understand the laws of the universe. This is the love and protection of the universe for the life born naturally. Thankfully, when Xiaming Feng first used Dragon Balls, he asked about resurrection. Otherwise, he might also rely on Dragon Balls and become arrogant. After all, as long as he has Dragon Balls, he can resurrect infinitely. Who cherishes life? Xiaming Feng said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, if you can't comprehend the laws of the universe, then don't comprehend it. Many things can't be forced. Like you are now, pursuing the limit of a Super Saiyan and constantly surpassing yourself can also gain great power. It's just that this force is insignificant compared with the laws of the entire universe." Monkey King nodded and said, "N. You are right, as long as I maximize the power of the Super Saiyan, I will definitely be able to surpass you." Xiaming Feng smiled slightly, "I will wait and see." Boom! In the west, a powerful aura appeared, very similar to Monkey King's aura. Super Saiyan. Xiaming Feng glanced at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was not surprised at all, and explained, "It's that guy Vegeta. I didn't expect him to become a Super Saiyan." Xiaming Feng has been practicing in closed doors, creating sword techniques, and rarely pays attention to the outside world. He didn't know that Vegeta came to Earth. Monkey King has met Vegeta several times in the past 2 years. The madness of Vegeta's cultivation is even worse than that of Monkey King. In just 2 years, he became a Super Saiyan. One can imagine how much effort and sweat he has put in. You know, Vegeta's combat power was only 2 years ago. Xiaming Feng frowned slightly, and said, "Vegeta is quite courageous, he still dares to come to Earth? I'm not afraid that I will kill him." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Although Vegeta is still as proud as ever and has too much self-esteem, he has really changed a lot. On Earth, he has not killed innocent people indiscriminately." Xie Feng, you will not kill him. There are two superpowers Xie Feng and Sun Wukong on the earth, even if Vegeta has 10 guts, he will not dare to mess around. On Namek, Xie Feng killed the Cosmic Emperor Frieza with a single sword. That scene was deeply imprinted in Vegeta's heart. Until now, Vegeta is still a little afraid of Xie Feng's swordsmanship. Xie Feng glanced at Sun Wukong, and said calmly, "That guy Vegeta, he wants to surpass you, Goku, he has become a Super Saiyan, and he will come to you for a contest. You are in trouble." Sun Wukong laughed, "It's my wish to have a comparable opponent." Frieza's father, the patriarch of the Frozen clan, the great Kurdish king. He was sitting in the ancestral palace of the Frozen clan, with red wine in his hand, looking lazy. King Kurd looked at a cosmic warrior kneeling below, and asked indifferently, "You mean, my son Frieza died on Namek? Is the news true?" The strength of the cosmic fighters is good, with a combat power of more than 30, but in front of the Kurdish king, they are still trembling. Not even daring to breathe. Go back to the king. My subordinates went to Namek personally to investigate. King Frieza is indeed he was killed by the Earthlings and the Scions. His body should be taken away by Shu Erbei. Until now, we have not found Shu Erbei's whereabouts. The universe is really too vast and vast. Shu Erbei took Frieza's body and wanted to hide it. Even with the technology controlled by King Kurd, it is not an easy task to find it. King Kurd sneered, "Frieza? My son has always been self-righteous and arrogant, and now he has finally suffered a disadvantage. However, I don't believe that he will die easily. If he is seriously injured, I still believe it. The body structure of the Frozen clan is different from that of other human beings. It is not easy to kill the fighters of the Frozen clan." The cosmic warrior said, "My lord, Shu Erbei is the staff officer of Frieza's army and controls the third star field. His subordinates guess that Shu Erbei must have taken King Frieza to the third star field. A blanket search will surely find them." King Kurd shook his head and said, "The third star field is so big, even if we use all our strength to search for it, it will take at least 10 years to search the entire star field. In this way, it will consume a lot of resources and energy. Now, let the people under him withdraw. After Frieza recovers, he will naturally come back." The Universe Man respectfully said, "Yes, Your Majesty." King Kurd's mood is not as relaxed as it appears on the surface. Frieza is a super genius of the Frozen clan. In a few years, he will be able to surpass his brother, and even surpass himself. But Frieza was defeated on the Namek planet, which shows that a superpower appeared in the universe, and he was still the mortal enemy of the Frozen clan. The Kurdish king had to pay attention to such important information. Science? Didn't planet Vegeta be destroyed by Frieza more than 20 years ago? How could there be strong scions? King Kurd thought to himself, scions who can defeat Frieza, could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? There are other Earthlings, this is the first time my lord has heard the name of this race. When I have time, my lord must go to Earth in person. King Kurd will not be at ease if he does not destroy the only remaining scions in the universe, because the Super Scions in family rumors finally appeared. As for the Earthlings, after arriving on the Earth, they can just be wiped out. The Kurdish king didn't have exact information about Xie Feng, and he didn't know how powerful Xie Feng was. It has to be said that inertial thinking is difficult to be changed in a short time. The Frozen race has dominated the universe for too long, and they will not take the little Earthlings seriously. The third Samsung domain. A very hidden meteorite. This meteorite is not as big as the Moon, and its interior has been hollowed out, and all of it is equipped with the most cutting-edge biotechnology of the Frieza Legion. Shu Erbei and his cosmic men looked nervously at Frieza inside the transparent shield. Cells are totipotent. In theory, as long as there is a complete cell, a whole person can be cloned. The cells of the Frozen family are more powerful and complex, and it is of course more difficult to clone them. However, the technology in Frieza's army has reached a very high level of attainment, and it is not a problem at all to clone Frieza's body. Finally, King Frisia's body has been perfectly cloned. Shu Erbay smiled. Now all we have to do is wait for King Frisia to regain consciousness, and wake up naturally. After hearing his words, Shu Erbay's subordinates had a flash of excitement in their eyes. Resurrecting Frisia was a great achievement. Team Jinut, Shambo, and Dodoria, these veterans have all died in battle. As long as King Frisia wakes up, they can replace Team Jinut, Shambo, and Dodoria. In the Frisia Legion, if you have power, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. Imagining the future life is really exciting. Master Shu Erbay, the forces under King Kurd have been looking for me for the past 2 years. Once we are discovered, it may have a very serious impact on King Frisia's resurrection. A cosmic man said to Shu Erbay said. Shu Erbay sneered, of course I know that some people will look for King Frisia. I am afraid that the Kurdish king is not the only one who is looking for us. They are afraid in their hearts that King Frisia cannot lead the legion in his current state. They think the opportunity has come to annex our Frisia army. Humph, what a bunch of idiots. After King Frisia wakes up, I can see how arrogant they are. Shu Erbay looked at the data on the display screen of the instrument, and said, King Frisia's consciousness fluctuates stronger and stronger, and he will fully wake up in a few months. I am looking forward to that moment. Frisia recovered faster and better than Skolby expected. Less than 3 months later, Frisia woke up. Oh! The cutting-edge instruments inside the meteorite were all destroyed by Frisia's powerful aura. Frisia stood on the floor, confusion flashed in his eyes. What's wrong with me? Frisia asked coldly. I really wanted to sleep for a long time, but I knew that this was definitely not sleeping. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with me? Shu Erbay came to Frisia respectfully. King Frisia, welcome back. Who are you? Frisia looked at Shu Erbay and asked coldly. Shu Erbay's fighting power is less than dash. Frisia is a little bit in a trance now, and doesn't think of him. King Frisia, I am Shu Erbay. The staff officer of the 3rd Star Field, Shu Erbay. Shu Erbay replied cautiously. Then, Shu Erbay explained what happened on Namek in detail, and called up the video of the battle at that time for Frisia to watch. In the end, Shu Erbay said regretfully, at first we hoped to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect King Frisia, but when we arrived at Namek, the Namek people had already left with the Dragon Balls and disappeared into the universe. Although there are Dragon Balls on the earth, we dare not go there because of Xia Mingfeng and Kakarot. In desperation, we can only use the highest biotechnology in the Legion to revive King Frisia's clone, so we consume for such a long time. Frisia stared at the video, watching the scene where he was fighting with Xia Mingfeng and Monkey King. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Hee. Frisia suddenly smiled. My body was cloned with a tail, no wonder I can't remember what happened after my tail was cut off by Xia Mingfeng. My brain and body were killed by Xia Mingfeng's sword, and even the consciousness in the cells is completely annihilated. Xia Mingfeng, an earthling who uses a sword, is really terrifying. Frisia saw the final fighting power of Monkey King and Xia Mingfeng in the video. But he was a little afraid in his heart. But as the Emperor of the Universe and the super genius of the Frozen Clan, he absolutely does not allow himself to fail like this. If he wanted revenge, he must kill Xia Mingfeng and Monkey King, otherwise, he would not be able to swallow this breath no matter what. This book has been signed, and you can rest assured to collect and read it. Ask for your tickets, please collect. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Dr. Gero. Chapter 13 Dr. Gero. Due to the appearance of Xia Mingfeng, Frisia has not brought King Kurd to the earth to avenge, but has devoted himself to cultivation in the 3rd Star Field. Frisia and the Frozen Clan are a great threat to the earth, but they all come from the universe. But on the earth, there is also a huge crisis hidden. That is Dr. Gero, chief scientist of the Red Satin Legion. Bulma will marry Xia Mingfeng, and the future Trunks will not appear again. The remnants of the Red Satin Legion have not disappeared. Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Satin Legion back then. Dr. Gero regarded him as an enemy and spent his whole life researching android warriors, hoping to kill Monkey King. It is even more important to rebuild the Red Satin Legion and continue to dominate the Earth. A few years ago, Dr. Gero began to monitor Sun Wukong with nanorobots, and collected the cells of Sun Wukong and his friends, hoping to crack the mysteries of their cells and create an artificial human warrior stronger than Sun Wukong. Originally, everything was proceeding according to the plan, and it went very smoothly. It was not until the appearance of Xie Mingfeng that disrupted Dr. Gero's plan. Xie Mingfeng, like Dr. Gero, is an earthling, but Xie Mingfeng's strength shocked Dr. Gero. In the Pacific Ocean, there is a deserted island. There are rocky beaches on it, and there are no taller plants. There are many deserted islands like this in the Pacific Ocean. Except for a larger area, there is nothing special about them, and they are very inconspicuous. But no one knew that this deserted island was the core part of the Red Satin Legion. Under the deserted island is Dr. Gero's scientific research laboratory. Dr. Gero's wisdom is not inferior to that of Boomer's father, Dr. Breves. The fields they are good at are different. Dr. Gero is good at biotechnology and energy technology, while Dr. Breves is good at space technology and electronic technology. In the laboratory, Dr. Gero stared at the data on the computer monitor, doubts appearing on his face. Sun Wukong's cells are powerful because he is a scion, but Xie Mingfeng is a real earthling. Why do the cells become so powerful? After comprehending the sword intent, Xie Mingfeng's body has evolved, and his cell potential is comparable to that of a scion. A crazy light appeared in Dr. Gero's eyes. As long as I can crack the secret of Xie Mingfeng's cells, I can become as powerful as him, and even surpass Sun Wukong. At that time, my artificial human warrior will have an essential breakthrough. Dr. Gero knew the existence of qi very early on, and the strength of a martial artist is determined by the qi contained in the cells. Kellen, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and even Gaixianren, who are known as the gods of martial arts, all have mediocre cells with little potential. Compared with the cells of science, it is simply not the same. Because they are all earthlings. But Xie Mingfeng's cells broke this rule. Besides qi, Xie Mingfeng's cells seem to contain some kind of magical energy. Well, it's a bit like brain waves. Dr. Gero muttered while looking at the computer monitor. Why is there a brain wave-like energy? Dr. Gero frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly shone brightly. I thought of it. That's because Xie Mingfeng's cells contain his will. Dr. Gero felt that he had found the root cause of Xie Mingfeng's strength. When cells have their own will, they will continue to devour energy and matter and carry out perfect evolution instead of relying on the instinct of cells to grow. However, how to make the will of the cells become Dr. Gero's own will is still an unsolved problem. Dr. Gero was not discouraged. He felt that with his own wisdom, he could solve this problem. Androids number 17 and number 18 have been created. Dr. Gero thought to himself, unfortunately, although they are also very powerful, they are still failed works. Then, I will use Xie Mingfeng's cells as the skeleton, and then adding the cells of Monkey King and Piccolo, I believe a super artificial human will be created. Dr. Gero felt that as long as he solved the mystery of Xie Mingfeng's becoming stronger, he could also gain great power, even immortality. Xie Mingfeng's cells are not only powerful, but more importantly, the vitality of the cells is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. In other words, Xie Mingfeng's lifespan is at least 1,000 years. How could this not shock Dr. Gero? In order to obtain eternal life, Dr. Gero originally planned to change himself into an artificial human, but now he has given up his original idea. Given other options, no one wants to be a monster, part machine, part creature. After Xie Mingfeng came back from Namek, I can no longer collect his cells. It seems that this Xie Mingfeng has more secrets. Dr. Gero thought to himself. There is no way, the super artificial man has not yet been produced. Dr. Gero has the courage, but he will not dare to trouble Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng is the most powerful human being on Earth. A random strike can completely annihilate Dr. Gero's body and soul. Half a year passed without knowing it. Xie Feng and Boomer are married. On the day of the wedding, Monkey King, Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Kiki, Monkey King, and even Vegeta came. Vegeta challenged Monkey King no less than 10 times and lost every time, but he still failed repeatedly. Xie Feng admired the spirit of perseverance. The strength of Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and others has also increased considerably. To say that the greatest achievement is Dr. Gero in the Pacific Desert Island Laboratory. After tens of thousands of experiments, he finally found out how to inject his own spiritual will into the cells. Of course, he used scientific instruments to achieve his goal, not directly interfering with mental power. Drive. Gero is not a martial artist or a magician. He does not have such a strong mental power, and it is even more impossible to directly interfere with matter with his mind. Dr. Gero wears a helmet with thousands of wires that resemble wires. Wires connect to the cell culture pod, the helmet Dr. Gero uses to interfere with cell evolution. Very good. Excellent. Dr. Gero looked at the data on the computer monitor, feeling a little excited. Xie Feng's cells are really amazing, as long as it splits and evolves according to my will, and when it is fully conceived into a human body, he will be the most powerful artificial human warrior. It is my ideal super artificial man. After setting up the program on the computer, Dr. Gero took off the helmet on his head. I need to give him a good name. Well, let's call him Shalu. Sharu, what a good name, haha. Cell's evolution rate was somewhat beyond Dr. Gero's expectations. Just after the embryo is formed, the vitality is already 20. Which is stronger than the average adult. The average vitality of an adult man on Earth is only 5. When Raditz came to the Earth, he called the Earth's people a scum with only 5 combat effectiveness. Even Sun Wukong, who is a scion, had only 2 vitality when he was born. Xie Feng's cells have a sharp will, which is the embryonic form of sword intent. Sun Wukong's cells can constantly break through the potential, and Piccolo's cells can be reborn with a broken arm. The embryos bred mainly from the cells of the 3 of them already had a strong aura. When the embryo evolves into a mature body, its strength is absolutely terrifying. Looking at the light green biological embryo in the cultivation cabin, Dr. Gero's eyes flashed like flames of ambition. My child, little Shalu, grow up quickly, I will prepare enough energy and substances for you. When I grow up, I will lead you to dominate the earth, and those who stand in our way, whether it is Monkey King or Xie Feng, will be swallowed by you and become part of your strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Frisia's Confidence. Chapter 14 Frisia's Confidence. The Third Star Domain, Frisia Legion. On a desert planet with a huge gravitational force, Frisia is constantly sending out Qigong waves. Xie Feng, Monkey King, I will blow you to pieces. Without killing Xie Feng and Monkey King, Frisia couldn't vent his grievances, so he could only attack and vent. Shu Erbei and his men stayed in the spaceship, looked at the data on the screen, and said in shock, it's amazing fighting power. King Frisia is getting more and more powerful. He really deserves to be the emperor of the universe. Click. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Frisia entered as a stream of light. Due to the crazy venting and excessive force, his muscles swelled a circle, sweat dripped from his face, and he was out of breath. It took a long time for the breath on his body to calm down. After Frisia drank a glass of juice, he said to Skolby, okay. Let's set off right away, to Earth. Practicing crazily, Frisia gained tyrannical power. He can't wait for a moment now, and wants to set off immediately to seek revenge from Xie Feng and Monkey King. The tyrannical strength gave Frisia confidence. At this moment, the spaceship received a message, and Skolby said, King Frisia, your lord has sent a message. He wishes to see you. He has now arrived in the third star field. The king of Kurd is here. Frisia frowned, my father? He came to me at this time, what's the matter? Shu Erbei, send the interstellar coordinates of our spaceship to my father. Since he is here, I will meet him gone. In the past, Frisia felt that King Kurd was very powerful, and he was a little afraid to see him, but now Frisia no longer takes his father seriously. Shu Urbay respectfully said, "Yes, King Frisia." The Kurdish king received the interstellar coordinates and arrived in less than 3 hours. Frisia is petite, and the Kurdish king is unusually tall, but Frisia's aura has the absolute upper hand. "Father, I don't know why you came to see me. I'm very busy right now, and I'm going to Earth soon. For some trivial matters, you'd better not come to me," Frisia said coldly. The moment the Kurdish king saw Frisia, his heart was filled with shock. Frisia's aura was so strong, at least 10 times stronger than his own. The Kurdish king didn't like the way Frisia spoke to him now, but considering how powerful Frisia was, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. King Kurd took a deep breath and said, "Plan to go to Earth for revenge? Frisia, you know, there are super scions on Earth. Why don't I go with you? We two join forces to face super scions, the chances of winning are greater." Frisia snorted coldly, "Even if I am alone, I won't be afraid of super scions. If you want to go with me, then go together." Frisia is really not afraid of Monkey King now. He feels that his strength surpasses Monkey King, but he is a little jealous of Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship. Being afraid doesn't mean Frisia is afraid. He is still confident that he can crush Xie Mingfeng with the strongest strength. Frisia is a warrior who believes in the supremacy of power, and his confidence in his own power is taken for granted. Frisia said to Shu Urbay, "Okay Shu Urbay, let's space jump. With the speed of my spaceship, I will reach the Earth soon. I really want to see Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong when they see me." The expression, "I believe it will be very exciting." Frisia was a little impatient. Space wrinkles like water waves appeared around the spaceship, and then disappeared in the third star field in an instant. Earth, the Universal Capsule Group. Xie Mingfeng was practicing his sword in the gravity room. Xie Mingfeng created the first sword, but he still needs to keep practicing, otherwise his sword skills will regress. Consciousness and body must be harmonious and unified. To maintain the current state, one must continue to practice swordsmanship. Practicing martial arts and swordsmanship is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Okay. Xie Mingfeng stopped practicing his sword, left the gravity room, and looked up at the sky. "It's Frisia's breath. It's so powerful." Xie Mingfeng was a little surprised. Didn't Frisia kill himself? How could it appear again? "No matter what the situation is, since Frisia is not dead, I will kill him again." Xie Mingfeng sneered. Monkey King Piccolo and other Earth fighters also felt Frisia's breath. They put on their battle suits and flew to where Frisia's spaceship landed. Frisia and King Kurd stepped out of the spaceship and looked at the face of the Earth with great interest. "Is this the Earth?" Frisia sneered, "The gravity is average, the vitality content in the air is average, and the fighting power of the people on Earth is less than 10. It's really a barren planet." King Kurd said with a smile, "Such a planet cannot be sold for a good price." Several powerful auras appeared in the sky. Murder intent appeared in Frisia's eyes. "Monkey King, Doll is here too? Almost all the strong men on Earth are here. But why didn't Xie Mingfeng show up?" King Kurd sneered, "As long as the Earthling with the sword is still on the Earth, he will definitely appear." Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others landed on the ground, less than 300 meters away from Frisia. "Why hasn't Xie Mingfeng come?" Sun Wukong whispered. Vegeta still had a cold expression on his face. "Kakarot, you are talking about Xie Mingfeng all day now, and you are about to become Xie Mingfeng's follower. You are a super scion, do you still have a bit of scion dignity? Without Xie Mingfeng, can we not do things?" At the end, Vegeta's tone was a little angry. Sun Wukong said with a smile, "Vegeta, don't be so serious. We are friends with Xie Mingfeng. The gravity room in your home was built by Bulma's father." Vegeta said angrily, "Kakarot, what do you mean?" "My gravity room, that guy Xie Mingfeng took money, and it was so expensive, I don't owe him anything. Xie Mingfeng is just your friend, not me friend. Vegeta walked towards Frisia step by step. Kakarot, I am also a Super Saiyan now. This guy, Frisia, will be solved by this prince. The enmity between Vegeta and Frisia was too great, and he desperately wanted to prove himself, so he just shot directly. Boom! When the aura on Vegeta's body reached its peak, a light yellow aura shield suddenly burst out. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Monkey King quickly said, Vegeta, Frisia's aura is very unusual, be careful. King Kurd was shocked, it's so powerful. Is this a Super Saiyan? Frisia sneered, yes. This is a Super Saiyan. I didn't expect Doll to become a Super Saiyan, but this is better. Killing a Super Saiyan will give me a sense of accomplishment. Haha. Vegeta's aura surpassed King Kurd's, but compared to Frisia, it was still far behind. Frisia, take your life. Vegeta turned into a streamer and rushed towards Frisia. Frisia sneered, it's something vulnerable. A Qigong wave appeared in Frisia's palm, Vegeta was hit, and flew back at a faster speed. Vegeta! Son Goku widened his eyes and exclaimed. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 The Perfect First Sword. Chapter 15 The Perfect First Sword. Vegeta spit out blood mist in the air, widened his eyes, and looked at Frisia in disbelief. I'm already a Super Saiyan, how could I fail? Super Saiyan, legendary warrior. Vegeta believes that as long as he becomes a Super Saiyan, he can be invincible in the universe. It's a pity that reality gave him a hard blow and shattered his good wishes. The Qigong wave sent by Frisia was extremely powerful, so powerful that Vegeta couldn't bear it at all. There is not much difference in strength, the two can be evenly matched, and the difference in strength is doubled, so there is no suspense about the outcome. Frisia's strength is at least 10 times stronger than Vegeta's, and he can completely kill Vegeta with one move. But Frisia didn't do this. He had to tease Vegeta well to vent his resentment. When King Kurd saw Frisia make a move, his pupils shrank, so strong. Vegeta's combat power is comparable to this king. I didn't expect him to be no match for Frisia at all. Only now did King Kurd fully realize that he could no longer control Frisia. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong and laughed loudly. Sun Wukong, how is it? My king's strength is not weaker than your Super Saiyan's. Haha. Sun Wukong said to Klin, Klin, send a fairy bean to Vegeta. Kellen nodded and said, I'll go right away. Frisia is really too strong, even stronger than Monkey King. Sun Wukong is now focusing all his energy on Frisia. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement, for fear that Frisia would suddenly launch a violent attack. Sun Wukong thought to himself, this guy, Frisia, also learned to hide his aura. What kind of training did he do? He actually raised his combat power to such a powerful level. The figure of Xie Mingfeng appeared beside Sun Wukong. He was wearing a white training uniform, carrying a long sword, and was dressed as a standard swordsman. Xie Mingfeng's body skills have reached a state of perfection, even Monkey King and Frisia have not discovered how he appeared. Dar is seriously injured. Xie Mingfeng looked at Vegeta lying in the huge pit in the distance, and said calmly. Sun Wukong nodded and said, you are finally here. Frisia's combat power has improved too much, and Vegeta was defeated by one move. Xie Mingfeng, can you defeat him? Xie Mingfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. After the fight, there will naturally be results. Frisia's combat power at this time is already comparable to the second stage of Super Saiyan, and Monkey King is definitely no match. But Xie Mingfeng is not afraid at all, because his strength is not weaker than Frisia. Sun Wukong said to Xie Mingfeng, I will fight Frisia first to find out his details. With you by my side, I can fight with confidence. With Xie Mingfeng staring at him, Sun Wukong has no scruples and can fully display his strength. After all, he doesn't have to be distracted to protect others, or think about the Kurdish king. When fighting, you should concentrate on it. Xie Feng knew that Sun Wukong was a martial idiot. He didn't like to team up with others, he liked to be alone. He nodded and said, "Okay. Be careful yourself. If you can't do anything, just back down. If your life is really in danger, I might not be able to save you in time." Xie Feng is different from Vegeta, he doesn't like to show off, his purpose is not to improve combat power, but to control the laws of the universe. Combat power is just a byproduct of cultivation. With a strong vitality and control of the laws of the universe, the combat effectiveness will naturally increase. Seeing Xie Feng appear, Frisia gritted his teeth. "Xie Feng, you finally appeared." King Kurd looked at Xie Feng, pressed the detector next to his ear, and asked in confusion, "This guy with a sword is Xie Feng? Why is his combat power only 5? Xie Feng's combat power was very weak, but he gave the Kurdish king a strong sense of threat. This feeling comes from the instinct of life. Frisia sneered and said, "People on Earth have a technique to hide their combat power. They call it a hidden breath. However, after returning from Namek, I also learned this technique. It seems very mysterious, as long as you know it in principle, this technique of hiding aura is nothing more than that." Monkey King flew into the sky and said to Frisia, "Frisia, your opponent is me. Come on, let me see your true strength." Frisia sneered and said, "Sun Wukong, your strength is stronger than that trash like Dar, but you are still not enough compared to my king. That's okay, today, I will let you taste the taste of despair. I will not only kill you, but also to destroy the earth." Hearing that Frisia was going to destroy the earth, Xie Feng frowned, his eyes gleaming with a sword. "This guy Frisia, this time, I will absolutely wipe out his body and soul." Xie Feng was full of murderous intent. Sun Wukong and Frisia rushed into the stratosphere in the form of a streamer. Fighting there can prevent serious damage to the earth. Bang bang bang! The sound of violent collisions continued to be heard in the air, and the powerful shock waves made the people on the ground feel tight in their chests. Sun Wukong is a fighting genius, he can leapfrog and fight, and he will not quit the battle until the last moment. Frisia is the most outstanding fighter of the Frozen clan for thousands of years. After special training, he has been able to perfectly display all his strength. Every move is natural, powerful strength, lightning speed, all put a lot of pressure on Monkey King. For a moment, a huge Qigong bomb flew to the ground. Piccolo, Klin, and the others all let out an exclamation. If they fell to the ground, the powerful energy would definitely blow up half of the earth. Xie Feng flicked out a sword lightly, the sword light was like fireworks in the air, dispersed into countless sword chi, cut the huge Qigong bullet into pieces, and then the burst energy turned into vitality and dissipated in the air. When King Kurd saw Xie Feng make a move, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. This earthling with a sword is really as powerful as the legend. King Kurd thought to himself, "No, he is stronger than the legend." The Kurdish king felt remorseful, and perhaps it was not a wise choice to come to Earth. The only hope now is for Frisia to win in the end. Frisia has always had the upper hand, but there is no way to kill Monkey King in one fell swoop. Monkey King is getting braver as he fights, and his strength is slowly improving. The pressure from Frisia made Sun Wukong gradually unleash the potential of his body. Xie Feng saw the blue lightning flashing from time to time in Sun Wu's airfield shield, and knew that he was about to break through. And it would not be long before he would reach the second level of Super Saiyan. Frisia is simply a stepping stone for Monkey King. Xie Feng sneered, "Because of him, Monkey King became a Super Saiyan, and now because of him, Monkey King is likely to become the second level of Super Saiyan." King Kurd saw that Frisia could not win cleanly, and more importantly, there was a seemingly more terrifying Xie Feng beside him. The hope of winning is too slim. King Kurd retreated slowly, planning to escape in a spaceship. Xie Feng glanced at King Kurd, and a sword chi shot out, cutting the spaceship in half, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. "Want to leave?" Isn't it too late? Xie Mingfeng sneered, Earth doesn't come and go whenever you want. You guys, if you dare to come to Earth, just stay with your life. The Kurdish king roared, no. Boom. The aura from King Kurd burst out, turning into a stream of light and flying towards outer space. People of the Frozen clan can survive in a vacuum. As long as they leave the Earth's atmosphere, no matter how good Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship is, there is no way to kill him. The idea is good, but the reality is too cruel. King Kurd's speed is fast, and Xie Mingfeng's sword is even faster. Clang! With a thought, the long sword on the back was unsheathed. Holding the long sword in his hand, Xie Mingfeng drew a sword aura in the air. Where the sword aura passed, the space began to distort. It was Xie Mingfeng's first sword. The Kurdish king's eyes were shining brightly. This sword light is so beautiful and perfect. It was so beautiful that he stopped involuntarily. Puff! The sword energy passed through King Kurd's body without any hindrance. Okay. King Kurd was taken aback, then laughed loudly, haha, what kind of attack is this? There is no threat at all. The sword light passed through my body, and I couldn't feel the slightest pain. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly, oh, is that really the case? King Kurd squeezed his fist slightly, his eyebrows hurt, and a sword mark that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared on his skin. This is... King Kurd felt the pain at this time, and his soul consciousness began to disappear. Bang! The body of the Kurdish king was split into two halves, and he died. The soul has no chance to go to the underworld. Xie Mingfeng's first sword was too sharp, too domineering, and too fast. After the Kurdish king was hit by the sword, he didn't feel the slightest. When he exerted force, the sword marks appeared and his body split open. Frisia punched Monkey King in the face, severely wounded Monkey King and vomited blood. When he turned his head, he saw King Kurd killed by Xie Mingfeng with a sword. Monkey King hit the ground and made a loud noise. Seeing him struggling to get up, Xie Mingfeng asked, Wukong, are you all right? Sun Wukong said weakly, Frisia is really powerful. I am not an opponent. I will leave the rest to you. Sun Wukong's accumulation is not enough to become the second level of Super Saiyan. Kellen took the fairy beans and tasted Monkey King's mouth. Wukong, hurry up and eat the fairy beans. Holding the sword, Xie Mingfeng slowly levitated up, reaching the same height as Frisia. Frisia, I only have one sword. Xie Mingfeng looked at Frisia and said, as long as you can receive my first sword, you will be considered to have saved your life today. The first sword is Xie Mingfeng's strongest attack method. If Frisia couldn't be killed with the first strike, it would be useless to use other means. However, Xie Mingfeng did not believe that Frisia could block his sword. Swish! The long sword turned into a perfect half-moon sword aura in the air. The sword energy flashed past, the speed was so fast that it seemed to surpass time. Frisia's eyes widened, and he even forgot to dodge. If he was hit by this sword, he would definitely die. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Cell Escapes. Chapter 16 Cell Escapes. Xie Mingfeng, where's Frisia? Buma asked worriedly as soon as Xie Mingfeng returned to the Wanange capsule group. After getting married, Bulma's personality has changed a lot, and she is more stable in her work and is no longer careless. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile, it's all right. Frisia was rescued, and the other enemies were all wiped out. The Earth should be able to usher in a few years of peace. The plot of Dragon Ball, due to the appearance of Xie Mingfeng, has changed a lot. Originally, Frisia would be killed by the future Trunks this time, and God of Destruction and Wes would not appear, but now Frisia is killed by Beerus rescued. Xie Mingfeng gradually lost the advantage of foresight. If you want to survive future battles and even protect your family and the Earth, you need stronger strength. My strength improvement is different from Sun Wukong and the others. Xie Mingfeng thought to himself, Sun Wukong and the others can improve their combat effectiveness as long as they train crazily. But as long as I can't comprehend the law, it will be difficult to improve my strength. Sun Wukong's practice is down to earth, while Xia Feng's practice is what Buddhists call epiphany. Once enlightened and comprehended the law, it will be better than Sun Wukong's decades of cultivation. Bulma smiled and said, I didn't expect the Earth's crisis to be lifted so soon. Xia Feng, you should rest well. I'm going to the laboratory now. My father and I have made new breakthroughs in space technology. Speaking of space technology, Bulma immediately smiled. Xia Feng smiled secretly. She is indeed a girl of science and technology. When Bulma turned to leave, he suddenly said, by the way, that guy Vegeta is getting married too, and he even ordered a spaceship from our company, but the price was extremely low by him. Vegeta is a scion prince, I didn't expect him to be a stingy fellow. Xia Feng smiled slightly. Although Vegeta is a scion prince, he doesn't have many life skills except fighting. When he was in the Frisia Legion, he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Whatever he wanted, the Legion can provide it. Now he has to support his family and chip in to buy a spaceship, which is really hard for him. Vegeta's life is relatively tight now, but he is also better than Monkey King. After all, Vegeta's mind is still smarter than Monkey King, at least he knows how to make money, but Monkey King can only fight. If Sun Wukong hadn't won the championship at the martial arts conference and received a generous bonus, their family's life would have been difficult. Vegeta is too proud, too self-esteemed. Living an ordinary life is only good for Vegeta, not bad. Xia Feng said, that fellow Vegeta has changed a lot when he came to Earth. He is no longer vicious. He may need to pay a cent to defend the Earth in the future. The spaceship he customized will be sold at half price. He's fine, our group doesn't lack that little money, so that if he doesn't have money, he will have to play tricks again. Bulma nodded and said, all right then. We'll sell the spaceship to him at half price. The spaceship currently built by Universal Capsule can perform space jumps, and its technological content may not be lower than that of the Frisia Legion's spaceship. Spaceships that can jump in space are only half the price, and Vegeta is making a profit. Dr. Gero collected the cells of Frisia and King Kurd and brought them back to the laboratory for cloning. King Kurd's cells were all destroyed by Xia Feng's first sword, losing their cloning value. But Frisia's cells are still intact, and the genetic information preserved is very complete. Dr. Gero watched the continuous growth of Frisia cells, and the flashing data on the computer made him very excited. The world is so big, there are so many wonders. Dr. Gero said in shock, ordinary creatures can't survive in a vacuum at all, but Frisia's cells don't have this limitation at all. Not only that, Frisia's cells can survive high and low temperatures. It's a strange race. Cosmic people, many people on Earth, are very miraculous. Dr. Gero wanted to add Frisia's cells to Cell's body, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Although Frisia's cells are miraculous, Frisia is no match for Xia Feng. According to Dr. Gero, Xia Feng's cells are the most powerful. You can't add Frisia's cells to Cell's body, but you can use Frisia's cells as nourishment to cultivate Cell. I believe that after Cell swallows Frisia's cells, he will definitely become strong and strong. Dr. Gero wants to use Frisia's cells as Cell's food. With Frisia's cells as food supplies, Cell's evolution rate is greatly increased. A few months later, Shailu's height was close to 1 meter. At this moment, Shailu has become conscious. In other words, Cell gave birth to a soul. In order to train Shailu into a super artificial human, Dr. Gero not only transmitted information about fighting skills to him, but also Sun Wukong's Qigong Wave, Piccolo's Magic Flash, Xia Feng's swordsmanship, and other data and information were all transmitted to Shailu's brain. Know the sea. Creatures, especially intelligent creatures, are the most miraculous and great existences in the universe. Even gods cannot fully grasp the mysteries of life. Although Dr. Gero is the greatest biological scientist on Earth, it is impossible for him to fully grasp the mystery of Cell. After Shailu's soul was born, his wisdom began to grow, and he continuously obtained data from the computer to understand the world. When Shiru learned that he was created by Dr. Gero, and that Dr. Gero wanted to control himself, Shiru developed resentment towards Dr. Gero. Yearning for freedom and strength is the instinct of every life. Cell is an intelligent creature and is no exception. He also longs for freedom. Sha-Ru's days in the training cabin are coming to an end. From now on, Sha-Ru can live and grow like an ordinary child. As long as he devours the cells of the strong, Sha-Ru can continue to evolve. Thinking of Beerus and Weiss, Dr. Gero said with regret, "Unfortunately, I didn't get the cells of those two guys. Otherwise, Cell might be stronger than the gods. Beerus and Weiss are stronger existences than Xie Mingfeng and Monkey King. Once they get their cells, Dr. Gero may know the secrets of the gods." Oh! The cultivation cabin suddenly exploded, and a powerful breath burst out. All the instruments in the laboratory were destroyed, the lights went out, and the laboratory was completely dark. Sha-Ru opened his blood-red eyes, glanced at Dr. Gero, struggled for a while, and finally did not attack Dr. Gero. Shalo stomped on all fours, turned into a phantom and rushed out of the laboratory, escaped from the deserted island, and entered the vast Pacific Ocean. When the lights in the laboratory were turned on again, it was already half an hour later. Dr. Gero looked at the bombed cultivation cabin, and his heart was full of anger. "Shalu, my Shalu, where have you been? Come out, come out!" Shiru is a super artificial man cultivated by Dr. Gero with great painstaking efforts. He can continue to evolve. He wants to rely on Shiru to dominate the earth, but now that Shiru has escaped, everything is empty. "No, I want to release number 17 and number 18. Only the two of them can find Cell." Dr. Gero had madness in his eyes. "No matter what, I must not lose Cell. Control only with Cell, I can rebuild the Red Satin Legion and dominate the earth." Dr. Gero pressed the remote control, and the two dormant cabins slowly opened, and a teenager and a girl were sleeping inside. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at Dr. Gero. Xie Mingfeng is practicing sword, hoping to create a second sword as soon as possible. According to Xie Mingfeng's estimate, as long as he can create the second sword, he can crush the third-level Super Saiyan Monkey King. Although there is still no clue about the second sword, Xie Mingfeng believes that as long as he does not give up practicing swords, when the opportunity comes, everything will come naturally. Practice depends on accumulation, from quantitative change to qualitative change. Quantitative change is to lay the foundation, and qualitative change is to break through the realm. Okay. Xie Mingfeng frowned and looked towards the Pacific Ocean. What a strong breath! But this breath is extremely messy, not only my breath, but also the breath of Monkey King, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Frisia's breath. Shalu's breath was fleeting, but Xie Mingfeng believed that his perception would never make mistakes. Could it be? Xie Mingfeng's face changed slightly. "Artificial man, Shalu." Thinking of the cyborg in the original book, Xie Mingfeng immediately guessed who that aura belonged to. It must be Shalu. Damn Dr. Gero, I didn't expect him to make Shalu ahead of time, and he also used my cells. I must kill him. Xie Mingfeng had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Xie Mingfeng sent a message to Bulma with his mind. "Bulma, call Sun Wukong and Vegeta and tell them to come to the Universal Capsule Group. The Earth is in trouble." Bulma asked, "Xie Mingfeng, are you just notifying Monkey King and Vegeta? What about Piccolo and Tianjin Fan?" Xie Mingfeng said solemnly, "All soldiers on the Earth, all are notified. Let them come as soon as possible." Boomer said, "Okay, I see. I'll let them know now." End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Monitoring the Earth. Chapter 17 Monitoring the Earth. In less than an hour, Monkey King and the others all rushed to the Wanange Capsule Group. "Xie Mingfeng, what happened? How did you find us all? Is there anything you can't handle with your strength?" Sun Wukong had doubts in his eyes. Sun Wukong is very confident, but he still has self-knowledge. He is not Xie Mingfeng's opponent for the time being. On the entire earth, Xie Mingfeng is the strongest. On earth, there are not many things that can make Xie Mingfeng nervous. Vegeta, Piccolo and others also stared at Xie Mingfeng. This time, the earth is really in trouble. Xie Mingfeng said solemnly, Wukong, you should still remember the Red Satin Legion that you destroyed back then. Sun Wukong nodded and said, of course I remember. The Red Satin Legion is ambitious and powerful. Even the Earth Federation government will act according to their face. I destroyed it in the end. When the Red Satin Legion was destroyed, Monkey King was only 14 or 15 years old, and he was still a teenager. Speaking of this incident, Monkey King still felt very proud. Seeing Monkey King's smug look, Vegeta snorted coldly, what strength does the Legion on Earth have? They are all weak chickens. As a scion, he destroyed a Red Satin army, and he is so proud, it is really unreasonable. Piccolo was the calmest. He knew that things were not that simple, otherwise Xie Mingfeng would not have summoned all of them together. Xie Mingfeng, continue. Piccolo said calmly. Xie Mingfeng nodded, and continued, although Wukong destroyed the power of the Red Satin Legion back then, he let the most important person escape, that is, the chief scientist of the Red Satin Legion, Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's knowledge and wisdom, it can be said that it is the strongest existence of human beings on the earth, and the artificial human warriors he researched are so powerful that they can completely crush super scions. Vegeta said angrily, Xie Mingfeng, what are you talking about? Super scions are the strongest fighters in the universe. How can that shit artificial human compare with super scions? I don't believe in artificial people are stronger than that guy Frieza. Xie Mingfeng's words made Vegeta feel humiliated. Vegeta's strength has grown very fast, but he has been hanging behind Monkey King and Xie Mingfeng, which makes him very unhappy. Vegeta is such a proud person, on the earth, his strength can only be ranked third, and he feels that this is an unforgivable thing. Now that Xie Mingfeng actually said that there are super artificial humans on the earth, the anger in Vegeta's heart suddenly burst out. Xie Mingfeng frowned, glanced at Vegeta, and said, technology is to constantly crack the mysteries of the universe. Although it is not the same way as martial arts practice, it leads to the same goal. Artificial humans created by using biotechnology may not be weaker than us. What's more, however, Dr. Gero still used our cells to create artificial human warriors. Monkey King, Vegeta, Piccolo and others all looked shocked. What did you say? Sun Wukong shouted, Dr. Gero used our cells to create artificial humans. Piccolo asked, Xie Mingfeng, is your information accurate? Xie Mingfeng said, an hour ago, I felt a strong aura appearing in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Its aura was messy, not only my aura, but also the aura of Monkey King, Piccolo. And even Frieza were contained in it. This aura, the aura is not only powerful, but also very evil. Unfortunately, this aura has passed away in a flash, and I can no longer perceive it now. Therefore, what we have to do now is to find this artificial human and destroy it. Sun Wukong and Piccolo knew Xie Mingfeng's ability, not only his swordsmanship is profound, but also very sensitive to aura. Xie Mingfeng can often perceive the aura that they can't perceive. Xie Mingfeng was comprehending the laws of nature, and his mental power was purer and stronger than Sun Wukong and the others. Monkey King and the others did not perceive Cell's breath. Piccolo said, Xie Mingfeng, what you said makes sense. This artificial man is indeed very threatening. We must find him. But how should we start looking for it? The artificial man will definitely hide its breath, as long as it does not expose itself. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly and explained, artificial humans are different from us. If we want to become stronger, we have to practice continuously, but artificial humans obtain evolution by devouring food and energy. We use satellite positioning to observe every city, every village, as long as the man-made man attacks humans, he will be discovered immediately. Once the man-made man appears, we will surround him as quickly as possible, so that he has nowhere to hide. Xia Mingfeng glanced at Bulma and said, Bulma, you are in charge of the satellite positioning. Bulma is very knowledgeable about technology, and it is a perfect fit for her to be in charge of the satellite status and observe the Earth network. Bulma smiled and said, Mingfeng, don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. I will use the central computer of the Universal Capsule to be responsible for satellite positioning. As long as the artificial man dares to appear, I will definitely be able to find it. The central computer of the Universal Capsule is very powerful. There are 3 computers, 1 for use and 2 for backup. Only one central computer is needed to monitor the network of the whole Earth. Okay, everyone split up. Xia Mingfeng said to everyone, remember, you must bring your mobile phone and turn on the communication. We must ensure that we can contact you anytime, anywhere. When Vegeta was about to leave, Xia Mingfeng's voice sounded behind him, Vegeta, especially you, discovered the artificial man, so don't act rashly. Otherwise, you're looking for death, don't blame me for not reminding you. Vegeta turned around, snorted coldly, and then disappeared into the sky as a stream of white light. Pacific Desert Island, Laboratory. Dr. Gero held the remote control device and confronted No.17. Number 17, Number 18, you are so courageous. Dr. Gero shouted angrily with madness in his eyes, I transformed you and gave you great power. How dare you resist now? Me? Do you think that I have no backhand and no means of controlling you? Tell you, I planted a doomsday bomb in your heart. As long as I press the remote control device, you will immediately be wiped out. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, their faces gradually changed from panic to calmness. Number 18 said with a smile, Doctor, you transformed our siblings and gave us great power. Didn't you want to control us and let us kill Monkey King for you? It's a pity that we value freedom more. It is completely impossible for you to control us with a small remote control device. Number 17 also said with a smile, Doctor, in fact, we have already guessed that you will tamper with us. The doomsday bomb in our hearts should be quite powerful. After pressing the remote control, our siblings will be wiped out, and you may not be able to live. If you are really capable, just press the remote control device. There were beads of sweat on Dr. Gero's forehead. Number 17 was right. The power of the doomsday bomb was really great. The 2 bombs exploded at the same time, which was stronger than a nuclear bomb. When Dr. Gero installed the doomsday bomb, it was not only to control number 17 and number 18, but also to deal with Monkey King. Once number 17 and number 18 are no longer the opponents of Monkey King, Dr. Gero will press the remote control device, detonate the bomb, and die together with Monkey King. However, the plan has changed now, and Dr. Gero has a more powerful Cell. As long as he finds Cell, number 17 and number 18 will no longer be valuable. Number 17 and number 18 are not afraid of death, and Dr. Gero was blinded at once. The scene got a little out of control. Really press the remote? Of course it is impossible. Dr. Gero will not make the decision to die together until the last desperate moment, he has not lived enough yet. In the end, Dr. Gero made a compromise, okay. I will not order you now, but make a deal with you. As long as the 2 of you help me find Chiru, I will dismantle the doomsday bomb in your heart. From now on, you can not only how do you feel about living the lives of ordinary people and still possessing great power. Number 18 sneered, Dr. Gero, you are notoriously cunning. Going back on your promises is as simple as drinking water and eating. Why should we trust you? Dr. Gero said coldly, if you don't even agree to this condition, then we will have to die together. After finishing speaking, he was about to press the remote control. Number 17 waved his hand and said, wait a minute. Doctor, we promise you. But if you dare to trick us, you will be killed. Okay, sister, let's go. I really want to see the cell made by the doctor. What kind of character is it? I don't believe it at all, it is stronger than us. Number 17 and number 18 left the laboratory. Dr. Gero relaxed. Number 17, number 18, you wait for me. As long as I find Shat-Ryu, I will definitely let Shat-Ryu swallow you up. You two arrogant guys are only worthy of being Shat-Ryu. Lose food nourishment, this is the last little value of the two of you. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 One Enemy 2. Chapter 18. Number 17 and number 18 are suspended above the deserted islands in the Pacific Ocean. Number 18 asked, Number 17, why did you agree to Dr. Gero? Dr. Gero is more afraid of death than us. Even if we don't agree to him, he dare not press the remote control device. Dr. Gero is not far away from us. More than 100 meters away, we used the speed to the extreme, and we can kill Dr. Gero the moment he presses the remote control device. Number 17 shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Dr. Gero is very different from before. I feel a strong aura in him. It seems that he has also started to practice martial arts. Our speed is faster than that of Dr. Gero, but if you want to kill him in an instant, so that he doesn't have the chance to press the remote control device, the chances are not great. Seeing the strength of Xie Mingfeng, Dr. Gero also began to practice martial arts, and still followed Xie Mingfeng's training method. Therefore, although Dr. Gero is not powerful compared to artificial humans, he is at least 100 times stronger than ordinary people. Number 17 does not dare to gamble, nor can it afford to gamble. After all, if you lose the bet, you will die. Then we're really going to look for Cell? Number 18 asked. Number 17 nodded and said, of course. Not only are we going to find Chiru, we must also find it. Cell is our bargaining chip. As long as we control Chiru, Dr. Gero must disarm the doomsday bomb in our hearts. Otherwise, we will destroy Cell. Number 18 looked sad, but where are we going to find Cell? The Pacific Ocean is too big. Without a definite destination, we can't find it at all. Number 17 sneered, we don't need to look for it, we'll wait for Chiru to find us. Dr. Gero said that if Chiru wants to evolve, he must constantly devour the strong, and there are not many strong on the earth. In the eyes of number 17, himself and number 18 are the strongest on earth. It is impossible for Chiru not to come to find himself. A sword light flashed, and Xie Mingfeng appeared on the deserted island. The aura I sensed appeared here. After Xie Mingfeng and Monkey King separated, they rushed towards the deserted island. Although the hope is very slim, Xie Mingfeng still has the mentality of giving it a try. What if Sha Lu hasn't left the deserted island yet? Sha Lu has indeed left. Xie Mingfeng looked around and thought to himself. Okay? Xie Mingfeng looked up and saw two figures floating in the air. Artificial man. Xie Mingfeng frowned slightly, the skill of hiding the breath is so clever, so close, I almost didn't feel their existence. The artificial man created by Dr. Gero is indeed a very remarkable fighter. Looking at their outfits, if I'm not mistaken, they are number 17 and no 18. Xie Mingfeng pondered slightly and guessed their real identities. Number 17 and number 18 also found Xie Mingfeng. That guy's speed is really fast. Number 17 looked a little dignified. He only found a sword light just now. Xie Mingfeng was standing on the deserted island, and he saw Xie Mingfeng's appearance clearly. Number 18 nodded and said, the speed is very fast. He is carrying a long sword, and he should be a strong man who is proficient in swordsmanship. According to Dr. Gero's data, this person is Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng flew towards the sky slowly, and soon reached the same height as number 17 and number 18. Where are Dr. Gero and Shailu? Xie Mingfeng asked coldly. Number 17 sneered, and said disdainfully, are you interrogating us? Your tone is serious, but do you know who you are talking to? After finishing speaking, number 17 also stroked the long hair that was blown by the wind with his hands. Xiaming Feng, it is said that you are the strongest fighter on earth. Number 18 said with a smile, I really haven't seen what makes you stronger. Your swordsmanship is so good, I don't know if you can break through our swordsmanship defense. Like them, Xiaming Feng didn't have the slightest aura and could not perceive their fighting power at all. But they can suspend in the air, and they are different from ordinary people. Number 17, number 18, deep down in your hearts, you still have a little conscience. I won't kill you today. Tell me the whereabouts of Dr. Jero and Shailu, otherwise, I don't mind making you suffer. Xiaming Feng's eyes flickered Jian Guang. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. So you really know who we are? Number 17 said with a smile, however, it seems that you still don't know how powerful we are. Number 18 said, Xiaming Feng, do you want to make us suffer? What a joke! If that's the case, I'll try your strength. Before the words were finished, the figure of number 18 disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Xiaming Feng. Call! Number 18 punched Xiaming Feng with an extremely fast speed. It is absolutely uncomfortable to be hit by this punch. Xiaming Feng was slightly surprised, it's so fast. Xiaming Feng's body skills had already reached the state of subtlety, his body moved half an inch away, narrowly dodging the punch. Number 18 seeing that Xiaming Feng avoided his first punch, he was a little shocked. Xiaming Feng is worthy of being the strongest on earth. Xiaming Feng, you are indeed a strong man, I will give my best. Number 18 said coldly. Swish! Number 18 turned into afterimages in the air, continuously attacking Xiaming Feng. Her serial jab is very powerful, and her body and boxing skills are well coordinated. It's unbelievable that she can perform the ordinary serial jab so superbly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta will definitely suffer when they encounter number 18. Xiaming Feng's figure kept moving slightly, half an inch each time, just to avoid no 18's punch. Xiaming Feng, don't you just dodge. Number 18 was a little angry. Xiaming Feng said calmly, it's also a skill to be able to avoid attacks. Number 18 punched with all his strength, and Xiaming Feng met him with a palm. His fist hit Xiaming Feng's palm. Boom! A powerful shock wave erupted, shaking the entire deserted island, and the sea water kept churning. The force of the two collided enough to cause an earthquake. Number 18, that's enough. If you keep messing around, you will force me to draw my sword. Xiaming Feng's aura suddenly became fierce. Once my sword is unsheathed, there will be blood. If you don't want to die, don't force me. Call out. Number 17 disappeared, and his speed was even faster than number 18. It's a pity that it doesn't seem to be useful in front of Xiaming Feng. Behind. Want to sneak attack? Number 17 is all you can do. Xiaming Feng had a sneer in his eyes. Clang! The long sword is unsheathed. The tip of the sword drew a beautiful sword light in the air, and the sword energy streaked across no. 17's cheek. It was Xiaming Feng's first sword. Number 18 looked at Jian Guang, felt his soul shake, and exclaimed in his mouth, don't kill him. Number 17 is her own brother. And she does not want him to die under Xiaming Feng's sword. The sword energy flashed across, leaving a shallow sword mark on no. 17's cheek. The sword energy only scratched his skin, and no blood flowed out. A few strands of hair were cut off by the sword energy and drifted down with the wind. No. 17's face became extremely pale. How is it possible? Number 17 looked at Xiaming Feng in shock. How could you be so powerful? With 1 against 2, Xiaming Feng could easily win. So powerful, beyond the imagination of no. 17. Compared with him and number 18, Xiaming Feng was at least 1 level stronger. Xiaming Feng said, nothing is impossible. Your strength may be stronger than Monkey King, but it is not enough to completely crush them. As for Sha Lu, after he evolved into a mature body, he is stronger than me. If you know that Sha Lu where are Dr. Lu and Dr. Gero, you must tell me. Otherwise, the entire human race on Earth, including us, will be killed by Shailu. Xiaming Feng's words were not alarmist, he had a bad premonition in his heart, this time, it was more dangerous than being an enemy of Frisia. A little carelessness, the whole earth will be destroyed. Xiaming Feng spoke with sincerity, not as if he was deceiving them. Number 17 said, we don't know where Shailu is. In fact, we are also thinking about finding Shailu. As for Dr. Gero, he is on a deserted island in the laboratory, he holds a remote control device in his hand, as long as the device is pressed, the doomsday bomb in our body will explode. You'd better not go to trouble with Dr. Gero for the time being. Xiaming Feng glanced at the deserted island below, I have my own measure. Thanks to the nearby caves for rewarding 500 starting coins, Chijian thanks. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 The Invincible Cell. Chapter 19 The Invincible Cell. After Shiryu entered the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, he continued to devour powerful sea beasts, using their blood energy as his food. Cell evolves over time. When Dr. Gero was training Shiryu, he used a computer to transfer a lot of data to its mind, so Shiryu's knowledge reserve is not only huge, but also quite complete. Shiryu knows all kinds of extinctions and fighting styles of the warriors on the earth. Profound wisdom and perfect knowledge reserves make Shiryu very clever and cunning. Unknowingly, 2 months passed. Because the soldiers on the ground did not find any clues at the bottom of the sea. Even Bulma's central computer did not find any trace of Shiryu. On this day, a light green humanoid monster appeared on a small island in the eastern Pacific Ocean. It is Shiryu. Sha-Ryu clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force in his body. Xiaming Feng. Sarah spoke. This is the first time it has spoken human language since its birth. Xiaming Feng is the strongest on earth, and Sha-Ryu regards him as the number one enemy. The chi and blood of sea beasts are of no help to Cell's evolution. In other words, Shiryu's evolution has encountered a bottleneck, and if he wants to evolve again, he must devour martial arts experts. Boom! A powerful aura emerged from Sha-Ryu's body, and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing on the island. Universal Capsule Group. Monitoring Room. A long-haired woman in a professional suit noticed the data changes on the monitor, and hurriedly reported to Bulma, Miss Bulma, in the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean, I found a powerful energy fluctuation. I don't know if it is the target we want to monitor. Bulma said calmly, immediately get the satellite status and send the data back. We must not let any suspicious target go. A few seconds later, the satellite sent back the data, and after converting it into an image, Bulma's pupils shrank. The green humanoid monster? It should be it. Xiaming Feng suddenly appeared in the monitoring room. Shailu. We waited for 2 months, and he finally showed up. Xiaming Feng sneered. Shiryu will not be easily exposed. Once he appears, he will never be afraid of the warriors on earth. Xiaming Feng put the long sword on his back, and said to Bulma, inform Monkey King and Vegeta, I will go meet Cell first. Bulma said, be careful. The data fed back from the satellite, we can roughly judge the strength of Cell, which is very difficult to deal with. Xiaming Feng said, it's fine, don't worry. Number 17 and number 18 have no doomsday bombs in their bodies, and now they live a very leisurely life. They promised to help find Shiryu, but they kept working hard. Bang! A humanoid monster descended from the sky and appeared in front of number 17 and number 18. Number 17, number 18, first time meeting. Shailu stared at the two with blood-red eyes, and laughed, hello. Number 17 looked at Shailu and said, you are the monster Shailu created by Dr. Gero? It really looks very hideous. Are you really so powerful? It made Xie Mingfeng feel extremely nervous, as if the earth would fall to the earth if he was not careful. It's going to be like hell. Although the aura on Sha Ru's body was strong, it didn't put any pressure on number 17. Number 17. Now I have some doubts about Xie Mingfeng's words. Shailu looks hideous and terrifying, but he is not very powerful. Number 18 is a girl. And her mind should always be more delicate. She had a bad premonition in her heart, so she stepped back quickly and said, Number 17, Shailu is not as simple as it seems on the surface, you have to be careful. Number 17 said with a smile, Don't worry, I have my own measure. Let's try it out first. Number 17 rushed towards Sharu. Sha Ru had no defense and was punched in the face by no. 17. Sha Ru was punched flying, and his body hit the mountainside not far away, making a loud noise. Sure enough, it's exactly what I expected. Shailu is a failed work. Dr. Gero still treats it as a treasure, which is really unreasonable. Number 17 sneered. Cell came out of the smoke. No. 17's pupils shrank, with shock on his face. How is that possible? How could you not be injured at all? Just now number 17 was careless, but he was actually very cautious in his heart. With all my might. Shailu said contemptuously, Number 17, your fist is soft and has no strength at all. Up to now, you have not recognized the truth of the matter. In fact, you are the failed products created by Dr. Gero. You finally the little value is to be devoured by me, allowing me to evolve to a higher level of life. As long as I devour you, I will devour Xie Mingfeng and Monkey King, maybe I can stand on the pinnacle of the universe. Sharu's ambition is much stronger than Dr. Gero's. Dr. Gero is still thinking about dominating the earth, but Sharu's eyes have already turned to the vast universe. A waste like Frisia can become the emperor of the universe. He, Cell, is stronger than Frisia, why can't he dominate the universe? Number 17, let's run away. Hurry up and inform Xie Mingfeng. Number 18 said, now only Xie Mingfeng can deal with Shailu. Shailu sneered, I can't escape. Before he finished speaking, Sha Lu turned into an afterimage and rushed towards number 17. The speed was so fast that number 17 had no time to react. Just when number 17 was about to be devoured, a sword light suddenly appeared and repelled Shailu. Xie Mingfeng stood in front of Sha Lu, pointing his sword at him. Shailu, you finally showed up. For 2 months, you made us look for it very hard. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile. Number 17 and number 18 stepped aside. In the battle between Xie Mingfeng and Sha Lu, the two of them were no longer able to intervene, and the difference in strength levels was too great. Sha Lu looked at Xie Mingfeng with a trace of solemnity in his eyes, but he did not have the slightest fear. Although Xie Mingfeng is powerful, Sha Lu is not a vegetarian at this time. Xie Mingfeng may not be able to kill Sha Lu if he wants to. Xie Mingfeng, you are the strongest on earth. Shailu said with a smile, your sword skills are really powerful. The sword just now made me feel pain. Xie Mingfeng, don't forget, I am Dr. Gero, the perfect artificial human warrior created, and your data are all in my mind. Do you think I can't deal with you? Xie Mingfeng frowned, oh, really? Then I'll give it a try and see what you can do. First sword. To fight a lion against a rabbit, one has to use all one's strength, let alone facing a monster like Cell. Xie Mingfeng directly used his strongest move, the first sword. Shailu let out a loud roar, his strength burst out, and there was also a sword light outside his body. Boom! The powerful force collided with Xie Mingfeng's sword light, destroying everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. Xie Mingfeng's first sword was very concentrated in strength, and could break through with a single point. Even the strongest defenses couldn't stop it. Unfortunately, there are accidents in everything. Sha Lu, it blocked Xie Mingfeng's first sword. There was blood on the corner of Shalu's mouth, and excitement in his eyes. Although it was injured, it blocked Xie Mingfeng's strongest sword after all. Xie Mingfeng, your first sword is domineering, tyrannical, and well-deserved. Sha Lu licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and let out a chuckle. I was taken aback, thinking that my defense could not stop you. Where is your first sword? However, I blocked it in the end. If Xie Mingfeng's first sword was any stronger, Sha Lu would definitely be killed. It's a pity that there are not so many ifs in the world. Xie Mingfeng's first sword can't kill Sha Lu, it just can't kill him. This is determined by strength. Xie Mingfeng, try my sword skills too. A sword energy appeared from Sha Ru's fingertips, very sharp. Xie Mingfeng shrank his pupils and said in shock, the first sword. Yes, it was Xie Mingfeng's first sword. Shiru's brain is very developed, coupled with a perfect reserve of knowledge, his wisdom works, very similar to a computer. Xie Mingfeng's first sword was imitated by Shalu. Although it was not as powerful as the original version, it still had 7 or 8 points of essence. Although Shalu's first sword was a little less spiritual than Xie Mingfeng's first sword, its lethality was also terrifying. Xie Mingfeng unleashed 2 swords in a row, and finally blocked Shalu's sword attack. Sha Lu was very satisfied with his swordsmanship, and said, Xie Mingfeng, although your swordsmanship is still superior to mine, but my strength is stronger than mine. You have no advantage when facing me. Dr. Gero is hateful, he wants to control me, but he is indeed the greatest scientist on Earth. My brain can simulate any trick with data, so I know the fighting skills you know, but you don't skills, I will too. Earth, no one can stop me. Xie Mingfeng, if you are sensible, get out of the way and let me devour number 17 and no 18. Xie Mingfeng sneered and said, Shalu, don't be too arrogant. Although I can't kill you for the time being, it is impossible for you to devour number 17 and number 18 in front of me. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Klin and others finally arrived at the place where Xie Mingfeng fought after receiving a call from Bulma. Seeing that Xie Mingfeng was confronting Sha Lu, they had doubts in their eyes. Could it be that Xie Mingfeng couldn't kill Sha Lu? Xie Mingfeng's first strike couldn't kill Sha Lu, but if he got a few more strikes, it would be enough for Sha Lu. Xie Mingfeng was also afraid that Shalu would go crazy and wreak havoc on the earth. It is difficult to tell the winner between 2 equally matched opponents, but the damage to the surrounding environment is fatal. They are equal in strength and fear each other. Monkey King came to Xie Mingfeng's side and asked, Xie Mingfeng, how is the situation? With solemn eyes, Xie Mingfeng said, Shalu is very difficult to deal with. My first sword can't kill it. With my current strength, I can only contain it. Wukong, you'd better find a way to improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise it's very troublesome. As long as Shiru devours martial arts experts, he can evolve and become stronger, but it is not an easy task for me to create a second sword. Cell is the attacking side, taking the initiative. Xie Mingfeng not only has to protect himself, but also protects the martial arts experts on Earth, preventing them from being swallowed by Cell. Therefore, the energy consumed by Xie Mingfeng was several times that of Shalu. Once Sha Lu finds an opportunity to devour a martial arts expert, such as number 17, then Xie Mingfeng will be at an absolute disadvantage. Maybe he will be defeated by Cell, or even killed. After hearing Xie Mingfeng's words, Sun Wukong and others gasped, with shock in their eyes. Shiru is against the strong people of the entire Earth, but his momentum still has a slight upper hand, showing an invincible posture. Shiru looked at Sun Wukong and the others, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, almost all the martial arts experts on Earth are here. Well, that's great. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Evolving Again. Chapter 20 Evolving Again. Sha Ru's Kikong bullets carried a sharp sword energy. Oh! Xie Mingfeng was sent flying out. Wow! Xiaming Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were extremely clear, as if he was not injured at all. I'll kill you while you're sick. With a cruel smile on the corner of Shalu's mouth, his body turned into an afterimage and attacked Xiaming Feng. After finally catching the opportunity to injure Xiaming Feng, Sha Lu certainly wouldn't let it go easily. If you don't take advantage of the victory to pursue at this time, when will you wait? Call out! Xiaming Feng turned into a sword light, flickered several times, and distanced himself from Shalulet. The two formed the situation of confrontation just now. Sha Lu stared at Xiaming Feng, feeling annoyed in his heart. Damn it, he was injured, why didn't his speed be affected at all? Could it be that my attack really doesn't work on Xiaming Feng? Sha Lu laughed loudly and said, Xiaming Feng, how was my attack just now? You have been injured by me now, it feels very uncomfortable. As long as you do it a few more times, you will die in my hands and then be swallowed by me. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, none of them can escape. Xiaming Feng wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, Shalu, you don't need to test, it's meaningless at all. To be honest, your attacks are messy. If you use Qigong to flick, just use Qigong flick directly, and use sword chi to kill you. Use sword chi, but your Qigong bombs are mixed with sword chi. Although the destructive power is much stronger, I can defend better. If you used pure sword chi to attack just now, maybe you really succeeded. The power of a pure attack may be reduced by a level, but in terms of damage to the enemy, it will be more domineering and hard to guard against. Don't look at Shalu's Qigong bomb mixed with sword energy, which released a devastating explosion, but the damage to Xiaming Feng was not as great as it imagined. Impossible. Sha Ru was shocked and said, my attack was calculated using data simulation. Even if the blow just now couldn't kill you, it could still seriously injure you. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, Shalu, if you fail here. The data simulation is indeed very powerful, and it is not far behind the original attack, but after all, there are some things that you cannot simulate. For example, mental will, you have no way to simulate. Fighting is to defeat the opponent, not just the destructive power, you can win. Fighting is an art, not brutal destruction. If you no longer believe in data simulation unconditionally, Yu Cell is not a real warrior, but a machine that only kills. There was resentment in Shalu's eyes. Nonsense. I am the most powerful warrior in the universe, not some killing machine. Sha Ru went to Xiaming Feng again. Every move, every style of it is completed by using data simulation, boxing, kicking, body, and the transition between offense and defense is seamless. Xiaming Feng sneered, the attack is perfect, but it's a pity that it's too crafty and doesn't have any spirituality. Xiaming Feng's sword tip issued a dazzling sword light, pointing directly at Shalu's brow. Sha Lu retreated tens of meters, avoiding that sharp sword light. This move again. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, as long as it can threaten you, one move is enough. Xiaming Feng and Shalu fought on and off, sometimes attacking wildly, sometimes confronting each other, and sometimes testing each other. During the battle, Sha Lu kept collecting various data about the fight, obtained more information, and gained a better understanding of Xiaming Feng's fighting style. Between life and death, there is great terror. Under Shalu's coercion, Xiaming Feng showed % of his potential, and his swordsmanship continued to increase in power. Even the clueless second sword, Xiaming Feng had a clear direction. A day passed without knowing it. Boom! A white aura appeared beside Xiaming Feng. Vegeta, why is it you, Monkey King? Xiaming Feng asked in a deep voice with a tired face. Vegeta glanced at Cell with contempt, and said coldly, that guy Kakarot is still in the spiritual time room. Well, Xiaming Feng, you can rest, Cell, this monster, just leave it to me. Vegeta practiced in the spiritual time room for a year, his strength increased several times, and finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. Before, Vegeta's strength had always been inferior to that of Xia Mingfeng and Monkey King, which made him very upset and his self-esteem was hit. Now, he can finally feel proud. Xia Mingfeng took a look at Vegeta, and felt that the powerful force in his body was indeed no longer under cell. Then be careful. Xia Mingfeng sheathed his long sword. Just in case, Xia Mingfeng did not leave, but flew to a mountain not far away to watch the battle. After eating a mouthful of fairy beans, Xia Mingfeng's body recovered instantly, but it was not so easy to recover from mental exhaustion. Xia Mingfeng watched the battle again and again, nourishing his spirit again and again. Vegeta did have the capital of arrogance at this time, and he was able to fight Chirrus so hard. Vegeta, this guy's talent is not inferior to Monkey King. His fighting style is completely different from Monkey King. Unfortunately, he is too proud, too arrogant, and has too much self-esteem. If he is more humble, he may surpass Monkey King. Xia Mingfeng thought to himself. As soon as Vegeta was born, he was judged to be a high-level fighter, the closest existence to a Super Saiyan. But Sun Wukong is just a low-level fighter. Vegeta has not been as good as Sun Wukong. It is not without reason. As long as Vegeta finds this reason and faces it squarely, it is entirely possible to surpass Monkey King. After all, Vegeta's foundation is much stronger than Monkey King. Just like Broly, who was born with tens of thousands of fighting strength, even if he doesn't practice, when he grows up, transforming into a Super Saiyan is as easy as drinking water. Both Cell and Vegeta became stronger as they fought more and more. After a few hours, they still couldn't decide the winner. Xia Mingfeng's spirit has recovered a lot, and he is no longer as tired as before. Monkey King, number 17, and number 18 came to Xia Mingfeng's side very quickly. Wukong, aren't you practicing in the time room? You came out so soon. Xia Mingfeng asked. Sun Wukong said with a smile, I have been in the time room for a long time, and my potential has been fully utilized. It is meaningless to stay in the time room. So I came out. Xia Mingfeng nodded. Monkey King has indeed made a breakthrough. His current combat power is stronger than that of Vegeta. Sun Wukong's strength grows slowly and steadily, while Vegeta's strength doubles explosively. The two have their own characteristics. Son Goku and Vegeta teaming up should be able to eliminate Cell. Xia Mingfeng said with a smile, Wukong, you came just in time. With you and Vegeta here, I am relieved. I plan to go to the time room, maybe my second sword can be created soon. Monkey King was startled, oh? Is your second sword ready? Xia Mingfeng smiled and said, give it a try, maybe it will work. Sun Wukong sighed, you are so powerful now, I don't know how much stronger you will become after creating the second sword. Xia Mingfeng shook his head and said, we're not all that strong yet, and we still have a long way to go if we want to truly enter the ranks of the cosmic superpowers. Thinking of the strength of Weiss and God of Destruction, Xia Mingfeng felt tremendous pressure. Xia Mingfeng looked at number 17 and number 18. Number 17 said, the two of us are artificial humans who have been transformed, and we don't need to practice. The two of them really don't need to practice, even if they enter the time room to practice, it will be of no use at all. Because their strength does not come from cultivation. Xia Mingfeng stood up and said to Sun Wukong, okay, I'll leave this to you. I hope you and Vegeta can destroy Cell. I'll go to the temple first. Come to the temple. Tien Shen, Bobo, Piccolo, and Kling were all waiting outside anxiously. Xia Mingfeng, you're here. Little bald Kellen's eyes lit up when he saw Xia Mingfeng. How's the battle going now? Piccolo asked. Xia Mingfeng said, Vegeta is fighting fiercely with Cell. They are evenly matched. With Wukong here, I will come here with confidence. By the way, who is in the time room now? Kellen said, it's Gohan. Gohan also wanted to participate in the battle, so he entered the time room. Gohan's potential is still huge. In the future, he will also become a high-end combat force on Earth. But this time, Gohan might not need to contribute. As long as there is no change, Monkey King and Vegeta can completely solve Cell. After Gohan came out, his height grew a lot, he was no longer a child, but a boy in his teens. Gohan maintained the state of Super Saiyan. Xia Feng patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Gohan, good job. Your strength has indeed increased a lot, and you have become a Super Saiyan. Not only that, in your current state, you should have completely controlled the power of a Super Saiyan, which is really amazing. Perform well, and you will definitely be able to surpass your father in the future." Gohan said embarrassedly, "Uncle Xia Feng has won the prize, how dare I compare with my father?" Kiki always wanted Gohan to become a scholar, and Gohan was really polite. Xia Feng smiled and said, "You have to be more confident." Xia Feng glanced at Piccolo and the others, and asked, "Which of you will go in now?" Kellen shook his head and said, "My strength is the worst. Even if I enter the time room, it doesn't make much sense. Don't go in." When Klin was young, he and Sun Wukong practiced together with Gaixianren. Their strengths were comparable at that time, and Klin often played and bullied Sun Wukong, but now, his strength is far from Sun Wukong. Clint was a little disheartened. Piccolo glanced at Xia Feng. "Xia Feng, I'm not in a hurry, you should go in first." Xia Feng no longer declined, "Well then, I won't be polite." Xia Feng couldn't wait, he wanted to create the second sword as soon as possible. Vegeta's desire for performance is very strong, and he has never let Monkey King make a move. He felt that joining forces with Monkey King, even if he defeated Cell, would be a shame. As a Scion Prince, the pride in his heart cannot be trampled on by anyone. Monkey King had no choice but to watch the battle from the sidelines. However, everyone underestimated Shiru's cunning. Showing weakness to the enemy, Shiru plotted against number 17 and devoured number 17. Number 17 and number 18 are the two weakest people on the battlefield, so Cell will naturally look for them. After swallowing number 17, Cell's aura grew exponentially, and his strength quickly surpassed Monkey King and Vegeta. Cell's image changed again, getting closer and closer to human form. His eyes are no longer blood red, but black and white, exactly the same as human eyes. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you two are the biggest idiots in the world. A lion fights a rabbit, you have to use all your strength, let alone fight with an equal opponent? If the two of you join forces as soon as you come up, maybe you can really do it. Kill me, what a pity, because of the ridiculous self-esteem in your hearts, you gave up joining forces. This will give me a chance to make a comeback. Now, it is meaningless for the two of you to join forces, just wait to die." Cell punched Vegeta in the stomach. Bang! Being hit by a punch, Vegeta vomited blood, and his figure flew upside down, hitting the ground with a loud noise. "Just now, I only used half of my strength. I didn't expect Vegeta to be so vulnerable." Sha-Ryu stared at Monkey King and sneered, "As long as I devour you, I can evolve again." At that time, no matter whether Xia Feng is not really created the second sword, he is not my opponent. Earth, no one can stop me. Sha-Ryu's whole body burst out with strength, and the powerful aura formed a hurricane, which made Monkey King unable to open his eyes. What a powerful force, the whole earth is trembling. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, his heart full of dignity. The current Shiru is far more powerful than all the fighters on Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 The Law of Space and the Second Sword. Chapter 21 The Law of Space and the Second Sword. Xia Feng entered the time room, and immediately felt that the space inside was different from the outside. The space fluctuated and became clearer. The room of time is really an excellent place to comprehend the laws of space. Although Xia Feng has not been able to comprehend the laws of space, he can feel the fluctuations of the laws of space in the room of time. Outside, there is a complete universe, and the space is extremely stable. It is very difficult to comprehend the laws of space. But it's different in the time room. The time house was built by the gods of the earth with divine power. It belongs to the dimensional space. Although it cannot be compared with the entire universe, it also contains some spatial mysteries. Ignore the law of space first, create the second sword, and then talk about other things. Xiaming Feng did this very well. He knew what he had to do first and then what to do. Now he doesn't have any foundation on the law of space. If he tries to comprehend it forcefully, he might end up with nothing if he stays in the time room for a year. The most urgent thing is to create the second sword, which is the most correct choice. The second sword has a clue, and when it is created, it will naturally be fast. Time flies. Haven't used it for a year yet. In just 8 months, Xiaming Feng created the second sword. I didn't expect that the second sword contained a trace of the law of space. The time room is really worthy of a treasure of cultivation. There was surprise in Xiaming Feng's eyes. He entered the time room to practice this time, and he gained a lot. Not only did he create the second sword, but he also comprehended a bit of space law. Although it was only a very weak trace of law, it doubled Xiaming Feng's strength. Xiaming Feng's speed at this time has at least increased several times compared to before. UI. With an absolute advantage in speed, Xiaming Feng will remain invincible. Crack! The door of the time house opened. Xiaming Feng walked out holding the long sword. Xiaming Feng, you've finally come out. Piccolo's tone was a little excited when he saw Xiaming Feng. There was also a relaxed expression on the faces of Tian Shen and Mr. Bobo. They felt that as long as Xiaming Feng came out, the crisis on the earth would definitely be resolved. Piccolo asked impatiently, "Have you comprehended the second sword?" Xiaming Feng nodded, "Fortunately, I am not disgraceful. I was able to comprehend the second sword, which is also a fluke. But, no matter what, it is finally a success." Piccolo took a sigh of relief, "That's good." Xiaming Feng had a bad premonition in his heart, and asked, "What's the situation with Cell now? Hasn't it been wiped out by Goku and Vegeta?" Piccolo shook his head and said, "Not only was Cell not eliminated, but it evolved again, devouring number 17 and number 18, and Vegeta died. Now Goku and Gohan are desperately resisting Cell. However, the situation is not optimistic." Xiaming Feng closed his eyes and sensed the various powerful auras on the earth, and sure enough there was no Vegeta's aura. Xiaming Feng sighed, "Now Wukong and Wuhan have reached the most dangerous moment, I have to rush there immediately." Piccolo said, "I'll go with you." Xiaming Feng grabbed Piccolo's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. Piccolo felt that the world around him suddenly changed, and the space began to distort. Before he could recover, he and Xiaming Feng had already arrived at the battlefield. Piccolo said in shock, "So fast. Is this Wukong's teleportation?" Xiaming Feng shook his head and said, "It's not teleportation. I only comprehend the superficial aspect of the law of space, and the speed is just fast. It's unbelievable that the speed is so fast." On the battlefield, Cell punched Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan easily with 2 consecutive punches. Light blue lightning flashed in the auras of Sun Wukong and Gohan. Obviously, both of them have reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, they still look vulnerable in front of Cell. Shailu's appearance has completely changed now. With a height of 1.8 meters, the muscles on his body are not prominent, and he looks very lean, like a cheetah, full of explosive strength. Xiaming Feng knew that such a figure was simply a perfect combination of strength and speed. Behind Sha-Ryu, there is no pair of black wings as in the original book. Shailu is now like a green-skinned human teenager, and no one will doubt him if he is a human from the earth. Xiaming Feng frowned, Shailu has evolved to such a point. Is there really no limit to Shailu's evolution? As long as he keeps devouring the strong, Can he continue to evolve? If so, it would be terrible. Xie Feng appeared suddenly, blocked in front of Sha Lu, punched out, and collided with Sha Lu's fist. Boom! Xie Feng and Sha Lu retreated at the same time. The strength of the two is equal. There was a trace of surprise in Sha Lu's eyes. Xie Feng, you have become so powerful after only seeing you for more than 10 hours. It is unbelievable. It seems that the spiritual time room in the temple is really amazing. After I get rid of you, I also go in and practice for a while. Xie Feng said coldly, Shailu, you have no chance to go to the time room. Shiru smiled and said, Vegeta was in the same tone as you at the time, thinking that he was sure to win, but what happened in the end? Wasn't he killed and swallowed by me? Now I am only one step away from the true perfect form. The last step. As long as I devour you, Xie Feng, I can complete the final evolution and become the strongest existence in the universe. Xie Feng sneered and said, ignorant guy. Dr. Gero did not pass the information of Weiss and the god of destruction to Cell, and Cell did not know the existence of Weiss and the god of destruction. Sun Wukong and Wufan ate the fairy beans, regained their strength, and flew to Xie Feng's side, wanting to fight side by side with him. Xie Feng, this guy Shailu is very cunning, you have to be careful. Vegeta was killed and swallowed by him. Sun Wukong's face was very ugly. This guy Shailu is indeed a monster. I don't know if it can be done with Dragon Balls. Bring Vegeta back to life. Xie Feng sneered, if Shiru doesn't die, Vegeta can't be resurrected. Dragon Ball is not omnipotent. Vegeta killed himself. Whether he can be resurrected or not is none of my business. I said it a long time ago, we must Wukong, you can join hands with him to kill Cell, why didn't he listen? Xie Feng is very clear about Vegeta's personality. It must be due to self-esteem, unwilling to join forces with Monkey King, and wanted to kill Cell alone to show his strength, and ended up dead. Doesn't Vegeta know that all dangers must be wiped out in swaddling infancy? It wasn't Vegeta's mistake, and it was impossible for Cell to evolve into a mature body. In a word, this guy Vegeta deserves more than a death sentence and is not worthy of sympathy. Sun Wukong was a little embarrassed. The matter had come to this point, Xie Feng couldn't say anything about him. The first task now is to defeat Cell. Sun Wufan raised his face and said resolutely, Uncle Xie Feng, if we go together, we will definitely be able to defeat Cell. Sun Wuhan unleashed all his potential, and his strength was no longer inferior to Sun Wukong. Xie Feng shook his head and said, the current Chiru is no longer enough to be dealt with by many people. Gohan, you and your father should both stand back. Just use Chiru to try the second sword I created to see how powerful it is. How? Swish! Xie Feng's long sword drew a beam of light in the air, with a trace of space fluctuation. Chiru felt his arm get cold, and his right hand fell off. Damn! Seeing that his right hand was cut off, Sha Lu looked in disbelief. How is it possible? I didn't feel the sword attack at all. Xie Feng fired a Qigong bomb casually, blowing Sha Lu's dropped arm into powder. Xie Feng nodded in satisfaction, the second sword is not bad. The second sword contains a trace of space law, which is completely impossible to guard against. When a sword is struck, if the enemy does not understand the laws of space and does not have overwhelming power, it will be difficult to defend against it. Sha Lu's power is strong, and Xie Feng's is not weak either. Especially the sharpness of the second sword is more than 10 times stronger than the first sword. Coupled with that unparalleled speed, Cell no longer has the slightest advantage. Sha Lu shouted loudly, Xie Feng, don't be complacent. I have an immortal body, you can't kill me. Ah! Shailu let out a loud roar, flesh and blood squirmed continuously at the wound of the severed arm of his right hand, and soon, a brand new arm grew out. Sha Lu clenched his fists and said with a smile, Xie Feng, see, don't cut off my arm, even if you cut off my head, I can grow it again. No matter how sharp your sword is, it can't kill me. Xie Mingfeng sneered, I really want to give it a try. In the universe, there are all kinds of miraculous beings, but there is no real immortality. Not to mention Cell, even Majin Bu would be killed. Sha Ru's arm has indeed grown, but to grow an arm requires blood energy. Sha Ru's aura dropped slightly, although it was only a small amount. Sun Wukong and Piccolo didn't notice it, but Xie Mingfeng did. Cello's breath is getting weaker, which is a good thing. Xie Mingfeng used body skills, surrounded Sha Lu, and made 4 consecutive sword strikes, cutting off all of Sha Lu's hands and feet. The sword energy shook Sha Ru's hands and feet into powder, making it impossible for him to connect them again. Sha Lu roared loudly, the breath on his body exploded, and his hands and feet grew out again. Sha Lu punched Xie Mingfeng, he could no longer sit still, he had to fight back. Xie Mingfeng's speed and swordsmanship are too fast to be guarded against. More importantly, Xie Mingfeng discovered Sha Lu's secret. Sha Lu cannot recover limbs and injuries indefinitely. Once the blood energy is exhausted, Cell will surely die. Sha Lu's fist, like a meteorite with destructive energy, hit Xie Mingfeng at an extremely fast speed. Xie Mingfeng sneered, with contempt in his eyes, if he hadn't comprehended the second sword, hadn't comprehended a little space law, facing such a powerful punch, he might be finished. But now, it is impossible for Sha Ru to injure himself. Xie Mingfeng admired Sha Lu's fighting skills before. After all, Sha Lu's moves are all simulated using data, and there are almost no obvious dead ends and flaws. But now, Sha Lu's boxing skills are nothing more than that in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. Xie Mingfeng's realm is high, and his vision is also high. Second sword. Xie Mingfeng stabbed out with a sword, the space was distorted, the sword energy directly destroyed Sha Lu's fist strength, and cut off half of Sha Lu's fist. Sha Lu, you are just a fighting machine created by Dr. Gero. No matter how powerful the data simulation moves are, it is useless. Against the strong who really understand the laws, your moves are simply vulnerable. Xie Mingfeng with a sneer in his eyes, Sha Lu, you are finished. The tricks simulated by Cell using data, whether it is Piccolo's magic flash, Vegeta's electric cannon, or even Monkey King's Kamei Kigong, can reach % power. Only Xie Mingfeng's sword intent could not be imitated by Sha Ru. Now Xie Mingfeng has comprehended a trace of the law of space, created a second sword, and his strength has doubled. No matter how strong Sha Lu is, in Xie Mingfeng's eyes, he is just a reckless man who can only use brute force. With fear in his eyes, Sha Lu roared loudly, impossible. I am the most perfect warrior, the strongest existence in the universe, and no one can stop me. Xie Mingfeng, I will tear you to pieces. Ask for tickets, ask for favorites. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Xie Mingfeng snorted coldly, and shot out a sword energy again. The sword energy directly pierced Chiru's heart. No matter what kind of creature, the heart is a very important organ. If the heart is destroyed, even if it does not die, it will still be seriously injured. As powerful as Sha Lu, his heart will be pierced by sword energy, and he will vomit blood. Sha Ru recovered his body again, but the aura on his body was obviously reduced a lot, both Monkey King and Monkey King could feel it. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile, Sha Lu, the aura on your body has weakened a lot. It seems that my sword pierced your heart just now, and it still hurt you quite a lot. I just don't know, if I with 10 swords, 15 swords, or even 20 swords, can you still recover? Chiru was shocked. Xie Mingfeng knew that one sword could not kill him, but he had to constantly drain his energy and reduce his combat effectiveness. Really malicious. However, facing Xie Mingfeng's tactics, Sha Lu has nothing to do. Strength, Xie Mingfeng is not inferior to it, speed is even more superior to him, especially swordsmanship, which makes him impossible to guard against. For a while, Shuru was in a desperate situation. Using the data simulation in his mind, Sha-Ru came to the conclusion that his chance of winning was less than 1%. Lost. Shuru thought sadly and indignantly. Xia Feng's figure disappeared instantly, turning into phantoms, surrounding Sha-Lu. Sword Qi continued to penetrate Shuru's body. The destructive power of the sword Qi is much stronger than what Shailu estimated, especially the sharp sword Qi remains in the body, and it takes a lot of energy to get rid of it. Sun Wukong and Gohan saw that Cell had no power to fight back, and there were smiles on their faces. Cell is finished, Gohan said with a smile. Monkey King nodded and said, yes, Sha-Lu is indeed finished. Xia Feng's swordsmanship has reached the level of ghosts and gods. I don't know who else can block his sword attack. Xia Feng comprehended the second sword, comprehended a trace of the law of space, and the attack power was so powerful that Monkey King was terrified when he saw it. Just now Sha-Ru crushed him and Gohan with an absolute advantage, but now Sha-Ru is vulnerable in front of Xia Feng. Such a gap is really too big. Call out. A translucent sword energy flashed across Sha-Ru's eyebrows instantly. Ah! Shuru let out a desperate growl. Boom! Shuru fell to the ground, motionless, as if he was really killed. But Xia Feng knew that Sha-Lu didn't die so easily. Shailu, stop pretending, I know you won't be killed so easily. Stand up quickly. Xia Feng flew in the air and said calmly. It took several minutes for Shuru to recover this time. It seems that it is really dying. Sha-Lu stood up, with madness and cruelty in his eyes. Xia Feng, you won. Earth, how could there be such a powerful guy like you? Xia Feng shook his head and said, begging for mercy? It's useless. You are too dangerous and deceitful. If you are not wiped out, the earth will not be safe. The blood in Shailu's eyes flashed, and he sneered, I'm not begging for mercy. I just want to say that although you won, you can't stop me from dragging the whole earth to be buried with you. I want to die with you. Sha-Ru's body expanded rapidly, becoming more than 10 times larger in an instant. The energy in its body was extremely violent, very unstable, and could explode at any time. Xia Feng's expression changed, and he secretly said, damn it! The energy in Shuru's body is stronger than 100 doomsday bombs. Once it explodes, the whole earth will be destroyed. Xia Feng didn't dare to attack. Shailu was like a balloon, it would burst with a poke. Sun Wukong teleported to Shailu's side, and pressed his palm on Shailu's body. Sha-Lu, you may have forgotten that I can teleport. As long as I take you away from the earth will naturally be saved. Shailu roared angrily, impossible. Explode me. Swish. Sun Wukong and Cell disappeared at the same time. Father! Sun Gohan shouted loudly. Xia Feng heaved a sigh of relief when Sun Wukong took Sha-Lu away. Xia Feng walked over and patted Gohan on the shoulder, don't worry, your father will be fine. Even if there is an emergency, isn't there still Dragon Ball? Just revive him. Gohan nodded. Sun Wukong took Cell to the King of the Northern Realm. Boom! The entire Planet King realm was destroyed, Snake Road and Hell were affected, and thousands of souls were shaken and scattered. At the bottom of Hell, several soul-cleaning machines were destroyed, the soul-cleaning fluid leaked, and the whole Hell seemed to be turned into a playground. A tall, green-skinned fat man, very cute in appearance, but his aura reveals evil. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave. Fatty clapped his hands and laughed. Very happy look. Cell blew himself up and didn't resurrect again like in the original book, but the power of Cell's explosion was more than 10 times stronger than in the original book. Not only Sun Wukong and the King of the World were killed, but even the Xianyanbo was born ahead of schedule. The soul of the King of the Realm yelled at Sun Wukong, Wukong, you have caused a lot of trouble this time, do you know that? At the bottom of Hell, a fat man appeared. That guy is too strong. If you don't destroy him, the whole hell will die. It's over, and the entire Milky Way will be affected by then, maybe the Milky Way will collapse. Sun Wukong's eyes became serious. Master Kai, that guy looks very cute, he doesn't seem to have any offensive power. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. Sun Wukong had a soul halo on his head and flew directly to the bottom of hell. The strength of the evil thought wave is no weaker than that of Majin Bu. After Sun Wukong became the third stage of Super Saiyan, he could fight Majin Bu evenly, but in front of the monster Xianianbo, he could only be abused. Xia Feng returned to the Universal Capsule Group. Bulma ran over to look at him, and asked, "Is he not injured?" "I used the central computer to simulate Cell's combat stats. It is much stronger than Wukong and the others. It is a monster. I am really good worry about you." Xia Feng shook his head and said, "It's okay, Cell has been wiped out. The Earth is safe. Besides, even if I am really injured, don't I still have fairy beans? No matter how serious the injury is, as long as I don't die, eat a fairy bean, and I will immediately die. It will become a dragon and a tiger." A woman in a professional suit came over. "Miss Boomer, Mr. Xiat, there is a woman holding a child outside, and she wants to borrow Dragon Ball radar." Xia Feng frowned, and asked, "Borrow Dragon Ball radar? Is it Kikai?" "Kikai only has one child, Sun Wufan. And Sun Wushan hasn't been born yet, so it's impossible for her to hold the child." Bulma said, "Let her in." After a while, a blonde woman came in with a baby in her arms. Xia Feng recognized her right away. Vegeta's wife. "Miss Buma, Mr. Xiat, hello." Vegeta's wife greeted with a smile. Xia Feng glanced at the baby in her arms and asked, "Is this your and Vegeta's son?" She nodded and said, "Yes. It's my son, his name is Trunks." Speaking of her son, she had a happy smile on her face. Trunks was extraordinary from the moment he was born, with much more strength than other babies, and he could run all over the place in less than 3 months. Trunks will definitely be a formidable fighter in the future. It has to be said that the physique of Scions is stronger than that of Earth people. Xia Feng nodded and said, "Trunks? Well, that's a good name." Vegeta's wife said, "I came here this time to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. After collecting all the Dragon Balls, I will return the radar right away." Xia Feng said, "Are you trying to revive Vegeta? After that guy Vegeta is resurrected, you can persuade him well. If he still has such an invincible character in the future, he will suffer. The powerful enemy in the entire universe is not just Chiru one." Vegeta's wife nodded, "Yes. I will persuade him." She sighed in her heart, trying to persuade Vegeta. It was easier said than done. As soon as Vegeta's wife left with the Dragon Ball radar, Xia Feng received a voice transmission from the King of the Realm. "Xia Feng, something happened in hell. That guy Xianianbo is too powerful, Goku and Vegeta are no match at all, you come to hell quickly. Once hell is destroyed, that's it, it's going to be troublesome." Xia Feng was taken aback, and excitedly said, "Master Realm King, what are you kidding? How could evil thought waves appear? Who is Xianianbo?" Of course Xia Feng knew, but it didn't appear at the right time. Son Goku has just become the second level of Super Saiyan, and has not reached the third level yet. Evil thought wave, why did it appear? The King of the Realm said anxiously, "How could I be joking? I still have to blame you and Wukong for this matter. If you killed Cell on the Earth, Wukong would not bring Cell to me." Cell self-explosion, the huge energy spread to Snake Road and Hell, causing the soul-cleaning liquid to leak, and the wave of evil thoughts came out. "If you don't come quickly, Goku and Vegeta will die. They are now in the state of souls. Once destroyed, it will never be resurrected." Xia Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come right away. But Lord Realm King, how can I reach hell?" Hell and earth are not in the same space. Xiaming Feng wants to go to hell, he must first find a space channel. The king of the world said, you go to the earth temple first, and the gods of the earth will take you to King Yama. Hurry up. Seeing Xiaming Feng's anxious look, Bulma asked, what's wrong? Are you leaving again? Xiaming Feng nodded and said, there is an accident in hell. I have to rush to put out the fire, otherwise, Monkey King may really be doomed. Don't worry, I will be fine, just wait for me at home. Xiaming Feng's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared in place. Seeing Xiaming Feng appearing, the god of heaven quickly pulled him, Xiaming Feng, hurry up and follow me. The gods opened the space channel and sent Xiaming Feng to hell. Xiaming Feng, everything depends on you. Yan Luoyang and Tian Shen said to Xiaming Feng. If Xiaming Feng can't solve the evil thought wave, then he can only ask the king of the world for help. But, can Kai Wangshan really solve the monster Xianianbo? Although Kai Wangshan is on the same level as the god of destruction, Kai Wangshan is not a fighting god after all, and his combat effectiveness is not very high. Xiaming Feng nodded and said, don't worry, I will do my best to get rid of the evil wave. Xiaming Feng rushed to the bottom of hell. Boom! There was a huge energy fluctuation from the bottom of hell, and Xiaming Feng was startled. It's such a strong evil energy, it's much stronger than Shailu's energy intensity. I don't know if I'm an opponent. After creating the second sword, Xiaming Feng is full of confidence in facing Shailu, but he is not sure of victory in the face of Xianianbo. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Powerful Fatty. Chapter 23 The Powerful Fatty. Cell died, and Vegeta's soul naturally went to the underworld. Now he is teaming up with Monkey King to deal with Xianianbo. But is the wave of evil thoughts that the two of them can shake now? They have just become the second level of Super Saiyan, and they are not opponents of Xianianbo at all. In the original book, Monkey King became the third Super Saiyan, and was beaten into a dog by the evil wave. As long as Xianianbo is serious, the souls of the two of them will definitely be broken. Vegeta, get out of here. The wave of evil thoughts came over with an attack wave, and Monkey King yelled at Vegeta. Xianianbo is much stronger than Cell. Head to head, Monkey King and Vegeta are not one-shot enemies at all. Fortunately, they fought against the evil thought wave from the beginning, and they persisted until now. The evil thought wave's attack was too fast, and Vegeta had no time to dodge it. Just when Vegeta was about to die, countless sword lights appeared around him. Jianguang blocked the attack and saved Vegeta. Although Xiaming Feng doesn't like Vegeta, he hasn't reached the point where he can't save him. After coming to the earth to settle down, Vegeta changed a lot, and he stopped killing at every turn. It's just that the character is as proud and conceited as ever. But in any case, when the earth is in crisis, Vegeta also contributed. Of course, Xiaming Feng couldn't just watch Vegeta's soul being broken up. Seeing Jianguang, Monkey King was pleasantly surprised. Xiaming Feng, why are you here? This is hell, not earth. Xiaming Feng is not a soul, how can he enter the underworld? Xiaming Feng appeared next to Sun Wukong and said, with the permission of Lord Kai, I can naturally enter hell. You and Vegeta should retreat. This fat man is teasing you, otherwise, you would have been out of your wits long ago. Vegeta glanced at Xiaming Feng gratefully, but still didn't say a word of thanks. Xiaming Feng didn't care either. With Vegeta's personality, it was more difficult for him to say thank you than to ask him to commit suicide. Xiaming Feng said to Vegeta, before I came, your wife brought Trunks to the Universal Capsule Group to borrow the Dragon Balls. Now she is collecting Dragon Balls. Come to think of it, you can be resurrected soon. Sun Wukong pulled Vegeta and said, Vegeta, our strength is not enough to fight against that fat man, let's step back. Sun Wukong is a fighting maniac, as long as there is a battle, he will be excited, but he is not a fool. If the strength is equal, it is called fighting. If the gap between strength and weakness is too large, if you still have to fight, that is courting death. Now, the battlefield can only be handed over to Xie Mingfeng. If he and Vegeta stay here, it will drag Xie Mingfeng down instead. Goku and Vegeta quickly flew into the air. Xie Nianbo saw that the two were going to escape. Of course he didn't want to. It quickly launched a Qigong bomb attack, trying to stop Monkey King and Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng's long sword emitted countless sword chi, intercepting every Qigong bullet. Rumble! There was a violent explosion in the air and on the ground. Hey, fatty! Your opponent is me now. Xie Mingfeng pointed his long sword at Xie Nianbo. Xie Nianbo looked at Xie Mingfeng suspiciously, and his eyes lit up. It seems to have found a fun toy. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave! Xie Nianbo shouted happily while clapping his hands. Xie Mingfeng's heart was like still water. He knew the details of Xie Nianbo and would not be deceived by its appearance. Xie Nianbo is indeed very deceptive, its appearance is too cute. If it weren't for the powerful evil spirit on it, anyone would think he was a harmless guy. Xie Mingfeng walked towards it step by step. Fatty, I have to admit that you are really strong. Xie Mingfeng said lightly, you have not yet become the ultimate form, and your aura is no longer inferior to mine. It seems that if I want to win, I have to change your strength. Kill you before you become the ultimate form. If Xie Nianbo becomes the ultimate form, his strength will increase greatly, and his appearance will no longer be cute, but a terrifying demon. Xie Nianbo attacked Xie Mingfeng first. He punched Xie Mingfeng, but the huge fat fist disappeared in an instant. Okay? Xie Mingfeng frowned, the law of space fluctuates. This guy can actually use the law of space. Behind. A fat fist appeared from behind Xie Mingfeng. If Xie Mingfeng hadn't comprehended a little bit of the law of space and was very sensitive to space fluctuations, maybe he would have been tricked. Xie Nianbo is very sinister, but he is not as simple and honest as he appears on the surface. Call out! A sword chi shot out. Sword chi and fist collided. Boom! Make a loud explosion. What? Xie Nianbo's fist was pierced by the sword energy, and he let out a scream. Xie Mingfeng said coldly, it turns out that your use of space is just an instinct, not that you really comprehend the law of space. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Take it, fatty. Second sword. As soon as Xie Mingfeng made a move, he unleashed his second sword, like a lion attacking a rabbit, using all his strength. Although Xie Mingfeng can't travel through space at this time, his speed has reached a certain limit, and his eyes can't catch his body movement at all, as if he is teleporting. The tip of the sword suddenly appeared and pierced Xie Nianbo's forehead. In fact, Xie Mingfeng didn't know where Xie Nianbo's weakness was, but the center of the eyebrows was often the most important place. The probability of stabbing between the eyebrows and killing the evil thought wave is the greatest. Seeing Xie Mingfeng's sudden appearance in Xie Nianbo's innocent eyes, there was a tinge of consternation. Xie Mingfeng's speed was beyond its expectation. Fatty, you're finished. The long sword pierced Xie Nianbo's eyebrows, and the sword energy burst out. Boom! The sword energy was like a blooming lotus, blasting Xie Nianbo's head into pieces. Xie Nianbo fell to the ground. Xie Mingfeng still did not give up the attack, and continued to draw out streams of sword energy with the long sword, forming a huge network of sword energy in the air. Xie Nianbo's fat and huge body was cut into pieces by the sword energy. Xie Mingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and said, in this way, the fat man will be dead. Sun Wukong and Vegeta put their hands on Kai Wang's back, closed their eyes, and observed the battle at the bottom of hell with their minds. Xie Nianbo was cut into pieces, and Sun Wukong immediately said happily, okay. Xie Mingfeng, this guy's swordsmanship is really amazing. Even the monster Xie Nianbo can't stand his sword. The crisis of hell has been lifted. Vegeta snorted coldly, Kakarot, shut up. No matter how powerful Xie Mingfeng is, what does it matter to you? The stronger he is, the weaker you will appear. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Vegeta, don't say that. Xie Feng is amazing, but he is just ahead of us. As long as we practice harder, we will always surpass him in the future. I don't care if you say such depressing words. I don't like to hear it anymore. Monkey King is a born optimist. No matter what time, he is to maintain a healthy state of mind. It is this mentality that allows Sun Wukong to continue to grow and surpass his own limits. The King of Kai clenched his fists and shouted, You two guys, stop arguing. That fat man is not dead yet. Sun Wukong asked suspiciously, Master Realm King, are you joking? The fat man has already been cut into pieces by Xie Feng. The King of the Realm said coldly, Idiot, if the fat man really dies, hell will return to its original state. But look, the current hell is still like a playground. The bottom of hell. Xie Feng's eyes changed, damn it, Xianbo is not dead. Xianbo did not die, its body turned into blood and quickly gathered in the air. Its breath is getting stronger and stronger, more and more evil. Second sword. Xie Feng shouted loudly, and the long sword turned into a beam of sword light, trying to attack the blood in the air. In the middle of the bloody water, the core is wrapped. As long as the core is broken up, the wave of evil thoughts will definitely disappear. Unfortunately, this time, Xie Feng's second sword didn't work. The sword energy seemed to pass through the water, and did not harm the evil thought wave. The speed at which the evil thought wave transformed into its ultimate form was faster than expected. Xie Feng didn't even have time to strike his sword again. Xianbo finally turned into a demon. At this time, it is several times stronger than before. Bang! A powerful aura erupted, and Xianbo formed a huge energy aura outside his body. It looked at Xie Feng coldly, without any emotion. That cold look made Xie Feng's breath fluctuate. What a scary guy, his eyes are like a god of death. Xie Feng took a deep breath to calm his mood. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Xianbo's hand. Xie Feng smiled, You also use a sword? Do you know what a sword is? It seems that you want to have a swordsmanship duel with me. It is just what I want. I have never met a sword in this world. A true swordsman, I hope you will not disappoint me. Xie Feng pointed his long sword at Xianbo, his eyes fixed on the tip of the sword, and his whole body was concentrated to the extreme. Xianbo is the only strong man who can use a sword in the Dragon Ball world, and Xie Feng wants to compete with him in swordsmanship. It would be great if he could have his inspiration burst out and create the third sword in the sword competition. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Roar. Xianbo roared loudly, and the long sword in his hand sent out a sharp sword energy to attack Xie Feng. The speed of the sword energy is very fast, like a ray of light, it is fleeting. Xie Feng also shot out a sword energy. The two sword chi collided in the air. Oh! The sword energy turned into countless sharp breaths and splashed around, and all the things attacked by the sharp breaths were cut off, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Xianbo had an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes finally showed a little expression. It's interesting. Xie Feng sneered, Come again. Xianbo's sword energy has no sword intent, only endless evil energy and incomparable sharpness. But even without sword intent, its attack power is very powerful. After all, its power is far above Xie Feng. Xie Feng wants to win, he can only rely on speed and sword intent. Swish! Xie Feng disappeared instantly. Xianbo turned around and shot out a sword energy again. Xie Feng used his body skills, and there were fluctuations in the laws of space. Although Xianbo did not comprehend the law of space, the law of space is its innate supernatural power, and it can completely perceive the fluctuation of the law of space. Boom! 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 It was as if Xie Mingfeng had performed a split body technique, one figure hadn't disappeared yet another figure appeared again. In fact, this is not a clone technique at all, but an afterimage left in place due to the speed too fast. The afterimage is extremely clear, as if it is the real body, but the real body has been away for a long time. Most of the sword energy attacks were blocked by the wave of evil thoughts. Even if the sword energy is unstoppable, Xie Nianbo will calmly avoid it. Xie Mingfeng thought to himself, where is its weakness? Xie Mingfeng did not have the upper hand, but his heart was calm and he did not panic at all. Thinking back carefully in the original book, how was the evil thought wave eliminated? Xie Mingfeng secretly said, Xie Nianbo was finally eliminated by the fusion of Monkey King and Vegeta, using powerful energy to destroy the head. Xie Nianbo's weakness lies in his head. But is it so easy to attack its head? We must find a way to pierce his forehead with a sword, and destroy its head. Xie Mingfeng made up his mind, even if you pay some price, it's okay. It is impossible to kill Xie Nianbo without paying a little price like killing Cell. Xie Nianbo is much stronger than Cell. Kill. Xie Mingfeng concentrated all his energy on the tip of the sword. The figure rushed towards the wave of evil thoughts at a straight line speed. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Previously, Xie Mingfeng only wanted to avoid the attack of Xie Nianbo's sword energy, and kept walking in curves. But now, Xie Mingfeng has made up his mind and will no longer dodge in curves. Xie Mingfeng's style of play at this time is to die together. Xie Mingfeng suddenly changed his tactics, and Xie Nianbo didn't expect it at all. It finally showed seriousness in its eyes. Xie Mingfeng's speed is fast, and the speed of his sword is even faster. Even if Xie Nianbo sensed the fluctuation of the law of space on Xie Mingfeng's body, there was no time to dodge it. As a super demon born in hell, Xie Nianbo is also extremely decisive. If he can't avoid it, he won't avoid it. Come face to face with Xie Mingfeng. Roar! Xie Nianbo let out a roar, and stabbed out a sword at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Xie Nianbo's sword energy, Xie Mingfeng's eyes didn't change at all, as if the sword energy wasn't attacking him. Boom! Xie Mingfeng and Xie Nianbo were hit at the same time. Xie Mingfeng was pierced through the abdomen by the sword energy. Xie Nianbo had a sword in his eyebrows, and the tip of the sword pierced into its head. Blast me! Xie Mingfeng vomited blood and roared loudly. The tip of the sword burst out with huge sword energy and sword intent, blowing Xie Nianbo's head into powder. Xie Mingfeng fell to the ground, took out a fairy bean, and ate it quickly. Seeing that Xie Nianbo's head was blown up, Sun Wukong said loudly, "Okay. Xie Mingfeng did a good job. He is indeed the strongest on earth." Demons like Xie Nianbo all died under his sword. Vegeta snorted coldly, very unconvinced. The wave of evil thoughts was wiped out, and the hell gradually returned to its original state. Xie Mingfeng recuperated at the bottom of hell. Hell is not as scary as imagined, but has a nourishing effect on the soul. Xie Mingfeng decided to retreat in hell for a period of time. A ray of colored light fell on Vegeta's soul, and the King of Kai said, "Vegeta, someone on earth resurrected you with Dragon Balls, you should go back quickly." Vegeta didn't speak, his soul gradually faded, and then disappeared. He was resurrected by Dragon Ball. King Kai said, "Goku, Vegeta is resurrected. The Dragon Balls on Earth can only be used once a year. If you want to be resurrected, you may have to wait until next year." Sun Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I don't care. There is nothing to do when I return to Earth. I think it is more interesting to stay in Hell. By the way, Lord Kai, didn't you say last time that Hell will also hold martial arts conferences? I think there must be a lot of martial arts experts appearing. I want to see it." The King of Realm rolled his eyes and asked doubtfully, "Did I say that?" A few years later. Universal Capsule Group. Boomer is reprimanding a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The little boy looks very similar to Xie Mingfeng, he is the son of Xie Mingfeng and Buma. Mom, I won't dare again in the future. The little boy whispered, but Goten and Trunks turned into blonde hair to bully me. I am not an opponent, of course I have to use a pistol. The pistol was designed by Boomer, and it is very powerful. The driving force of the bullet is the energy of the doomsday bomb. With a pistol, the little boy directly broke through the defenses of Wushan and Trunks, seriously wounding them. Bulma said coldly, in the future, you can no longer use a pistol, do you understand? The little boy lowered his head and said nothing. A young woman with long hair came over, the little boy saw her, his eyes lit up, and he said happily, Auntie, you are here. The long-haired woman is Xie Mingfeng's younger sister. Her internal boxing cultivation has reached an unfathomable level, and although her current combat power is not as good as Vegeta's, it is not far behind. The long-haired woman said, Xiao Feng, you are too naughty. Who told you not to practice seriously, and you deserve to be bullied by Wushan and Trunks? Our Xie family's internal boxing and swordsmanship, after training, you are not weaker than the so-called Super Saiyan. Just wait. Your father will come back and see how he will deal with you. When Xie Mingfeng entered hell to fight Xie Nianbo, Bulma was just pregnant with a child. When the child was born, Xie Mingfeng was not by his side. 1 year after the child was born, Boomer named him Xie Xiaofeng. Xie Xiaofeng's internal boxing and swordsmanship were all taught by his aunt. Xie Xiaofeng is a native of Earth. Although his internal cultivation is good and he can be regarded as a real master on Earth, he is still a little worse than Wu Wushan and Trunks, who can transform. Wushan and Trunks are not Xie Xiaofeng's opponents when they don't transform, but after transforming, they can crush him. This time Xie Xiaofeng seriously injured Trunks and Wushan, but Bulma lost a lot of money. Of course, the money was used by Goten and Trunks to buy toys. After teaching her son a lesson, Bulma looked at the sky and thought to herself, Xie Mingfeng, when will you come back? Xie Mingfeng and Wukong are practicing in hell. Monkey King competed with various masters in hell, and finally broke through not long ago, reaching the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Xie Mingfeng managed to comprehend half of the law of space. The deepest part of hell. Xie Mingfeng opened his eyes, with sword light and space law shining in his eyes. More than 5 years have passed, it's time to return to Earth. A sword pierced the space, Xie Mingfeng got into the space channel and disappeared. Although Xie Mingfeng can't move instantly, he can directly cut through the space and leave through the space channel. In this way, it is somewhat similar to Monkey King's teleportation. The next moment, Xie Mingfeng appeared on Earth. Came back. Xie Mingfeng had a smile on his face. The law of space is really mysterious. I only comprehend half of the law now, but it has such a wonderful effect. If I fully comprehend the law of space, I should be able to draw with Weiss. Weiss comprehends the law of time, and he taught the martial arts of Beerus, the god of destruction. He is a very terrifying guy. The law of time is more profound than the law of space, and it is very difficult to deal with. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Kiki's Request. Chapter 25 Kiki's Request. Xie Mingfeng walked into the Wanange capsule group, and Bulma threw himself into his arms. Bulma, I'm back. Xie Mingfeng patted Bulma on the back and said apologetically. After listening to Xie Mingfeng's words, Bulma finally came back to her senses. She kept beating Xie Mingfeng's chest. You still know how to come back? You just left, but do you know how I took care of my son alone? Your son, Lawless. I can't control it. I'll kill you, kill you. Xie Mingfeng let Bulletin Ma beat himself. I'm sorry. Xie Xiaofeng looked at Xie Mingfeng with doubts in his eyes. Xie Mingfeng asked, Is this my son? Xie Xiaofeng looked timid and well-behaved. How could he look like a naughty child? Bulma said, That's right, this kid is your son. I named him Xie Xiaofeng. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, Xie Xiaofeng? Good name, really good name. Xie Xiaofeng is the sword god, the third young master of Excalibur Villa. His son is also called Xie Xiaofeng, of course it is a good name. Xie Mingfeng picked up his son and laughed loudly, haha, I never thought that I, Xie Mingfeng, would have a son. After dinner, Xie Mingfeng tested his son's cultivation. Xie Mingfeng was taken aback by his son's potential. Okay. This kid is really a swordsmanship genius, and his internal cultivation has reached an incredible level. If he reaches the age of 20, his strength will definitely not be inferior to mine. Although Xie Xiaofeng is an earthling and cannot be compared with Scion blood, he is not weaker than Goten and Trunks at all. If Xie Xiaofeng uses swordsmanship, even if Goten and Trunks transform into Super Scions, Xie Xiaofeng will not be afraid. Unfortunately, Xie Xiaofeng was influenced by those two boys and liked to use fists. Xie Mingfeng made up his mind that Xie Xiaofeng must switch to swordsmanship, otherwise wouldn't his own swordsmanship have no successors? Morning. Xie Xiaofeng is practicing swordsmanship under the supervision of Xie Mingfeng, and Kikai brings Wuxin to the Wanange capsule group. Xie Mingfeng saw Wuxin and found that he really looked exactly like Monkey King when he was a child. He is Wuxin. Xie Mingfeng touched Wuxin's head, seeing him is like meeting Wukong when he was a child. Kikai smiled and said, yes. Wuxin really looks very similar to Wukong. His brother has already gone to high school in the urban area, and no one at home takes him, so I can only let him follow. Seeing that Xie Xiaofeng was practicing swordsmanship, Wuxin's eyes lit up and he wanted to go over to play. Xie Mingfeng said, Wuxin, go and play with Xiaofeng. But don't fight. Xie Xiaofeng had a sharp long sword in his hand. If there was a fight, it might hurt Wuxin. Goten is not going to be a Super Scion all the time. Kikai looked at Xie Xiaofeng vigilantly, and said, Xie Mingfeng, your son won't use a pistol anymore, will he? Xie Mingfeng smiled and said, of course not. I will only let Xiaofeng use the sword in the future. After all, I need him to inherit my swordsmanship. After Wuxin and Xie Xiaofeng left, Kikai asked, Xie Mingfeng, what is going on with Wukong now? Why didn't he come back when you came back? Could it be that he plans to settle down in hell? Xie Mingfeng smiled bitterly, Kikai, you also know Wukong's character, he is a martial idiot. No matter where he is, he always puts practice first. The Great Realm King and the others have held martial arts conferences in hell for the past few years. Of course Wukong will participate. Now Wukong is a man of the hour in hell. His strength has improved a lot. Kikai frowned, and said in a cold voice, Xie Mingfeng, tell me, how can I get Wukong back? Just use the Dragon Ball to revive him. Xie Mingfeng said. Kikai said angrily, do you think I haven't used Dragon Balls? I summoned Shenlong, and I resurrected Wukong, but Wukong didn't want to come back. Why didn't he want to come back? Did he have another woman in hell? Kiki is not the same as Bulma. Boomer is very confident in her charm, she doesn't believe that Xie Mingfeng will go to other women. And Kikai is worried every day, worrying that Wukong has other women, so she doesn't feel safe at all. Xie Mingfeng sighed, Wukong doesn't want to come back, and I can't help it. Can I still take you to hell to find him? Okay? Kikai's eyes lit up, she took Xie Mingfeng's arm, and said loudly, what did you just say? You said you could take me to hell to find Wukong, right? Xie Mingfeng smiled wryly, ah? Did I ever say that? Of course you said it. Kikai said excitedly, Xie Mingfeng, I know that your Earth's strongest warrior is even stronger than Wukong. You can definitely take me to hell, right? Xie Mingfeng looked at Kikai speechlessly. Hell is not a good place, let alone anyone who wants to go there. The breath of hell can nourish the soul, but it is harmful to mortals. The breath of hell corrodes flesh and blood. Xie Mingfeng was able to retreat in hell for a few years because he had sword energy to protect his body, which isolated the breath of hell. If Kikai enters hell, her body will be corroded in less than 3 hours. Xiaming Feng shook his head and said, "No. Kikai, there are rules in hell. That's where souls go. Living people can't go there. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Everything must follow the way of heaven. Once you violate the laws of nature, you will be punished. Dragon Ball is something that violates the laws of nature." Xiaming Feng hardly makes a wish to Shenlong. "Why can you go, but I can't?" Kikai said excitedly. Xiaming Feng had no choice but to contact the king of the realm. "Master Realm King! Are you there?" Xiaming Feng communicated with the Realm King with his thoughts. In the past, only the king of the realm could contact Xiaming Feng, but Xiaming Feng didn't have the ability to contact the king of the realm. After comprehending half of the laws of space, Xiaming Feng can send his thoughts to King Realm in Hell. The voice of the king of the realm rang in his mind. "So it's Xiaming Feng? Didn't you return to Earth? What's the matter?" The king of the realm was shocked. Xiaming Feng was able to actively contact himself with his mind, which is unbelievable. It seems that Xiaming Feng's skill has been enhanced a lot anyway. The king of realm couldn't see through Xiaming Feng's depth. Xiaming Feng said, "Lord Realm King, if Wukong is by his side, let him go back to Earth quickly. Kikai has found the Universal Capsule Group, and within 3 days, Kikai will have Dragon Balls to revive him. If he refuses to come back, I will take Kiki to look for him in Hell." The Realm King was taken aback by Xiaming Feng. "What did you say? You want to bring a mortal into Hell? Xiaming Feng, don't act recklessly. Mortals are absolutely not allowed to enter Hell. You are breaking the rules by doing this." Xiaming Feng said coldly, "Then you let Wukong come back." Xiaming Feng withdrew his thoughts and said to Kikai, "Kikai, collect the Dragon Balls and resurrect Wukong within 3 days. If Wukong doesn't want to come back, I will take you to Hell." Wukong, this guy, in order to practice martial arts, he doesn't care about everyone. What a fuck. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 The Galaxy Patrol Calls for Help. Chapter 26 The Galaxy Patrol Calls for Help. Under the threat of Kikai, Monkey King was resurrected and returned to the Earth. Every time he talked about this matter, he always looked regretful, feeling that the masters in Hell hadn't finished their experience yet. Xiaming Feng shook his head secretly. Sun Wukong's current cultivation base is already the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Who else is his opponent in Hell? Well, there is a Xianianbo who is very powerful, but Xianianbo has already died under his own sword. Xiaming Feng, I have learned a few more tricks. Monkey King came to the Wanange Capsule Group and challenged Xiaming Feng. "I want to see if I can block your sword skills." Xiaming Feng said, "Okay. You first become the 3rd level Super Saiyan. I will let you transform into the strongest state. Same as before, I still only use one sword. If you can block it, I will lose." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Okay." Monkey King turned into a Super Saiyan. Xiaming Feng asked, "Are you ready?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Ready. Let's start." Xiaming Feng ejected a sword energy from his fingers. The sword energy broke through the space and drew a shallow sword mark on Monkey King's face. Sun Wukong's aura shield did not play a protective role. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his face, and asked suspiciously, "Xiaming Feng, why can't I feel your sword energy? Your sword energy is not very strong, it's still the 2nd sword." Xiaming Feng's attack was very strange and impossible to guard against. Sun Wukong felt that Xiaming Feng's sword energy was not invincible. But if you can't find the trajectory of the sword energy, then there is no way. Xiaming Feng said, "That's because I have comprehended the laws of space. The strong who comprehend the laws of the universe will always be favored by the universe. Therefore, if you want to defend against my sword attack, you must wait until you comprehend a law of the universe. There is hope." Sun Wukong shook his head secretly, and said, "What exactly is the law of the universe you are talking about? Why can't Vegeta and you perceive it?" Xiaming Feng said with a smile, "You have all been resurrected from the dead." I asked Shenlong, "As long as you die once, after resurrecting with the Dragon Ball, your soul will change, and you will never be able to comprehend the laws of the universe. I have said long ago, things like Dragon Balls violate the laws of nature. If you use them too much, you will be punished by the universe." Xiaming Feng's strength made Sun Wukong feel the pressure. He felt that if he didn't understand why Xiaming Feng was so powerful, no matter how frantically he practiced, he still couldn't catch up with Xiaming Feng. While in hell, Sun Goku became the third tier of Super Saiyan. I feel that I can compete with Xiaming Feng, but after returning to Earth, I am still no match. In the past, Monkey King could see through the depths of Xiaming Feng. But this time back to Earth, Monkey King couldn't see Xiaming Feng's strength at all. In Sun Wukong's eyes, Xiaming Feng was like a deep pool, bottomless. As Xiaming Feng's understanding of the laws of space becomes deeper and deeper, the gap between Monkey King and Xiaming Feng will become wider and wider. Xiaming Feng guessed that when the laws of space are fully comprehended, the body should be able to fully integrate with the universe. At that time, any physical attack by the strong will not be able to harm him. Is there no other way to comprehend the laws of the universe? Sun Wukong asked unwillingly. He is a martial idiot. Now that he knows the cultivation method of comprehending the laws of the universe, of course he will be moved. Xiaming Feng pondered for a while, and said, "Gods can understand the laws. Maybe, you will become the god of science in the future, and you will be favored by the laws of the universe." Monkey King asked, "What is a scion god?" Xiaming Feng said with a smile, "It is said that the ancestors of your scions had a scion god, and they had a close fight with the god of destruction Beerus. The scion god is very complicated to say, and I also not very clear. In the future, you will know." A spacecraft descends into the Magnum capsule group. Seeing the logo on the aircraft, Xiaming Feng knew that it was the spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol. What are the Galaxy Patrolmen doing on Earth? Xiaming Feng was puzzled. "I'm Galactic Patrolman Jake, I want to see Xiaming Feng." Jake got off the spaceship and said to the staff of Universal Capsule Group. Xiaming Feng and Monkey King came over and said, "I am Xiaming Feng." Jike came to Earth for the first time and did not know Xiaming Feng, but he had a photo of Xiaming Feng. It has to be said that the intelligence capabilities of the Galaxy Patrol organization are still very strong, and they even obtained Xiaming Feng's photo. Jake is now in charge of this part of the Earth. Jacques took out the photo, compared it with Xiaming Feng himself, and said, "So it's really Mr. Xiaming Feng. Is it Mr. Monkey King?" Sun Wukong is very famous in Hell, and he is already the #1 master. Jacques naturally knows him. Monkey King said, "Yes, I am Monkey King." Jacques said to Xiaming Feng and Sun Wukong, "Xiaming Feng, Monkey King, Frisia is about to rule the entire galaxy now, and our Galaxy Patrol organization is almost out of living space. When we have to, we can only come to you for help. After all, you are the one who defeated Frisia. Universe King Frisia." Sun Wukong touched his chin. "I haven't heard from him for several years. Is he doing bad things again?" Xiaming Feng said with a smile, "This guy Frisia has been very active these years. The entire galaxy is almost ruled by him. It's really amazing. Jack, come to my office to talk." Xiaming Feng said. Xiaming Feng didn't work in Universal Capsule Group, but Boomer still arranged a luxurious office for him. Jake and Sun Wukong followed Xiaming Feng to the office, and as soon as they sat down, Bulma came. Seeing Bulma, Xiaming Feng's eyes lit up, and an idea came to his mind. The high-end combat power of the Galaxy Patrol organization is not very good, but it is a big force in the galaxy after all, and they need strength to have law enforcement power in the galaxy. In particular, the technology of the Galaxy Patrol organization is very advanced. The technology of the Universal Capsule Group seems to have fallen into a bottleneck. It would be great if they could get the technology of the Galaxy Patrol organization. Who is this? Seeing Jacques, Bulma asked. Jake is not from Earth. Bulma wondered, when did Xia Mingfeng start having friends from the universe? Xia Mingfeng introduced, Galaxy Patrolman Jacques, he came to Earth to find me and Wukong. Bulma, please sit down first, we will talk about anything later. Let's talk about Jacques first. After Bulma sat down, she took a closer look at Jacques. She was also curious about the Galactic Patrol Organization. Jake said, Miss Bulma, hello. I'm Jake. Bulma nodded and said, I'm Bulma, Xia Mingfeng's wife. Welcome to Earth. Sun Wukong said, Jac, let's talk about that guy Frisia. I wonder if he has become stronger now? If he still has the fighting power of a few years ago, I have no interest in fighting him. Sun Wukong looks down on Frisia now. Xia Mingfeng also said, Jac, please give us a detailed introduction about Frisia. If we can help, we will definitely help. Jake said happily, thank you very much. Jacques explained the situation of Frisia's army. Frisia has indeed swelled in recent years. Not only has his legion expanded more than 10 times, but Frisia's own combat power has also reached an unfathomable level. Frisia has no rivals in the galaxy, otherwise, the Galactic Patrol wouldn't come to Earth for help. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Trading. Chapter 27 Trading. Xia Mingfeng found that Bulma and Jake got along very well, they had a common language, and Bulma was very excited when it came to technology. Xia Mingfeng only practiced martial arts, and was interested in swordsmanship and the law of space. Therefore, there are relatively few topics to discuss with Bulma. Jake said, Mr. Xia Mingfeng, if possible, let's go now. Stopping Frisia is more important. Before Xia Mingfeng could speak, Sun Wukong stood up and said, if Frisia is really as powerful as you said, I really want to give it a try. Jacques described Frisia as very powerful. As a martial idiot, Monkey King will be excited when he meets a powerful opponent. Xia Mingfeng glared at Monkey King, he still wanted to make a deal with Jake, how could this guy directly agree to play? Ahem. Xia Mingfeng coughed lightly, Jac, you should know that Frisia is extremely powerful. Compared with the previous few years, there is a world of difference. Although Wukong and I have defeated Frisia, we are now not necessarily its opponent. There is a great risk in fighting Frisia. There was a smile on the corner of Bulma's mouth. Xia Mingfeng was her husband, she knew Xia Mingfeng too well, she was like a master who didn't see the rabbit and didn't let the eagle go. Xia Mingfeng was asking Jake for benefits in a disguised form. Jake was silent for a while, and said, I don't know how Mr. Xia Mingfeng plans to fight. Xia Mingfeng said, your Galaxy Patrol organization has existed for many years. Although there are no peerless masters, the technology of your organization is still very powerful. I know that you have a deep research on space technology, so you will use the space package the relevant scientific and technological materials to me, and I will go to battle. The reward is not high. Bulma stared at Xia Mingfeng dumbfounded, isn't the salary high? A complete set of technology is a complete technology tree. For a civilization, a complete technology tree is very important. If they get the space technology of the Galaxy Patrol Organization, not only the Universal Capsule Group can obtain unimaginable huge benefits, but the entire civilization level of the Earth will also be improved. Jake stood up suddenly, and said in surprise, Mr. Xia Mingfeng, your appetite is too big. It is simply too difficult for all space-related technologies. You must know that the technology of our Galaxy Patrol Organization has many technologies that are comparable to it, is even more advanced than the cutting-edge technology of Frisia's Legion. Frisia is salivating at our technology. Both Sun Wukong and Bulma felt that Xia Mingfeng's request was a little too much. But Xia Mingfeng didn't think so. He stared at Jake, and said with a smile, that's right. Your organization does have very powerful technology, even Frisia's army can't compare with it, but now you are about to be beaten to the lair by Frisia. If you want to gain living space in the Milky Way, you can only agree to my conditions and cooperate with me. Give me all space-related scientific and technological information, and I will help you deal with Frisia. This is a win-win thing. Jack hesitated for a moment. Frisia's legion is indeed going to hit the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization. The Galaxy Patrol can only manage the middle and high-level civilizations of the Milky Way. As for the top civilizations, such as the Frozen Family Frisia, the Dark Magic Civilization Babadai, etc., they can't manage them at all. For 10 years, the Frozen Clan has never given the Galaxy Patrol any face, let alone put the Galaxy Patrol in their eyes. The Dark Magic Civilization even created terrifying monsters like Majin Buu. I can't decide this matter, I need to report it to the headquarters, Jacques said. Xie Feng nodded and said, understood. But what I want to tell you is that Frisia is the spokesperson of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Your organization does not agree with my request. Next time you come to ask me for help, the price will be increased. Last time God of Destruction and Wes appeared and rescued Frisia. I don't know if the two of them will come to rescue Frisia this time. Frisia is a loyal lackey of the God of Destruction. He has traversed the galaxy for so many years, and even arrogantly called himself the Emperor of the Universe. Jake was shocked and said, what did you say? God of Destruction Beerus, isn't that a legendary god? Does he really exist? Xie Feng sneered and didn't speak again. Jia entered the spacecraft and sent Xie Feng's conditions back to the headquarters. In less than half an hour, Jacques received a reply from the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization. Agree to Xie Feng's conditions and cooperate with Xie Feng. Jake returned to Xie Feng's office. Xie Feng said with a smile, Jacques, you received the reply so quickly, it seems that your headquarters agreed to my conditions. Jia nodded and said, yes, Mr. Xie Feng. The headquarters agreed to your conditions. Within 3 hours, the information related to space technology will be transmitted to Earth. Xie Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a sword light, and his aura increased greatly. Jack, don't you think I don't understand technology, and just use some irrelevant information to fool me? Otherwise, you will bear my anger. Frisia can destroy your Galaxy Patrol Organization, and so can I, Xie Feng. Jacques quickly shook his hand and said, no, no. Jake knew that Xie Feng was a more terrifying guy than Frisia, and the Galaxy Patrol Organization couldn't afford to provoke him. 3 hours later, the Galactic Patrol headquarters sent the data of space technology to Jake's spacecraft. In fact, there are not a lot of these materials, only hundreds of calculation formulas. Even if Xie Feng doesn't understand technology, he still knows the importance of formulas. The formulas and theorems in the scientific world are equivalent to the laws of the universe comprehended in the practice world. Bulma checked those calculation formulas for a while, and his eyes lit up immediately. I'm going to input all these formulas into the central computer for calculation. After Bulma verified it, he found no mistakes, nodded to Xie Feng and said, it should all be true. Many formulas are in the same line as the formulas of our universal capsule space technology. Xie Feng stood up and laughed loudly, Jac, don't worry, Sun Wukong and I will help you solve Frisia's problem. 3 days later, we will go to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to help you resist Frisia's army. Jia breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, thank you very much. The matter has been resolved, and I should go too. Goodbye. Xie Feng nodded and said, goodbye. Jake boarded the spaceship and quickly flew out of the Earth's atmosphere. Looking at the blue Earth in the distance, Jake thought to himself, this guy Xie Feng is really difficult to get along with. Asking him for help, he even asks for a reward. If I had known this, I would have gone directly to Monkey King. Sun Wukong looks simple and honest, and he is also a martial idiot, so he should not pay as much attention to profit as Xie Feng. Universal Capsule Group. Bulma took Xie Feng's arm and said happily, Xie Feng, you are so powerful that you actually asked the Galaxy Patrol organization to hand over the space technology. Our group will definitely have a great breakthrough in technology when we get these materials. Xiaming Feng nodded and said, I know. The information Jacques gave us is true, but I also believe that these are definitely not the most advanced space technology of the Galaxy Patrol organization. If the Galaxy Patrol organization hadn't held back, Xiaming Feng wouldn't believe it even if he killed him. Wukong, in 3 days, let's go to meet Frisia. Xiaming Feng said to Monkey King. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Sweep. Chapter 28 Sweep. Frisia slowly advanced towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization with his legion. The entire Galaxy Patrol Organization felt the pressure of Mount Tai. As soon as Jacques returned to the headquarters, the leader quickly asked, Jacques, did Xiaming Feng agree to take action? Although the headquarters had already received a message from Jacques, he still couldn't help but ask himself now. Frisia put too much pressure on the Galactic Patrol Organization. In recent years, the Galactic Patrol Organization and Frisia Legion have been losing ground in battles, and now Frisia is about to break through his lair. This battle can be described as the last battle between the Galactic Patrol Organization and Frisia Legion. Every Galaxy Patrolman is extremely nervous, and even a little afraid in his heart. Frisia really deserves to be the Emperor of the Universe, the super genius of the Frozen Clan, and the entire Galaxy Patrol organization is unrivaled. Jake nodded and said, Don't worry, leader, both Xiaming Feng and Sun Wukong have agreed to deal with Frisia. However, it will take 3 days for them to arrive at the headquarters. Therefore, we must resist Frisia for 3 days. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, As long as Frisia doesn't personally attack, we will have no problem withstanding Frisia's army's 3-day attack. To deal with the Galactic Patrol Organization, Frisia certainly would not take action personally, because there is no strong person in the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters worthy of Frisia's personal action. Frisia's Legion Headquarters. Frisia sat on the throne inside the huge circular spaceship, exuding an aura like a demon god, overwhelming the space warriors under his command. Frisia's eyes were even more sinister and strange than in previous years. There was a sneer at the corner of its mouth. Did the Galactic Patrol Organization reply to the letter? Did they agree to surrender? A spaceman warrior stepped forward and said, Go back to King Frisia, they didn't reply. Hee. Frisia sneered, It seems that the Galactic Patrol Organization wants to resist to the end. Pass on the King Ben's order to break into the Galactic Patrol headquarters for me. Those Galactic Patrols will not be left behind, and all of them will be killed. Yes, King Frisia. The cosmic warriors under his command said respectfully. Frisia warned, I hope you will be faster, my lord's patience is limited. If my patience runs out and you haven't breached the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization, my lord will take action myself. You need to act personally, you should know what it means. Frisia's voice suddenly increased, It means that you are no longer worth to this king, and I will destroy you all. The fighters in the spaceship flew out scrambling to join the battle with all their strength, and started fighting with the Galaxy Patrol. Frisia snorted coldly, It's all trash. It's a pity that the Dodoria, Shangbo, and Jinu teams under my command, as well as that fellow Shulbei, all died at the hands of the Earthlings. Xiaming Feng, Monkey King, and the traitor Vegeta, when I destroy the Galactic Patrol Organization, it will be your death day. Frisia had a cruel smile on his lips. Frisia realizes his shame and is brave. Last month, it finally evolved again, allowing it to transform into Golden Frisia. Once transformed, Frisia will have immense power. Now, the dignity and pride that Frisia had shattered by Xiaming Feng are back. Xiaming Feng glanced at Vegeta and asked Sun Wukong, Are you going to take him? Vegeta has not yet become the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and he may not be an opponent to fight Frisia. Sun Wukong said with a smile, Vegeta also wants to teach Frisia a lesson, since he is willing to go, let's go together. Vegeta stared at Xiaming Feng, and snorted unconvinced. Okay. Xiaming Feng said, but I have to declare first, if Vegeta is in danger, I will not rescue him. Vegeta said angrily, Xiaming Feng, don't be arrogant. You are just good at swordsmanship and fierce attack. If you compare strength, this prince is not weaker than you at all. If you have the ability, you don't need a sword. You can fight me upright. Let's fight. I'm already a Super Saiyan second-tier powerhouse, how can I be afraid of that guy Frieza? Vegeta has no idea how terrifying a warrior who understands the laws of the universe is. He always believed that Xiaming Feng was only good at swordsmanship. Xiaming Feng's inner boxing is at its peak, but he rarely uses it. Even without a long sword, Xiaming Feng can easily crush Vegeta with his inner boxing. If it wasn't for the fear that Sun Wukong would lose face, Xiaming Feng really wanted Vegeta to experience the power of Neogia boxing. Xiaming Feng nodded and said, okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiaming Feng put his right hand on Monkey King's shoulder. Goku pulls Vegeta's arm. Cast teleportation. Call out. The three disappeared in place. When they reappeared, the three had arrived at the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol Organization. Jack. Are you all right? Xiaming Feng greeted Jake with a smile. Jacques' eyes lit up when he saw Xiaming Feng. Xiaming Feng, Monkey King, you are finally here. Our Galaxy Patrol Organization is almost unable to stop the attack of Frieza's Legion. The leader of the Galaxy Patrol said to Xiaming Feng, Mr. Xiaming Feng, I hope you take action immediately to repel Frieza's army. Our Galaxy Patrol has a large number of people killed every moment. Our loss is really too serious. The Galactic Patrol Organization is indeed about to collapse. Xiaming Feng glanced at Monkey King and Vegeta, and asked, how about your shot? Vegeta turned his head and snorted coldly, not looking at Xiaming Feng. Those trash cosmonaut fighters of Frieza's Legion are not worthy of their own majestic Saiyan Prince at all. My target is that bastard Frieza. Sun Wukong touched the back of his head, and said with a silly smile, I want to fight Frieza, and forget about the rest. Xiaming Feng said lightly, you too, don't you have any other ideas besides fighting? Practicing martial arts is not just to fight against equal opponents, but more importantly, to protect your own things. Since neither of you is willing to make a move, then I can only come by myself. Bang! Space fluctuations appeared on Xiaming Feng's body, and the sword energy radiated out along with the space fluctuations. The soldiers of the Frieza Legion who besieged the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol Organization lost all signs of life in an instant. Monkey King and Vegeta were stunned. Xiaming Feng's sword killed no less than tens of millions of cosmic warriors. Even if Sun Wukong has become the third-level Super Saiyan and his strength has greatly increased, it will take a lot of time to kill all the tens of millions of people scattered. Xiaming Feng, who has comprehended the laws of space, only needs to strike a sword, and the matter will be resolved. Strong, really too strong. When Frieza saw the soldiers under his command, they were all killed after being swept by a sharp breath. How could he not know that it was Xiaming Feng who came? Xiaming Feng's swordsmanship aura is unique in the universe. Xiaming Feng. Frieza rushed out of the spaceship and rushed to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Get out of here, my lord. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Goku goes to battle. Chapter 29 Goku goes to battle. Frieza has come out. Xiaming Feng laughed. In fact, Xiaming Feng was still shocked in his heart. Frieza's aura was almost as strong as that fat man Xianianbo. Sun Wukong looked at Xiaming Feng and said, Hey, we have agreed, that guy Frieza will let me deal with it. Xiaming Feng, don't fight me. Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta suddenly punched Monkey King in the face. Kakarot, Frieza can only be destroyed by me, you can't even think about fighting. Xiaming Feng frowned, this guy Vegeta is really ignorant. He actually attacked Sun Wukong directly. If he dared to attack him, he would definitely kill him with a single sword. Vegeta is a typical high-sided and low-handed man, with little ability and temper. Up to now, he is still putting on airs like a scion prince. Monkey King has a good temper, and he doesn't get angry when he gets punched. Vegeta, I'm going to fight Frieza first. After warming up, it's not too late for you to fight again. Monkey King said with a smile. Xiaming Feng took Monkey King's arm and said, Vegeta wants to take the lead, so let's let him go. Monkey King had no choice but to agree with Vegeta to play. Vegeta was full of spirits, transformed directly, and rushed out of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Sun Wukong frowned and said, by the way, this guy Frieza is really not simple. He has only seen him for a few years, and his strength has increased so much. Judging by his aura, even if I use all my strength, I may not be an opponent. Biji, if Ta goes alone, there is certainly no hope. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, Vegeta is conceited and looks like the best in the world. Let him suffer a little bit. This is the price of being arrogant. I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Vegeta doesn't suffer, who suffers? Vegeta flew out of the Galactic Patrol headquarters when Frieza arrived. Doll. Frieza glanced at Vegeta contemptuously, so you are here too, where is Xiaming Feng, tell him to get out. Vegeta stared and roared angrily, Frieza, today your opponent is me. Vegeta hated others looking down on him the most. I have already played, Frieza is still looking for Xiaming Feng, damn it. Kill. Vegeta turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Frieza. Swish. 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 Vegeta's fist hit Frieza's head at an extremely fast speed, as dense as raindrops. Frieza folded his hands in front of his chest, dodged easily, and said calmly, little brother doll, you haven't improved at all after all these years. All these attacks of yours have been seen through by me and are useless. Look, come on, the so-called Super Saiyan is just a joke. Bullshit. Vegeta roared angrily, and the golden flame shield on his body became stronger. In the golden flame, there is also a light blue arc flashing. Vegeta threw a punch with all his might. Strength, speed, Vegeta all played perfectly. Vegeta's self-consciously flawless punch turned ridiculously slow in Frieza's eyes. At this time, Frieza is much stronger than Vegeta's strength. Frieza stretched out his palm, seemingly slowly, but actually extremely fast. Snapped. Vegeta's fist was held by Frieza. Doll, you are not only arrogant, but also an idiot. Frieza had a cruel smile on his lips. My lord has always told you that your so-called Super Saiyan is a big joke, but, why don't you believe it? Do you really think that if you become blonde and change your look, it will be great? No matter what you become, you will still be vulnerable in front of this king. Bang! Frieza punched Vegeta in the stomach. Vegeta spat out, his eyes stared at the boss, and the golden flames on his body were scattered. Vegeta was severely injured and could no longer maintain the state of a Super Saiyan, returning to his original form. Vegeta's body hit the Galactic Patrol headquarters like a cannonball. Brother Dal, you are finished. Frieza shot a Qigong bullet at Vegeta flying at high speed. If hit by a Qigong bomb, Vegeta would definitely be blown to pieces. After all, Vegeta is already unconscious now, and his whole body is defenseless. If he is hit, he will undoubtedly die. Seeing that Vegeta was about to be killed, Monkey King couldn't wait any longer. Vegeta! Call out! Sun Wukong teleported to Vegeta's side in an instant, and also fired a Qigong bomb, which collided with Frieza's attack, and a huge shock wave came from the air. Amazing! Sun Wukong looked at Frieza several kilometers away and was shocked. Vegeta ate the celestial beans before recovering. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta, Vegeta, you go to rest first, Frieza, you should leave it to me. Vegeta looked at Frieza, feeling unwilling, and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters with a cold snort. Xiaming Feng glanced at Vegeta and said with a smile, Vegeta, how are you? Don't look down on anyone. Although you Scions are called a fighting nation, it doesn't mean that you are the strongest in the universe. You are progress, others are also progressing. In the universe, the birth of every civilization is blessed by the heavens. No matter how weak a civilization is, 1 or 2 superpowers will be born. Not to mention that Frisia is still a member of the Frozen family. Genius! You are not ashamed to lose to it. Vegeta blushed in embarrassment. Although Xie Mingfeng's words made people angry, they did make sense after thinking about it carefully. The Zivras who lived on the Vegeta planet back then had a high degree of intelligence. The Zivras' physical strength was weaker than that of the Earth people, but their technology was very powerful. It is a pity that the civilization of the Zifu was wiped out by the Scions, and finally planet Vegeta was also occupied by the Scions. Xie Mingfeng looked at Frisia and Monkey King in the air. I don't know if Sun Wukong is Frisia's opponent. Xie Mingfeng thought to himself. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong coldly. Sun Wukong, you have also seen the fighting power of my king. Doll is not my one-shot enemy at all. You, a Scion who grew up on the earth, do you still want to fight me? No way. Whoa whoa whoa. Frisia's eyes were vicious, and a trace of revenge flashed in his heart. He is now very confident in his own strength, as long as he transforms into Golden Frisia, let alone Monkey King, even Xie Mingfeng, he will not be afraid at all. Sun Wukong said, Frisia, I have to say, your life is really big. Last time you went to Earth, you didn't die under Xie Mingfeng's sword, so you should hide and don't be so active. But now you want to kill the Galaxy Patrol Organization, to dominate the galaxy, I have to stop you. This time, Master Beerus, the god of destruction, will probably not come to save you again. The fierce light in Frisia's eyes was fierce, and he roared, you bastard! With the strength achieved by this great king, do you think you still need the god of destruction to come to your rescue? Today, you are the ones who need help. However, I believe there is no people will come to your rescue. Ha! Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his aura surged, and he directly transformed into the 3rd-level Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's long hair reached his waist, and his eyes were cold. Frisia, your strength is growing, and I am not standing still. I have practiced in the underworld for several years, and today I will use you to prove my cultivation results. The way I am now, known as the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Monkey King, his eyes were full of jealousy and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. He didn't expect that Monkey King would go ahead of him and become the 3rd level of Super Saiyan ahead of time. This was another huge blow to Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng shook his head secretly. Vegeta's heart is impetuous, and he can't be calm. It is impossible to surpass Monkey King. If it weren't for the Saiyan blood in his body, it would be impossible for Vegeta to have any great achievements. My new martial arts work, Hwashan Swordsman, if you are interested, you can check it out. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Competition of Speed and Strength. Chapter 30 Competition of Speed and Strength. Sun Wukong usually doesn't take the initiative to attack, which has something to do with his character, but this time, he first attacked Frisia. Frisia is too strong, so strong that Sun Wukong lost his confidence a little bit. Okay. Frisia was surprised by Son Goku's punch. Frisia also punched. Oh! The punch broke out, and the powerful shock wave made the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters tremble. Monkey King was knocked back by a powerful counter-shock force, and his entire fist was about to be paralyzed. Frisia, I'm not mistaken. Your strength is indeed equal to mine. Sun Wukong had a faint excitement in his eyes, however, it's better this way, and I can fight to my heart's content. Whether in hell or on earth, Monkey King can't fight freely. In hell, there is no strong opponent for him. There is Xie Mingfeng on the earth who can defeat him, but Xie Mingfeng uses swordsmanship. The sword energy that contains the law of space is too fast and too sharp. Every battle has not yet started. Monkey King was defeated. This made Sun Wukong feel very aggrieved. It was not fighting, but looking for abuse. Therefore, Sun Wukong finally determined that Xie Mingfeng was only suitable for killing, not for fighting. Frisia laughed loudly and said, "Sun Wukong, you are indeed stronger than Dal, and you are not just a little bit stronger, but several times stronger. It is a pity that you met me. You have used all your strength for that punch just now. I haven't worked hard yet. Today, I will tear you guys into pieces. Only in this way can I wash away my humiliation. Transform!" Frisia roared, and the momentum on his body increased again. In less than 3 breaths, Frisia's appearance changed drastically, turning golden yellow, and his body became stronger. Sun Wukong shrank his pupils and said in shock, "Frisia, you can still transform." Frisia's current combat power has far surpassed that of Monkey King. "Do you really think that only you scions can transform?" Frisia sneered, "It's nothing special to transform into golden yellow. I, now, can also become golden. You can call me Gold Frisia." Swish! Frisia's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Monkey King. What Frisia used was not teleportation, but speed, but this speed was several times faster than before, and Monkey King was a little too late to react. Bang! A punch hit Sun Wukong in the chest. Sun Wukong was directly stunned and died. Monkey King's body crashed into the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. If he was hit, not only Monkey King would be injured, but the Galaxy Patrol headquarters would also be destroyed. A lotus flower condensed with sword energy supported Sun Wukong, slowing down his flying speed. Xie Mingfeng finally made a move. Xie Mingfeng! Frisia's face was full of resentment, and madness appeared in his eyes. "No matter how strong your sword skills are, it is impossible to match my mighty strength." Frisia roared, and a huge blood-red qigong projectile threw at Monkey King. "You want to save someone in the hands of my lord? Wishful thinking, go back with Monkey King's body." Xie Mingfeng used the law of space and left the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, standing in front of Monkey King. Second sword. The sword energy turned into a sharp beam of light and rushed towards the huge qigong bomb. Boom! The sword energy was sharp, penetrated the qigong bomb, and exploded inside, causing the qigong bomb to explode directly in the air. The shock wave destroyed half of the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters. The energy contained in this qigong bomb is really too great, enough to wipe the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters from the galaxy. Feed Sun Wukong a fairy bean, which saved his life. "Xie Mingfeng, you saved me again. Thank you," Sun Wukong said to Xie Mingfeng after his body recovered. Xie Mingfeng looked at Frisia warily. "You're welcome." Sun Wukong stared at Frisia and said, "How did this guy, Frisia, become so powerful? Now, his title of Emperor of the Universe is truly worthy of his name." Xie Mingfeng nodded. "Frisia is indeed a genius of the Frozen clan. He has never been trained since he was born, but he can dominate the galaxy. After training, he directly became Golden Frisia, and his combat power far surpassed that of Monkey King. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan is close to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Such a powerful force, as long as those hidden superpowers and gods are not born, Frisia is enough to run rampant in the universe. Wukong, go down and rest first. I will fight this battle." Xie Mingfeng drew out his long sword. Monkey King worried, "Can you deal with him?" It's not that Monkey King doesn't believe in Xie Mingfeng, but that Frisia's strength makes Monkey King have lingering fears. Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath. The probability of winning and losing is %% each. Frisia is too powerful to deal with. Xie Mingfeng's strength is weaker than Sun Wukong's, but he doesn't rely on strength to win. Xie Mingfeng relied on his speed and swordsmanship. Integrating the laws of space into body skills, Xiaming Feng can be said to be one of the fastest powerhouses in the entire universe. When the speed reaches a certain level, strength becomes less important. Ho 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 ho. Frisia looked at Xiaming Feng, with vengeful anger burning in his eyes. Xiaming Feng, haven't you always been a coward? You finally came out. Xiaming Feng took a deep breath and let his state of mind re-enter the state of Gujing's tranquility. Frisia, it's a good thing to become stronger, but don't be so arrogant. I showed up last, so that you can live a little longer. You should be grateful to me. Today, you are the one who died. Frisia shouted, and attacked Xiaming Feng. Frisia's speed is fast, and Xiaming Feng's speed is even faster. Frisia's fist is like a domineering and ferocious hammer, while Xiaming Feng's long sword is like the tip of a needle. Breaking the surface with a point is Xiaming Feng's attack method. This attack method is very common, but it is very effective. Boom! Two huge energies collided, as if the entire void was about to be torn apart. Monkey King and Vegeta were dumbfounded. They always knew that Xiaming Feng was very powerful, but they didn't expect to be so powerful. Fighting against the current Frisia, Xiaming Feng did not lose the wind in the slightest. The Galaxy Patrolmen were even more terrified. They never knew that there was such a powerful guy hidden in the galaxy they managed. If there are more and more strong men like Frisia and Xiaming Feng in the future, how will the Galaxy Patrol organization enforce the law in the universe? As enforcers of the galaxy, they would be a running joke. Seeing that he did not kill Xiaming Feng with his punch with all his strength, Frisia was not at all disappointed. As Xiaming Feng is the strongest person on Earth, if he was killed so easily, Frisia might be very disappointed. Come again! Frisia roared angrily. Xiaming Feng, your swordsmanship poses a limited threat to me. Today you will undoubtedly die. Xiaming Feng stabbed out 10 swords in an instant, and each sword used his full strength. The sword energy fluctuates with the law of space, and the speed is extremely fast. Ding 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 ding! The sword energy hit Frisia's aura shield, sending out ripples. Xiaming Feng frowned. Frisia's power was too strong, and the defensive ability of the aura shield could already block his own sword energy. When the sword energy passed through the aura shield, losing 6 to 7 points of its power, and then attacked Frisia's body, the sword energy was already insufficient, and the damage to Frisia was limited. As expected of Golden Frisia, Xiaming Feng turned his mind, looking for Frisia's weakness. After completing the evolution, you are really powerful. Now, even if I comprehend half of the law of space, it is very difficult to kill you. It's hard to do. But, Frisia, you'd better not let me find a flaw, otherwise it will be your death. Frisia laughed loudly and said, I'm already a perfect life form with no flaws. If you want to find my flaws, you're just dreaming. Frisia attacked wildly. Every punch was aimed at Xiaming Feng's vital parts. Xiaming Feng's speed is fast. Using the law of space, with a slight movement, he can fly very far, moving in the air like a fish in water, and avoiding Frisia's attack is very easy. When he finds an opportunity, Xiaming Feng will unleash a sword, constantly probing to find Frisia's weakness. In the universe, there is no perfect life at all. Even Kayahami and God of Destruction have weaknesses, let alone Frisia. As long as Frisia's weak point is found, Xiaming Feng has a chance to seriously injure it, or even kill it. Xiaming Feng was looking for Frisia's weakness, while comprehending the unfinished third sword. If the third sword can be created under Frisia's oppression, it will definitely be an unexpected surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Frisia's strength is obviously stronger than Xiaming Feng's, but there is nothing he can do about Xiaming Feng. This is the most depressing thing in the world. Xiaming Feng, don't you just dodge! Frisia roared loudly at Xiaming Feng. Xiaming Feng was too treacherous, like a loach, he couldn't catch it no matter what. After comprehending the laws of space, life-saving is absolutely top-notch. Xiaming Feng said indifferently, it is also a skill to be able to dodge. Frisia, you are in a hurry, that's not good. For fighting, you need to be calm and patient. Xie Mingfeng has enough patience, even if he fights continuously for several days, there will be no problem. As the battle lasts for a long time, any situation will happen, and the chances of the enemy showing a loophole will be even greater. In this regard, Monkey King did a good job, but Vegeta did not have such patience. It is obviously impossible to want a quick battle as soon as you come up. Xie Mingfeng was more patient than Sun Wukong, and even now after fighting Frisia, his state of mind still remained calm. Not long ago, Frisia's resentment towards Xie Mingfeng was too deep, and he wanted to kill Xie Mingfeng from the very beginning. The crazy attack made Frisia consume too much physical strength and energy. Frisia, the strength of your aura is gradually weakening. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile while holding the long sword, I don't know how long you can last with such a high-intensity attack. Frisia roared loudly, even if I consumed a lot of physical strength, the remaining strength is enough to tear you to pieces. Kill! Frisia roared and continued to attack Xie Mingfeng frantically. With a smile on the corner of Xie Mingfeng's mouth, the long sword pierced out instantly. The tip of the sword pierced the void, and the sharp sword energy directly cut through Frisia's aura shield, leaving a sword mark on his cheek. Blood flowed out, making Frisia's face even more hideous. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile, Frisia, be careful. I am not only good at movement, my swordsmanship can also cause harm to you. If you have a flaw, my long sword will pierce your body. Come on a few times, you will be seriously injured. What? The pain made Frisia even more insane. If the sky wants to make people perish, it must first make them crazy. The balance of victory is gradually tilting towards Xie Mingfeng. Sun Wukong suddenly said, Xie Mingfeng is going to win. Vegeta snorted coldly and didn't speak. Frisia is completely led by the nose by Xie Mingfeng, and Vegeta will not fail to see it. God of Destruction and Weiss are also watching the battle. The image of Frisia and Xie Mingfeng fighting clearly appeared in front of the God of Destruction and Weiss. With Weiss ability, in the entire universe, as long as you know the coordinates, you can use the laws of the universe to investigate what happens anywhere. Master Beerus, I didn't expect that Guy Frisia could become so powerful. It's really unexpected. Weiss said with a smile while holding the staff. Weiss is very interested in the battle between Frisia and Xie Mingfeng. However, if Frisia continues like this, he will definitely lose. Weiss continued, Xie Mingfeng is really amazing, he has comprehended half of the laws of space. I can't believe it, Xie Mingfeng is just a little earthling in the future, Xie Mingfeng may become a new cosmic god. As long as he understands the complete law of space, Xie Mingfeng will be a god. At that time, he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods of destruction and Kai Wangshan, the gods of the universe. Beerus, the god of destruction, sneered, how can it be so easy to comprehend the complete law of space? In the past, there were many strong people in the universe who understood the law of space, but none of them could comprehend the complete law of space. I understand thoroughly. Although Xie Mingfeng is interesting, I don't like him. The laws of the universe, the further back, the harder it is to comprehend. The law of space and the law of time are the two most difficult laws in the universe to grasp. Also known as the supreme law. Weiss is not a human being, but a natural god. He has mastered the law of time since he was born, and he has mastered the law of destruction only after countless years of personal teaching by Weiss. But even so, Beerus did not fully grasp the law of destruction, because it is really too difficult to fully grasp a law of the universe. Weiss smiled and said, I don't think so. Xie Mingfeng was originally a weak earthling, but he can comprehend the law of space, don't you find it strange? I use the law of time to investigate and discover the past and the future. There is no such strong as Xie Mingfeng, but Xie Mingfeng did appear. In the future, maybe Xie Mingfeng can really surprise us. Beerus snorted coldly, then we will wait and see. In the video, Xie Mingfeng found an opportunity to strike a few more times, stabbing Frisia's hands and feet. The wound was small, but it had a considerable impact on Frisia's combat effectiveness. Master Beerus, Frisia is too restless, and the rhythm of the battle is completely controlled by Xie Mingfeng. Weiss said with a smile, if we don't make a move, Frisia may really be killed by Xie Mingfeng. Beerus, the god of destruction, snorted coldly, Frisia is a fool, let him die. I've already saved him once, why should I save him a second time? Although Frisia is it is the spokesperson of Frisia, but it is impossible for me to save it every time. I am the god of destruction, not Frisia's bodyguard and nanny. Beerus waved his hand, and the image of Xie Mingfeng and Frisia fighting disappeared. Weiss, don't worry about the battle between Frisia and Xie Mingfeng, you should help me find out about the Scion God, I really want to know, the Scion God who was tied with me back then, is still alive, does it exist? Beerus said. Realm of the King of Gods. The King of the Eastern Realm is also paying attention to this great battle in the Milky Way. The guard Jebet was shocked, the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, and the Earthling Xie Mingfeng, they are really powerful. The power of Majin Bu back then was at their level, right? King God of the Eastern Realm nodded and said, that's right. Now Frisia, Xie Mingfeng, and Sun Wukong have the same power as Majin Bu back then. If powerful figures like Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong appeared back then, they would definitely be able to stop Majin Bu. The great Kai Wangshan and the others will not die at the hands of Majin Bu. Speaking of the great Kai Wangshan, a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the Eastern Kai Wangshan. The great Kai Wangshan was swallowed and absorbed by the demon Bu in order to save himself. Frisia lost. The king of the Eastern Realm said. I found out that Bibadai's son, Babadai, is trying to break the seal of Majin Bu. Once Majin Bu's seal is lifted, the entire universe will fall into disaster again. The most frightening thing about Majin Bu is not its power, but its immortality, which cannot be killed no matter what. If Bibadai couldn't control the increasingly powerful Majin Bu and sealed Majin Bu back then, we don't know how many civilizations in the universe would be destroyed. The king of the Eastern Realm said, Jebet, come with me to the earth. To deal with Majin Bu, our own strength is far from enough. We need the help of Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong. Jebet took the hand of the king of the Eastern Realm, and disappeared in the realm of the King of God in an instant. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 June 1st. Chapter 32. If facing Xie Mingfeng, Dabra might be very afraid, but facing Xie Xiaofeng, a brat, Dabra was not nervous at all. As the king of the demon world, it would be a real joke if he had to take a kid seriously. Drink. Xie Xiaofeng breathed out like thunder, his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Dabra. Xie Xiaofeng used the Niajiaquan method of exerting force, twisting the strength of his whole body into one strand, and bursting out at once can achieve very powerful explosive power. Facing Xie Xiaofeng's impact, Trunks and Goten have to avoid his edge, unless they transform into Super Scions, they can barely block Xie Xiaofeng's explosive power. Xie Xiaofeng's movement speed is extremely fast, and the speed of his sword is as fast as lightning. Clang! The long sword let out a clear sword cry in the air. The sword energy on the tip of the sword stabbed at Dabra with a sharp breath. Dabra's face straightened, as expected of Xie Mingfeng's son, he has some skills. Dabra flicked his cloak and shot out a sharp saber aura. Boom! The sword chi collided with the saber chi, and a powerful aftermath of shock erupted. Xie Xiaofeng felt a shock in his wrist. Dabra's saber energy was so strong that his palms were numb from the shock, and he couldn't hold the sword handle tightly. But Xie Xiaofeng was not afraid, and there was still a touch of excitement in his eyes. Excellent! Xie Xiaofeng said loudly, you, the king of the demon world, are also capable, not just for nothing. It's not so easy to defeat me. Let's do it again. Xie Xiaofeng used Wudang Nine Palaces swordsmanship to attack Dabula. Wudang swordsmanship is extremely mysterious, although it is not as powerful as Xie Mingfeng's three-style swordsmanship that combines the laws of space, it is not weak. Xie Xiaofeng didn't learn the 3 styles of swordsmanship, but he has become very proficient in Wudang swordsmanship, and has reached the state of perfection. Xie Xiaofeng's swordsmanship is extremely fast, and the tip of the sword is extremely sharp, which can break through Dabra's aura shield. This made Dabra have to be careful when facing Xie Xiaofeng's swordsmanship, so as not to accidentally get hit. Majin Bu will absorb life energy from whoever is injured. Majin Bu doesn't know who is the enemy. It will not be because Dabra is Babadai's servant that he will not absorb his life energy. The two continued to fight fiercely in the air, and violent noises broke out. Dabra stared at Xie Xiaofeng with sharp eyes, and secretly said, "This brat is really powerful, if you don't show some real skills, it's hard to take him down." Dabra used his vitality to condense a long knife. The blade was sharp, and its sharpness was not inferior to Xie Xiaofeng's long sword. Swish! Dabra slashed at Xie Xiaofeng. With this knife, there was an indomitable momentum, and Dabra obviously wanted to overwhelm Xie Xiaofeng in terms of momentum. Xie Xiaofeng was taken aback by the sudden change, and quickly blocked it with his sword. Boom! Xie Xiaofeng was pushed back dozens of miles, and a shallow knife mark appeared on his arm. Although he blocked the long knife, he didn't completely block the knife energy. Wushan and Trunks were shocked when they saw Xie Xiaofeng being repelled. "Trunks, let's go together," Wushan said nervously. "Xiaofeng is at a disadvantage, obviously he is not the opponent of the Demon King. Now, Xiaofeng is injured." Martial arts practiced to the level of Wushan and Trunks, their eyesight is very strong, they are far away, they can still see the scar on Xie Xiaofeng's arm. Xie Xiaofeng has already practiced the internal boxing to the peak, and he can completely control his blood, so although there are shallow knife marks on his arm, there is no bleeding. Trunks shook his head and said, "It's okay, Xiaofeng just suffered a small injury, which is harmless. If Xiaofeng is really not the opponent, he will definitely call us to fight." In fact, Trunks was also eager to fight, but he knew that Xie Xiaofeng would be very angry if he still forcibly participated in the battle. Wushan nodded and said, "All right then." Dabra looked at Xie Xiaofeng's arm and sneered, "Little ghost, your speed and sword skills are good, but your strength is always inferior to mine. As long as I am serious, you will definitely lose. Now, I just give my best one stab and you're hurt." Xie Xiaofeng sneered, "You monster, don't be complacent, I was just careless just now. Besides, my master, I practice internal boxing, and I can completely control the blood in my body. What do you think this injury will do to me?" "No." Dabra sneered, "Really? Then wait a while and see if you are still so confident." "Kill!" Xie Xiaofeng roared and rushed towards Dabra. After being wounded, Xie Xiaofeng was filled with anger, and he must defeat the king of the demon world. Dabra thought to himself, "This kid, you really got fooled. The more you attack with all your strength, the faster your life energy will be lost, and all your energy will become the nourishment of Majin Bu. The purpose of Dabra coming here is not to kill Xie Xiaofeng and the others, but to wound them, and then fight with them continuously, so that Majin Bu can absorb life energy from their wounds." Dabra waved the long knife, blocking Xie Xiaofeng's long sword attacks time and time again. Although Xie Xiaofeng attacked crazily, and his swordsmanship was profound, but Dabra's strength was above him after all, and his attacks were completely useless. Gradually, Xie Xiaofeng's attack power weakened. However, Xie Xiaofeng, who was concentrating on fighting, didn't notice it. Trunks noticed something was wrong. "It's not right, the strength and speed of Xiaofeng are weakening." Wushan nodded and said, "Really, Xiaofeng is much less angry." "Trunks, how could this happen?" "Earth, Babadai's spaceship." Babadai stared at the giant egg that sealed Majin Bu, and the energy data displayed on the detector continued to increase. Babadai excitedly said, "What a pure life energy, as expected of Xie Mingfeng's son, the energy purity has reached a very high level." "Dabra, you are doing well, as long as Majin Bu can be revived as soon as possible, I will definitely reward you well. Xie Mingfeng searched the whole earth, but he still didn't find his son Xie Xiaofeng. At this moment, he was really anxious. Where did Xiaofeng go? Xie Mingfeng frowned, with a bad premonition in his heart. Go find Wukong. Xie Mingfeng's figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared in Beizai Mountain the next moment. Xie Mingfeng, why do you have time to come here? Sun Wukong said happily when he saw Xie Mingfeng. Haven't you been retreating all the time? Xie Mingfeng said, Xiaofeng, Trunks, and your son Wushan are all gone. I haven't detected the breath of the three little devils on earth. I'm worried that they may be caught by Babadai. Sun Wukong frowned. Wushan is gone too. Monkey King used the method of teleportation to sense the breath to check, and the earth did not have the breath of the three little guys. Let's inform Vegeta. Sun Wukong knew the seriousness of the matter, and Trunks was Vegeta's son, so Vegeta had to know about it. Called Vegeta, and Vegeta quickly arrived at Beizai Mountain. The light in Xie Mingfeng's eyes flickered, and he said, Wukong, use your teleportation to expand the range of perception, and see if you can find the breath of the three little ghosts in the entire universe. They have either left the earth now, or Babadai used magic to quarantined. Hopefully, Babadai teleport them to other planets using magic. Sun Wukong nodded, trying his best to perceive the aura of the three little guys. After more than 10 breaths, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and said in surprise, I found the aura of the three little guys. They are far away from the earth, not even in the Milky Way. Among them, it should be in the remote area of the universe. Xie Mingfeng put a palm on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Let's go. Sun Wukong pulled Vegeta and used teleportation, and the three of them suddenly disappeared in Beizai Mountain. When the three of them reappeared the next moment, they were already on a dark planet. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the battle continues. Xie Xiaofeng was no longer Dabra's opponent at all. He couldn't even protect himself. He was being beaten by Dabra. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, they are the three little ghosts. With the cold light in Xie Mingfeng's eyes, he said coldly, Dabra, the king of the demon world? Court death. Call out. Xie Mingfeng tore open the space, appeared in front of Dabra in an instant, and punched Dabra in the face. Dabra was taken aback by Xie Mingfeng's sudden appearance, and quickly blocked it with a long knife. Boom! Dabra used the long knife condensed with vitality, and was crushed by Xie Mingfeng's fist. The punch directly hit Dabra's face, and Dabra was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. Seeing Xie Mingfeng, Xie Xiaofeng grinned and called out weakly, Father! Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Demon Resurrection. Chapter 33 Demon Resurrection. Thinking of being able to control Vegeta, Babadai felt excited. Majin Bu has already collected more than half of the life energy that Majin Bu needs. As long as he controls Vegeta and absorbs Vegeta's energy, Majin Bu can be revived. Babadai stared at Vegeta in the image and quickly chanted the spell. Vegeta was crushing Dabra, the king of the demon world, and was about to knock him down, but a strange energy suddenly entered Vegeta's soul. Vegeta's movements stopped suddenly, no longer attacking Dabra, but suspended in the air. The expression on his face changed for a while. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Dabra knew immediately that something had happened. Vegeta's current situation is a sign of being controlled by Babadai. Vegeta, you are finished. Dabra laughed loudly, I didn't expect you to be controlled by Lord Babadai. Now I will attack. Dabra once again condensed his vitality into a long knife, and slashed at Vegeta with one knife. Both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong noticed something was wrong. Not good. Xie Mingfeng's face changed slightly, and he used his body skills to come to Vegeta's side in an instant. Unfortunately, it was too late. Vegeta's arm was cut by the blade. What? Vegeta suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and Xiaming Feng was knocked back tens of meters by him. Xiaming Feng was surprised and said, "This guy Vegeta has broken through the limit at this time. Although he has not yet become the third level of Super Saiyan, it is not much different." Vegeta raised his head and saw something wrong with Xiaming Feng's eyes. He was really controlled by Babadai. Dabra said with a smile, "Xiaming Feng, Sun Wukong, now that Vegeta is under the control of Babadai-sama, he is on our side. It seems that the balance of victory is beginning to tilt to our side." A cold light flashed in Xiaming Feng's eyes. "Dabra, let you live a little longer, don't be so arrogant, believe it or not, I only need one sword to kill you." Dabra was taken aback by Xiaming Feng. He knew that Xiaming Feng was telling the truth. Xiaming Feng's swordsmanship was too terrifying. With just one strike, the powerful sword energy and sword intent could wipe out his body and soul. "Kill!" Vegeta shouted loudly, and rushed towards Dabra again. Dabra wondered, "Isn't Vegeta controlled by Mr. Babadai, why are you still attacking yourself?" Babadai's voice sounded in Dabra's mind, "Dabra, keep fighting with Vegeta. Vegeta has been injured by you. As long as you keep fighting, his life energy will be quickly destroyed by the devil. If Bu absorbs it, Majin Bu can be revived immediately. As long as Majin Bu is resurrected, both Sun Wukong and Xiaming Feng will surely die. Majin Bu, regardless of friend or foe, is not only absorbing Vegeta's life energy, but also absorbing Dabra's life energy." Dabra gritted his teeth, with firm eyes flashing in his eyes, "Okay. If you want to win this battle, you must resurrect Majin Bu. It is impossible to deal with it by yourself and Babadai alone." Got Xiaming Feng and Sun Wukong. Trunks also noticed something was wrong, and said nervously, "Dad." Sun Wukong came to Xiaming Feng's side and said, "Xiaming Feng, there is something wrong with Vegeta's situation. Otherwise, I should go. As long as I make a move, I will definitely be able to defeat Dabra. Dabra is a strong opponent to Vegeta, but to Monkey King, he can only be regarded as a good opponent. Within one round, Dabra can be taken down." Xiaming Feng shook his head and said, "No need. Let Vegeta fight. With their current situation, Majin Bu can be revived quickly. Wukong, don't you also want to see how powerful Majin Bu is? Wait until Vegeta falls. At that moment, we shot again, and then teleport back to Earth." Sun Wukong nodded, "Okay." The breath of Dabra and Vegeta is getting weaker and weaker. Xiaming Feng was about to make a move. "Dabra, you are worthless, you can die." A sword energy flashed. Dabra was cut in half, and his consciousness was wiped out by the sword intent. Xiaming Feng's swordsmanship was too overbearing, Dabra's soul completely disappeared, and he didn't even have a chance to go to hell. With excitement in his eyes, Babadai said happily, "Dabra and Vegeta are both injured, and the energy in them is passing away so fast. Majin Bu's energy is almost full. My Majin Bu, you will be resurrected soon, and I, Lord Babadai, will lead you to conquer the entire universe, and even the King of the Eastern Realm cannot stop us." At this time, Babadai only has Majin Bu in his eyes. Whether it is Dabra or Vegeta, they are just nourishment for Majin Bu. The next moment, Babadai saw Dabra but was beheaded by Xiaming Feng with a sword. Babadai's eyes widened, "What? Dabra was killed by Xiaming Feng's sword? Majin Bu hasn't absorbed all the energy yet." Babadai tries to continue manipulating Vegeta, wanting Majin Bu to continue absorbing energy from Vegeta. Xiaming Feng grabbed Vegeta and shouted to Monkey King, "Goku, let's go back to Earth." Sun Wukong took Xiaming Feng, Vegeta, Xiao Feng, Trunks, and Sun Wushan, and returned to the Earth with teleportation. Xiaming Feng sneered and said, "Wukong, I sense where Babadai is. Follow me." Why did Xiaming Feng kill Dabra, the king of the demon world, neatly? It was precisely because Babadai showed his feet. Xiaming Feng just doesn't know magic, but in terms of mental strength, he is not inferior to Babadai. The two turned into a stream of light and flew to the other side of the earth. Vegeta ate the fairy beans, his body recovered immediately, and he followed. Xie Xiao Feng said, "Trunks, Wuxian, I will also follow." The devil must have appeared. The three little ones were still extremely excited, they wanted to see Majin Buu soon, everyone was eager to try. Right here. Xiaming Feng pointed to a vast flat land and said, Babadai is really capable. He uses magic to perfectly integrate the magnetic field of the earth with his spaceship. Not to him. He said that the space he lives in is not in the same dimension as the universe of the earth, and I almost believed it. Wanting to open a dimensional space and survive in it is not something ordinary people can do, even gods can't do it. The holding space developed by Universal Capsule Group also cannot live in it. As for the spiritual time room on the temple, it was also built on the earth space. Xiaming Feng's spiritual power can still perceive the existence of the spiritual time room. Although Babadai is powerful, it is impossible to open the dimensional space to survive. Sun Wukong didn't see the spaceship and asked, "Is Babadai really here?" Xiaming Feng nodded and said, "When he was controlling Vegeta, I sensed his spiritual power, which came from here. Watch me force him out." With a flick of the finger, a sharp sword energy turned into the ground. After a short period of calm, the sword energy burst out, making a loud noise. Boom! The sword chi destroyed everything around, and the spaceship buried underground was torn into pieces by the sword chi. The life in the spaceship, except for Babadai and Majin Buu, were all killed by the sword energy. Babadai was kept because Xiaming Feng wanted to get his magic notes, and Majin Buu was not so easy to kill. Majin Buu. Babadai saw that the giant egg that sealed Majin Buu was destroyed, and it was empty inside. There was no Majin Buu at all, and he was heartbroken. Babadai thought it was because he didn't absorb enough life energy, and Majin Buu failed to revive, and was killed by Xiaming Feng's sword energy. Xiaming Feng said solemnly, "Wukong, there is an invisible aura in the air, do you feel it?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I feel it. Compared with me, this aura is not weak at all. Could it be that this aura is Majin Buu? But why is there no entity? It's a bit weird." Babadai stared at Xiaming Feng and Sun Wukong and shouted loudly, "You two guys, ruined my Majin Buu, I will definitely not let you go." Xiaming Feng and Sun Wukong ignored Babadai and stared at the sky. The invisible breath in the air continued to gather, and finally formed a naive fat man. Majin Buu has finally come back to life. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Persecution of Babadai. Chapter 34 Persecution of Babadai. Xiaming Feng made such a big noise, it has already alarmed all the soldiers on the earth. The king of the East Realm and Jebet sensed the breath of Majin Buu, and they also teleport to the earth. Piccolo, little bald-headed Kellen, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and even Gaixian came here. Babadai's eyes lit up, and the appearance of Majin Buu made him ecstatic. Great, Majin Buu is finally resurrected. Xiaming Feng, Sun Wukong, and the king of the Eastern Realm, you are all going to die. Ha ha! Sun Wukong was surprised, and then laughed loudly, this fat man is Majin Buu? It's not scary at all. Except for Xiaming Feng, Dongjia Wangshen, and Jobiter who knew Majin Buu's appearance, everyone else saw Majin Buu for the first time. The appearance of Majin Buu is indeed far from what everyone imagined. No matter who it is, they will think that Majin is a terrible demon, but they don't expect Buu to be a naive fat man. Looking at Majin Buu, the king god of the Eastern Realm had fear in his eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, this fat man is Majin Buu. Everyone, don't underestimate him, don't be confused by his appearance, Majin Buu but the most terrifying demon in the entire universe. Try the devil Bujin Liang." Xiaming Feng cast the third sword, and a domineering sword energy popped out. The sword energy turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Majin Buu's fat body. What? Majin Buu's squinted eyes suddenly opened, with a trace of pain on his face. It hurts so much. Boom! The sword energy erupted, and the sharp energy twisted Majin Buu's body into pieces. The sword energy flashed, and the fluctuation of the space law was looming. Except for Xie Mingfeng and King of the Eastern Realm, the rest of the people, including Babadai, were shocked. Isn't Majin Buu a powerful Majin? What about being invincible and dominating the universe? Why was it killed all of a sudden? Babadai cried out in pain, Majin Buu, my Majin Buu, why did you die like this? After all, Majin Buu was not created by Babadai, he just lifted the seal for Majin Buu according to his father's magic notes. In fact, Babadai only knows that Majin Buu is very powerful, but he knows little about the others. Monkey King looked regretful. He was killed all at once? This demon Buu is a bit different from the rumored one. The King of the Eastern Realm looked solemn, and said, Majin Buu is not so easy to be killed. I have already said that Majin Buu has an immortal body, and all physical attacks seem to have no effect on him. In less than 3 breaths, Majin Buu condensed again, and the strength of the breath on his body did not change at all. However, Majin Buu looked at Xie Mingfeng with an angry expression on his face. Who are you? Majin Buu yelled at Xie Mingfeng, you hurt me so much just now. I don't like you. I want to eat you, eat you, eat you. While talking, Majin Buu bounced towards Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng frowned, and said, the third sword I created is known for being domineering and capable of destroying everything, but it can't deal with Majin Buu? My sword attack also can't destroy the consciousness in his cells. There's trouble. Seeing the resurrection of Majin Buu, Babadai said happily, Majin Buu, you are really good. Yes, eat them all. As long as you eat Xie Mingfeng and Dong Zhuangshen and others, in the entire universe, no one will be able to stop us. The tone and demeanor of Babadai's speech at this time was very arrogant, and he did not pay attention to the King of the Eastern Realm and Xie Mingfeng at all. Not only did Xie Mingfeng's eyes flash with uneasiness, but everyone else had serious expressions on their faces, even Monkey King, who was usually carefree. Majin Buu's perfect resurrection on the spot gave them a big shock. Others don't know how good Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship is, but Monkey King knows it very well. The domineering third sword, even if Sun Wukong transforms into the third level of Super Saiyan, he can't stop it. But Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship can't hurt Majin Buu. This time, it's really troublesome. Sun Wukong looked at Xie Mingfeng and said seriously, Xie Mingfeng, what should we do now? Xie Mingfeng suddenly laughed and said, it's not surprising that Majin Buu can resist my swordsmanship. Majin Buu is not only a monster created by the magic civilization, but also devoured the great king god back then. His spiritual power and power are not under me. Xie Mingfeng's mental strength at this time was comparable to that of Babadai. It is simply unrealistic to use the sword intent to annihilate Majin Buu's consciousness all at once. Wukong, I'll deal with Buu, I'll deal with Babadai. Xie Mingfeng said to Monkey King. A quick fix is impossible. Then, Xie Mingfeng must be prepared for a protracted battle. Sun Wukong nodded and said, okay. Give Majin Buu to me. I am very interested in Majin Buu now. He has an immortal body and can be resurrected infinitely. We also have enough fairy beans, so we are not afraid of him. Monkey King walked towards Majin Buu step by step. Hey, fatty! I want to fight with you. Xie Mingfeng reminded, Wukong, be careful of the tentacles on Majin Buu's head, he can cast magic, so be careful. Majin Buu's magic is not so scary as long as you notice it. I believe Monkey King can handle it completely. Sun Wukong nodded and said, don't worry, I will pay attention. Xie Mingfeng glanced at Babadai with a sneer in his eyes. The king god of the Eastern Realm pulled Xie Mingfeng back and said, Xie Mingfeng, you can't kill Babadai. Majin Buu will become stronger and stronger. By then Babadai can't control Majin Buu, so he will naturally seal him up again. That's what Bibadai was like back then. Xiaming Feng shook his head and said, Lord Realm King God, if you have such thoughts, you should give up early. Demon Bu, this matter will not be sealed again. We will definitely destroy him completely. But don't worry, I will not kill Babadai, at least until he handed over the magic notes, I will not kill him. When Babadai saw Xiaming Feng approaching him, he panicked, Xiaming Feng, if you dare to kill me, no one can control Majin Bu, let alone your earth, even the entire universe will be destroyed. You better not mess around. Babadai is a magician. Although he has good mental power, his fighting ability is not as good as that of an ordinary earthling. Facing a strong man like Xiaming Feng, he would be helpless. Gilur Mali Hula. Babadai held a magic wand and cast magic on Xiaming Feng. Xiaming Feng sneered, Babadai, you and I have the same mental strength. You have comprehended the laws of the universe, and I have also comprehended the laws of space. Your magic doesn't work on me. Before the magic energy got close, it was cut to pieces by the sword energy on Xiaming Feng's body. Vegeta. The veins on Babadai's forehead popped up, and he suddenly roared. A trace of pain flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and the magic lines on his forehead suddenly lit up. Dabura and the other people controlled by the magic all died, only Vegeta remained. If Babadai wants to control other people, he may not be able to shake Vegeta's will, but now all his mental power is only used to control Vegeta alone, no matter how proud Vegeta is in his heart and how strong his self-esteem is, nor can it stop Babadai's spiritual will. Kill! Vegeta suddenly broke out and attacked Xiaming Feng. Everyone, including the king of the Eastern Realm, was horrified. Why did Vegeta attack Xiaming Feng? There was a tricky smile in Babadai's eyes. Xiaming Feng sneered disdainfully, and punched Vegeta. With a sharp breath, the fist broke through Vegeta's aura shield and hit Vegeta's abdomen directly. Boom! Vegeta was knocked out by a punch and lay on the ground. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, Babadai, facing me, you have no advantage. In the face of absolute power, any strategy is useless. Don't say you control Vegeta, even if you let Majin Buu take action, it can't stop me. Sure enough, Babadai yelled, Majin Buu, save me. Clang! The sound of the sword sounded. Xiaming Feng pressed his long sword against Babadai's neck, and said with a sneer, Majin Buu is not free right now, so he can't save you. Didn't you see that he is fighting Monkey King now? Babadai, I'll give you a chance to kill your father. Hand over your magic note, maybe I can let you live. It is getting more and more difficult to comprehend the laws of space. Xiaming Feng needs the knowledge of magic civilization. After getting the magic note, maybe you can understand the law of space to a higher level. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Compromise. Chapter 35 Compromise. As a magician, Babadai is mentally strong and extremely smart. Of course, he would not believe Xiaming Feng's words. As long as you hand over the magic note, the next moment is your own death. If the magic notes were in hand, Xiaming Feng might still be afraid to kill himself. Delaying time. Babadai thought to himself, Majin Buu is invincible, as long as I can delay the time until Majin Buu kills Monkey King and the others, I will be safe. Xiaming Feng said coldly, Babadai, do you think it's okay to keep silent? If you keep silent, I'm going to strike. The point of the sword pierced Babadai's skin. Babadai shouted, wait a minute. Xiaming Feng, I don't have the magic note you asked for at all. The note was placed in the spaceship, and it was destroyed by you just now. This excuse is perfect. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, let's just believe you, the magic notebook is really ruined. However, as a magician, you have strong spiritual power, high intelligence, and a photographic memory. There shouldn't be any problems. Xiaming Feng can achieve his photographic memory, and I believe Babadai, a magician, can also do it. Babadai's pupils shrank, secretly thinking that it was not good. Babadai, since you have read your father's magic notes, then write all the contents in silently. Xiaming Feng smiled, like a fox with a trick. Don't try to fool me, I haven't practiced magic, but I'm not a fool. Besides, the king of the Eastern Realm is still here, so he can definitely tell the authenticity of what you wrote. If it is done according to Xiaming Feng's request, there will be no time delay. Babadai shouted loudly, impossible. Xiaming Feng, just give up, I will not write out my father's magic notes silently. I don't believe it, you really dare to kill me. Babadai always thought that Xiaming Feng was putting on airs. If he really killed himself, there would be no one to seal Majin Bu, and the whole universe would be over by then. Xiaming Feng sneered and said, Babadai, it seems that you are toasting and not eating fine wine. If so, then I will kill you to see if I really dare not kill you. After you die, the future devil, even if Bu really dominates the universe, it has nothing to do with you, so you should think about it. Swish! The long sword drew a half-moon-shaped sword aura, which directly chopped Babadai in half. Ah! Babadai yelled in horror. Babadai's vitality is still good, even if he was cut in half by Xiaming Feng, he did not die immediately. Of course, this is also because Xiaming Feng did not use the sword intent. Once the sword energy carries the sword intent, Babadai's mental power may not be able to dispel the sword intent. Maybe after a while, Babadai will be completely killed by the sword intent. Xiaming Feng, you are crazy. You are really crazy. There was fear in Babadai's eyes. He did not expect that Xiaming Feng would really dare to kill himself. It seems that what Xiaming Feng said is true, he doesn't care about Majin Bu at all. The king of the Eastern Realm frowned, and said loudly, Xiaming Feng, what are you doing? I told you, Babadai can't be killed. Jebet also said quickly, Xiaming Feng, Lord Kai Wangshan is right, Babadai really cannot be killed. Xiaming Feng sneered and said, Babadai is stubborn and stubborn. Do you really think that he will reseal Demon Bu? Lord Kai Wangshan, don't hope any more. If Babadai doesn't die, our troubles may come to an end. Bigger. Majin Bu, apart from his undead body, there is nothing scary about him, Wukong and I can definitely defeat him. Piccolo said coldly, my lord, Xiaming Feng is right. We really cannot be led by the nose by Babadai. In the current situation, whether we kill Babadai or not, the situation will not change in any way. A cold gleam flashed in Xiaming Feng's eyes, and he sneered, Babadai, you are full of evil just like your father Bibadai, and you deserve to die. I will annihilate your soul, and let you go to hell and have no chance of being reincarnated. The long sword in Xiaming Feng's hand suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Wait, wait! Babadai yelled, don't kill me, I can write the magic notes silently. Xiaming Feng nodded and said, that's good. I'll give you 1 hour. If it's over an hour and you haven't finished writing the magic notes silently, I will still kill you. I, Xiaming Feng, swear by my reputation as the most powerful man on earth, do as promised. Babadai cast magic, condensed his vitality into paper and pen, and then wrote quickly. A gleam of joy flashed in Xiaming Feng's eyes, the magic note will be available soon. The fight between Monkey King and Majin Bu has reached a fever pitch. The fighting situation can be described as very intense. Turtle School Kigong. Monkey King roared and shot out a beam of energy light as thick as a bucket. Bang! The chi wave hit Majin Bu. Majin Bu was blown to pieces, but in less than a breath, he condensed into a naive fat man again. Immortal, powerful, difficult to deal with. Wukong, what are you doing? Xiaming Feng frowned, and said loudly, if you don't become a Super Saiyan 3, how could you possibly cause damage to Majin Bu? Your attacks are completely useless. Monkey King nodded, and transformed directly from Super Saiyan level to Super Saiyan level. Her waist-length hair reached her waist, and her eyes became sharper. Previously, Monkey King was just a warm-up exercise, but now he showed his real strength. The king of the Eastern Realm was shocked and said, "The Scions are really a magical nation. I didn't expect that they, like the Frozen clan, can transform several times." At this time, Monkey King is several times stronger than before. In terms of momentum, Majin Bu was completely suppressed, at least on the surface. Except for Xie Mingfeng, everyone else felt that Monkey King would win. "Majin Bu, the way I am right now is the third level of a Super Scion. You deserve my best." Sun Wukong stepped on the ground, his body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Majin Bu. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's fists rained down on Majin Bu. "It is good." Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Sun Wushan, the three little ghosts, immediately clapped their hands and applauded when they saw how fierce Sun Wukong was. Majin Bu had no power to fight back at all, and was beaten by Monkey King like a sandbag. Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath. "It's useless, it's still useless." Dragon Fist! Monkey King roared, his fist turned into a dragon shadow, and passed through Majin Bu's body. Majin Bu was beaten miserably, his body was covered with fist marks, and there was a big hole in his belly, making him look extremely embarrassed. Suck! Majin Bu took a breath and shook slightly, his body became plump and round again like a ball. The long sword in Xie Mingfeng's hand drew a sword energy, cutting Majin Bu in half. With another sword strike, Majin Bu's body was cut into 4 pieces. Afterwards, Xie Mingfeng continued to split Majin Bu's body with sword energy, and finally shot out a Qigong wave containing sword intent, blasting Majin Bu into powder. Xie Mingfeng didn't expect to kill Majin Bu in this way, but wanted to keep experimenting to see if he could find his weakness. Xie Mingfeng doesn't believe in immortality at all. It is impossible for a real immortality to exist in the universe. Majin Bu's body must have weaknesses, but everyone hasn't discovered it yet. A puff of blue smoke with strange energy quickly condensed, and the demon Bu appeared again, and Xie Mingfeng's attack just now was also useless. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Good and Evil Bu. Chapter 36 Good and Evil Bu. Majin Bu stared at Xie Mingfeng, very angry. Streams of steam spewed out from the air holes on his head. "I want to eat you!" Demon Bu shouted, "Turn you into a biscuit!" The tentacles on his head emitted a magical light and shot at Xie Mingfeng. Demon Bu obviously wanted to use magic to deal with Xie Mingfeng. Humph! Xie Mingfeng snorted coldly, and shot out a sword energy, smashing the magic light of Majin Bu. "Fatty, your magic doesn't work for me. Let's try something new," Xie Mingfeng said to Majin Bu. Majin Bu looks simple and clumsy, even cute, but Xie Mingfeng knows that this guy's brain is very easy to use. In the original book, Majin Bu couldn't stand Babadai's threat, so he directly attacked and killed Babadai. Knowing that Majin Bu has magic, of course Xie Mingfeng must guard against him. Sun Wukong said to Xie Mingfeng, "What should we do? Our attack doesn't seem to work at all. If this continues, are we Majin Bu's opponent?" It's no wonder that Sun Wukong's confidence is a little shaken. Majin Bu is really helpless. People with weak willpower, seeing that Majin Bu has an immortal body, and the attack is useless, will soon have a mental breakdown. Xie Mingfeng said, "Our attack may not be ineffective, it's just that we haven't discovered the weakness of Majin Bu. Majin Bu may absorb our Qigong wave energy. In the future, we don't want Qigong wave attacks. Just use your fists and long sword." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Okay. Shall we go up together?" Majin Bu is powerful, but his strength is comparable to that of Monkey King. If Monkey King and Xie Mingfeng team up to attack Majin Bu, it will be easy. Xie Mingfeng shook his head and said, "No need. This time I will replace him. I will fight with Majin Bu for half an hour to see the situation. It would be best if I can find his weakness. If you can't find it, It doesn't matter. You give it to me. I'm in charge. With the two of us on the earth, even Majin Bu can't destroy the earth with Qigong bullets. If Majin Bu goes crazy and destroys the earth, it will be troublesome. Therefore, Xie Mingfeng must insist on Sun Wukong. Of course, when Sun Wukong was fighting, Xie Mingfeng had to watch the battle by the side, and beware of the evil Bu. Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng have teamed up to fight against the enemy several times, and they have already cooperated with each other tacitly. Xie Mingfeng doesn't need to say more, he knows what to do. Xie Mingfeng made a dodge and came to Demon Bu. Fatty, I wonder how many swords you can take from me. Clang! With one stroke of the sword, the edge of the sword cut Majin Bu in half. This sword has no sword energy, no sword intent, and does not even contain the fluctuation of the law of space. This sword is simple, it is just a basic sword technique, even a child can use it. In order to prevent Majin Bu from absorbing his own attack energy, Xie Mingfeng used pure sword edge to attack. Not surprisingly, Majin Bu condensed quickly and remained intact. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly, and slashed out with his sword again, cutting Majin Bu in half. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Klin, and even Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks, the three little devils, all looked puzzled, not knowing what Xie Mingfeng was doing. Knowing that Majin Bu has an immortal body, he is not afraid of attack at all, so why does he attack like this? While writing the magic notes silently, Babadai smiled secretly. Xie Mingfeng, although your sword skills are superb, you are actually an idiot. The devil Bu can't be killed at all. He is the devil created by my father with all his painstaking efforts. It can be said that Majin Bu is a super weapon made by the entire dark magic civilization. Majin Bu embodies the wisdom of the entire dark magic civilization. The wisdom crystallization of a civilization is of course very terrifying. Babadai's confidence in Majin Bu is very sufficient. The king god of the eastern realm frowned slightly, and after a while, he smiled and said, I see. Perhaps, Xie Mingfeng has already found a way to deal with Demon Bu. Everyone looked at the king of the eastern realm. Piccolo's eyes lit up, and he also guessed Xie Mingfeng's intentions. Xie Mingfeng is consuming Majin Bu's energy. Piccolo smiled, whether it's a human or a machine, if they want to move, they will consume energy. Although Majin Bu is powerful, the qi in his body it's not endless, he was cut in half by Xie Mingfeng again and again, and he needs to consume energy again and again. When Majin Bu's energy is consumed to a certain extent, it may not be possible to revive him again. Exercise requires energy. This is the most basic law of physics. Even Majin Bu cannot transcend the laws of the universe. If he wants to be resurrected, he needs to consume energy. Where does the energy come from? Of course it is the qi in Majin Bu's body. Majin Bu may be able to absorb vitality from the universe to replenish the energy in his body, but the speed of replenishment must not keep up with the speed of consumption. 20 minutes later, Majin Bu was cut thousands of times by Xie Mingfeng's long sword, and of course, Majin Bu was resurrected 1,000,000 times. Sword out, sword out, sword out again. Xie Mingfeng's movements were simple, neat, and very boring. However, Xie Mingfeng's patience is very good, this bit of boring is nothing. In his previous life, Xie Mingfeng practiced sword since he was a child, drawing his sword tens of thousands of times every day. That was really boring, ordinary people couldn't persist at all. At this moment, Xie Mingfeng should review the basic sword skills. What? Majin Bu was resurrected again, with anger in his eyes and fear in his heart. Because the breath in his body began to drop. Ordinary people may not feel it, but Xie Mingfeng, King Shen of the Eastern Realm, and Babadai, the three of them have strong mental strength and clearly feel it. Effective! The King of the Eastern Realm yelled in surprise. Xie Mingfeng, keep attacking, don't stop. The King of the Eastern Realm said excitedly, everyone thought that Majin Bu was invincible, but I didn't expect him to be defeated so easily by you. Is Xie Mingfeng's attack simple? It's simple, it's just basic swordsmanship, and it doesn't use sword energy, just rely on the sharpness of the long sword itself. However, Xie Mingfeng's attack was also not simple. In the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, but only fast. Xie Mingfeng's agility and sword outspeed have reached their peak. The general cosmic powerhouses can't keep up with his sword outspeed, and they can only be killed instantly. Xie Mingfeng comprehended the law of space, and his speed is so fast. It is very difficult for others to attack Majin Bu. Don't attack anymore! Majin Bu shouted. Majin Bu's expression at this time was very ferocious and painful, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was clenching his fists. The air hole on Majin Bu's head spewed out an extremely evil airflow. Previously, although Majin Bu's aura was evil, it still had a taste of both good and evil, but now the airflow he exhaled was pure evil. It is no different from the evil thought wave in hell back then. Xie Mingfeng was taken aback for a moment, and then understood what was going on. In the original book, in order to save Satan, Majin Bu consumed too much energy to cast magic, and could no longer suppress the evil spirit in his body, and finally split into two Majin Bu. These two Bu, one good and one evil. In the end, the evil Bu swallowed the fat Bu. The naive Majin Bu is actually the image of the great realm king god. It's interesting. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile, I don't know, what is the fighting power of the evil demon Bu? With a way to deal with Majin Bu, Xie Mingfeng felt very relaxed. Soon, the evil spirit in the air condensed into a tall, thin, and grey Majin Bu. The naive Majin Bu asked loudly, Who are you? The tall and thin Majin Bu also said coldly, Who are you? I'm Majin Bu. The naive Majin Bu clenched his fists and shouted loudly. He only has this tall and thin Majin Bu in his eyes now. Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong are his two enemies, and he can't take care of them anymore. I am also Majin Bu. The tall and thin Majin Bu said coldly. The tall and thin Majin Bu was extremely evil. He stared at the fat Majin Bu in front of him like he was staring at food. Evil Bu knew that as long as he devoured this naive guy in front of him, his power would rise to a terrifying level. Kill! The evil Majin Bu turned into a beam of light and attacked Fat Bu. Xie Mingfeng sneered, the long sword opened its tail like a peacock, and turned into countless sword lights to attack the evil demon Bu. He wanted to devour the fat man in front of him, of course Xie Mingfeng would not let him succeed. Boom! Countless sword chi passed through the evil Bu's body, cutting him into pieces. Fatty, come behind me. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, this evil guy won't swallow you up. Xie Mingfeng said with a smile. Fat Bu sensed Xie Mingfeng's kindness, nodded his head, and came behind Xie Mingfeng. With most of the qi consumed in his body, he was no match for evil Bu. Expelling all the evil spirit from the body, Fat Bu has a pure mind at this moment, and no longer has the desire to destroy, which is equivalent to being reborn. The evil Bu was quickly revived and recondensed his body. Wukong, I see that you are eager to give it a try. Now, this evil guy is in your hands. Xie Mingfeng said to Monkey King. Xie Mingfeng was still thinking about Babadai's magic notes, and left the battle to Monkey King first. What Xie Mingfeng should do has basically been done. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Okay. He is indeed an evil guy. I don't like his breath. Just leave it to me, and I will make him regret coming to earth. Xie Mingfeng brought Fat Bu to Babadai, and said coldly, Babadai, have you finished writing the magic notes? Babadai stared at Fat Bu, completely confused. What's going on? Why are there two Majin Bu, and one of them seems to have a good impression of Xie Mingfeng? Babadai said, didn't you say 1 hour? It's not even an hour yet. Although he said so, Babadai was secretly using magic to try to control Fat Bu. However, at this time, Fat Bu has no evil spirit on him, plus he has a pure mind and only wants to eat delicious food. How can he be controlled by Babadai? Xie Mingfeng sensed Babadai's mental fluctuations, and said with a sneer, Babadai, don't waste your time, you can't control Majin Buu at all now. Not only can Babadai not control the kind fat Buu at this moment, even the evil demon Buu is no longer under his control. The situation has completely escaped Babadai's control. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 The Magic Note. Chapter 37 The Magic Note. Why are there two Majin Buu all of a sudden? Babadai couldn't figure it out, there was no record in the magic notes. In fact, don't say that Babadai doesn't know, even if Babadai, who created Majin Buu, is resurrected, he will be confused when he sees the current situation. Because of this, it never happened. The battle between Sun Wukong and the evil Buu was very fierce, and the two were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Whenever a Qigong bullet fell to the ground, Xia Mingfeng would use his sword energy to defeat the Qigong bullet and protect the earth from harm. An hour later, Xia Mingfeng stared at Babadai. Babadai, the time is up. Have you finished writing? If not, then there is no need to write. Maybe this magic notebook will not help me at all. What do you say? Babadai was taken aback, and hurriedly said, It's finished, it's finished. Xia Mingfeng, you must keep your word. The magic note you got, you can't kill me again. At this moment, Babadai has no one to rely on, and he is really afraid in his heart. Babadai thought to himself, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come to Earth even if I was killed. In Babadai's eyes, the Earth is a more dangerous place than Kaiwang God Realm. If he had the chance to regret it, he would never come to Earth. Xia Mingfeng snorted coldly, and took the magic note. All the words on it were written in magic script, and Xia Mingfeng didn't know any of them. Lord Realm King God, I know you know magic text, please help me to see, is this magic note real? Xia Mingfeng said to East Realm King God, if Babadai dares to fool me, we will definitely not let him go. The knowledge of the King God of the Eastern Realm is very wide. He is in charge of the entire universe and is the God standing at the top. Of course, he knows a lot. Although magic text is rare, the kings and gods of the Eastern Realm also know it. The king of the Eastern Realm flipped through the magic notes, finally nodded and said, the magic notes are real, there is no problem. Xia Mingfeng was overjoyed, as long as it was true. Knowing that Xia Mingfeng didn't know magic script, the king of the Eastern Realm translated all the text on the magic note into Earth script with a wave of his hand. Xia Mingfeng said happily, thank you, Lord Realm King. The king of the Eastern Realm smiled and said, you're welcome. Actually, I should thank you, Xia Mingfeng. If you weren't here this time, we would definitely have no way to deal with Majin Buu. Maybe the entire universe will be in disaster. You saved the entire universe. Xia Mingfeng shook his head, how could he be so great? To save the universe, it is better for you gods to save it, as long as you protect the earth. Xia Mingfeng couldn't wait to flip through the magic notes, constantly absorbing the knowledge on them. In the magic notes, there is also the content of the law of space, many of which are not understood by Xia Mingfeng. Of course, the law of space that Xia Mingfeng comprehended was not recorded in the magic notes. The laws of space comprehended by Xia Mingfeng and the laws recorded in the magic notes complement each other. Xia Mingfeng was pleasantly surprised to find that he can comprehend % of the laws of space. At this time, Xia Mingfeng had only comprehended half of the laws of space, and suddenly comprehended % more. For Xia Mingfeng, this was definitely a terrifying improvement. The road is promising. Xia Mingfeng's eyes showed an excited light. As long as I comprehend the entire space law, maybe I can really break the dimensional barrier and return to the original world. Although the Dragon Ball world is good, Xia Mingfeng still misses the real world. As long as he can go back, Xia Mingfeng is even willing to lose his cultivation and start training again. Ah! Evil Buu let out a sharp cry. Then, his body began to squirm and change, and finally turned into a small, evil-eyed pink Buu. Evil Buu cannot absorb fat Buu, only change. Babadai was shocked and said, "It is recorded in my father's magic notes that Majin Bu is the current image." Majin Bu, he has finally transformed back. Majin Bu. Babadai shouted at the evil Bu, "Come and save me. You were created by my father, you should obey my command now." Babadai not only yelled, but also used his mental power to cast magic in an attempt to regain control of the little devil Bu. It's a pity that the little Majin Bu has too much evil thoughts in his heart, and his will is too firm. Even Babadai, a legendary dark magician, can't control him. How can Babadai control him? Okay. Evil Bu's eyes glowed red, and with a cruel smile on his lips, he turned to look at Babadai. Kill! Evil Bu snorted coldly, and a Qigong wave blasted Babadai into powder. Babadai, the dark magician who wanted to rule the universe, was finally killed by the evil Majin Bu. Although the evil Majin Bu has a petite body, his aura has increased several times, and Monkey King is no longer his opponent. The earth is in danger. Xiaming Feng said with a serious face. Master Realm King God, we can't fight on earth, otherwise, even if we defeat Majin Bu, the earth will be destroyed. Xiaming Feng said to East Realm King God. The king of the Eastern Realm looked embarrassed. Then where are we going to fight? In space. In space, the king of the Eastern Realm and Bu can survive, but Xiaming Feng, who is a human on earth, and Sun Wukong, a scion, cannot survive. Xiaming Feng said, "Go to the realm of the King of Gods." Whether it is a planet or a space barrier, the realm of the King of Gods is very strong, and it is the most ideal battlefield. The face of the King of the Eastern Realm became gloomy all of a sudden. To fight in the realm of the King of God, with Sun Wukong and Majin Bu, two fighting lunatics, wouldn't they want to smash the entire God realm into ruins? Lord Realm King God, you'd better make a decision early. Xiaming Feng said. The King God of the Eastern Realm hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. I can agree, but how do you bring Majin Bu to the God realm? Majin Bu is a crazy ancient beast, and it is not so easy to pull him into the God realm." Xiaming Feng smiled slightly, and said, "Then you don't have to worry about the king of the world. You and Jebit will return to the God realm first. Wukong will sense your aura and will take Majin Bu to teleport over there." The king of the Eastern Realm nodded and said, "Okay." Jebit took the hand of King God of the Eastern Realm, and the two disappeared in an instant. Xiaming Feng slashed at the evil Bu with a sword, cutting him in half. "Wukong, take Majin Bu to the realm of the King of Gods." Xiaming Feng said loudly. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Okay." As soon as the evil Bu was condensed and revived, he was caught by Monkey King. And the two disappeared on the earth in an instant. Xiaming Feng said happily, "Okay. Finally, the devil Bu is sent away. The earth is now safe." Babadai died, Vegeta's magic spell disappeared and he regained his clarity. "What's wrong with me?" Vegeta stood up, confused. Trunks said, "Dad, you were controlled by that magician Babadai just now, and you attacked Uncle Xiaming Feng, and you were knocked out by Uncle Xiaming Feng's punch." Vegeta finally recalled it, with angry flames in his eyes. It turned out that everything was done by this dog, Babadai. As for others, I will blow him to pieces. Xiaming Feng sneered, "Majin Bu has already killed Babadai. If you wait for you to kill Babadai, everything will be over." Seeing Fat Bu, Vegeta's expression changed, and a Qigong shot out, "Majin Bu, die." Although Fat Bu has a kind heart and a simple mind, he is not easy to bully. He smashed Vegeta's Qigong bomb with a punch, and there was an angry expression on his face. "What are you going to do?" "I, Majin Bu, will not be afraid." "You." Vegeta is no match for Majin Bu. Xiaming Feng said, "Okay, Vegeta, this Majin Bu is not evil, I hope you don't provoke him again. Otherwise, if you get beaten up, don't blame me for not reminding you." Vegeta snorted coldly and stopped attacking. He looked down on other people, but he didn't dare to refute Xie Mingfeng. Call out! There was a slight shock in the air, and Jebet moved to the earth in an instant. How is the situation in the God realm now? Xie Mingfeng asked. Jobiter said, Sun Wukong has already fought Majin Bu, and the situation is not optimistic. Wukong is at a disadvantage, and may not be Majin Bu's opponent. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, I understand, send me to the God realm. It still depends on Xie Mingfeng to completely eliminate the evil Bu. When he arrived at the realm of the Realm King and God, Xie Mingfeng had no more scruples, he could use his swordsmanship without worry, and have a hearty fight with the evil Bu. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Battle of the God Realm. Chapter 38 Battle of the God Realm. I also need to go. I also need to go. Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Sun Wuxian, the three little ghosts also clamored to go to the realm of the King of the World. Children's curiosity is strong. They have never been to the realm of the King of Gods, so of course they want to follow along to have a look. Xie Mingfeng frowned, and refused. What are you three guys going to do? With your strength, you still want to deal with Demon Bu? To kill Demon Bu, Wukong and I are enough. You still go. Let's take part in the world's number 10 martial arts tournament. Isn't Gohan participating? Isn't it just right for the three of you to compete with Gohan for the championship? As long as you win the championship, you can get a bonus of -billion yuan. Think about it, so much with the money, how much food and toys can I buy? The three little ghosts don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. It's better to keep them on earth, otherwise, Bulma and Kikai will have another quarrel. Sure enough, although the three little ghosts were smart and powerful, they were pure-minded after all. When they heard that the champion could win a prize of 10 billion yuan, they were immediately excited. Yes, how many toys can be bought with so much money? Wait a minute. I want to go together. Vegeta said suddenly. He was controlled by Babadai and knocked out by Xie Mingfeng's punch. He missed a lot of excitement. He didn't want to miss the battle in the realm of the King of the World. The expression on Fat Bu's face obviously also wanted to go to the Kaiwang God realm. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, Okay. If that's the case, then take Vegeta and Majin Bu, Jebet, and let's go. Piccolo and the little bald-headed Klin and the others have low force values, so there is no need to go. Even if you go, it won't work. Jebet nodded and said, Okay. Call out. Jebet took Xie Mingfeng, Vegeta, and Fat Bu, disappeared instantly, and reappeared, already in the realm of the King of Gods. Xie Xiaofeng suddenly yelled, Father lied to me. I want to go to the realm of kings and gods. I don't want money or toys. I won't be so childish. Xie Xiaofeng's mother is Buma, who is in charge of the Wanange capsule group. Could he be short of money, not to mention 10 billion yuan, no matter how much money it is, you can still get it out. Unfortunately, it was too late for Xie Xiaofeng to react. The God realm is an incomparably huge planet. The ground is extremely solid, and it is impossible for ordinary fighters to destroy it. Boom! There was a huge cracking sound in the air. Monkey King and Majin Bu head to head and made a blow to each other. What? Sun Wukong let out a scream, and was punched in the abdomen by Majin Bu, and his body turned into an afterimage and flew backwards. There is a sacred mountain in the realm of the King of the Realm, which is very tall and was knocked down by Monkey King. The King God of the Eastern Realm turned pale with shock, and exclaimed, It's not good. The divine sword is sealed in the sacred mountain. When the divine mountain falls, the seal will be broken. Xie Mingfeng took a look, and sure enough, a divine sword was knocked out. I happen to be short of a handy weapon. I want this divine sword. Xie Mingfeng broke through the void and directly took the Realm King's divine sword into his hand. Although the technology of Universal Capsule Group is advanced and the quality of the long swords it makes is not bad, they are only ordinary products without any spirituality. But the Kaiwang Excalibur is different. It is a weapon made by the gods, and it has been used by the god of destruction Beerus. The old Kai Wang god was sealed in this Kai Wang Excalibur by the god of destruction. Good weight. Xiaming Feng held the hilt of the sword, his expression changed. The Realm King Excalibur is really too heavy. Holding the long sword in your hand seems to bear the weight of a planet. However, Xiaming Feng has mastered half of the laws of space, coupled with his great strength, he can barely use this Realm King Excalibur. Xiaming Feng knew that the old Realm King God was sealed inside the Realm King Excalibur, but he couldn't perceive it. It seems that the seal of the God of destruction is very mysterious. Xiaming Feng intends to study the seal carefully. If he can understand it thoroughly, he may know what level the God of destruction has comprehended about the laws of the universe. When Xiaming Feng challenged the God of destruction, he also had something in mind. Wukong, are you okay? Sun Wukong looked very embarrassed now. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, if you can't do it, replace me. Sun Wukong climbed up from the huge pit, spat, shook his head and said, no, I can still fight. Majin Bu is a good opponent, and I won't give up. Monkey King is eager to fight, and meeting an opponent like Majin Bu is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Even if he is at a disadvantage now, he will never give up. The Scion Nation, the more they fight, the stronger they become. Okay. Xiaming Feng nodded, then you continue. Call me when you can't hold on anymore. Xiaming Feng knew that Sun Wukong was no match for Majin Bu. Since Monkey King is unwilling to give up the fight, let him fight. Xiaming Feng would also like to study the magic notes written by Bibidai. Xiaming Feng found a place, sat cross-legged, and began to study the magic notes. Bibidai deserves to be the most outstanding magician in the magic civilization. It is amazing to be able to create such a powerful monster as Majin Bu. Among them, his understanding of the laws of space may not be inferior to mine. Xiaming Feng thought to himself. Xiaming Feng's thinking was running very fast, plus the realm of kings and gods was indeed a holy place for cultivation, and with the magic notes in hand, Xiaming Feng had a lot of ignorance about the laws of space before, and suddenly he felt smooth, like an epiphany. Xiaming Feng had excitement in his eyes. My comprehension of the law of space has reached %. It's really great. 50% and 60%, it seems that the difference is not big, but in fact it is a world of difference. By comprehending % more of the laws of space, Xiaming Feng's skill has at least doubled. In other words, Xiaming Feng's power now surpasses Monkey King and Majin Bu, and can even crush them both. It's a surprise. It's a surprise to get the magic note. Xiaming Feng said with a smile, if I didn't get the magic note, I don't know how long I would have to wait to understand % of the laws of space. Although the magic note, there are still many laws of space in the book that I don't understand, but as long as I am given time, I will definitely study the contents of the entire magic note thoroughly. The king of the Eastern Realm flew to Xiaming Feng's side and said loudly, Xiaming Feng, hurry up and help Wukong, he is dying soon. Xiaming Feng looked up. Sure enough, Sun Wukong was beaten by the Devil Bu, and he had no strength to fight back. At this time, Monkey King is no longer in the third level state of Super Saiyan, but has turned into black eyes and black hair, with a dying look. So fast! Xiaming Feng was startled. The king of the Eastern Realm said, it's not so fast. Monkey King and Majin Bu have fought for more than 8 hours. It's already amazing to be able to persist until now. Is it more than 8 hours? When Xiaming Feng comprehended the laws of space, he did not perceive the passage of time. Okay. Now it's my turn. Xiaming Feng stood up. After comprehending % of the law of space, Xiaming Feng's speed became faster, and it seemed to have the same effect as teleportation. It's so fast! Jebiter said with shock in his eyes. Jebit is a servant of the king of the Eastern Realm, and his gifted supernatural power is teleportation. But he couldn't even perceive Xiaming Feng's speed just now. Xiaming Feng punched Majin Bu with a powerful destructive force. It directly shook the petite body of evil Bu away. Hee hee! Xiaming Feng, you finally made a move. Sun Wukong gave Xie Mingfeng a miserable look, and said with a smile. Xie Mingfeng shook his head and said, "You are really stubborn. If Lord Kai Wangshan hadn't reminded me, would you still not let me participate in the battle? You are looking for death, you know that." Monkey King ate a fairy bean, landed on the ground, and handed over the battlefield to Xie Mingfeng. Evil Bu's body condensed again, facing Xie Mingfeng. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Xie Mingfeng with fear in his eyes. Xie Mingfeng's punch just now caused a lot of damage to the Evil Bu's belt. Ask for tickets, ask for collections. Readers of the book shortage, you can click on my new book Swordsman of Huashan. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter.